Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February in Warsaw, Warsaw. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga about 10k to go, running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it and I have. It looks like I'm gonna do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end, marathon 28. I'm gonna do a gig now, do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da-da-da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
We'll be strong.
I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running on the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th, and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia. Ljubljana. Is this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warsaw. So I'm in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam is canals. There's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now. Do a stand-up gig. And look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
All will be strong.
I'm going to kick it off right now, and let's get this going and get the first marathon in London going. Cheers, see ya. Boys. I have just finished in Portugal. There you can see the Portugal flag. Got a train, night train, from Lisbon to Spain to Madrid. So I'm going to start running right from the station. Italy now, yes, there we go. Italy. Running through the streets in Malta, in Valletta. Is it the 6th marathon? Nicosia in Cyprus, which has had its own problems of separation, division. In Greece, in Athens, Sofia, Bulgaria, day 8. Here in Bucharest, in Romania, running in the snow. This is Hungary. Hungary is in Budapest. The February 11th and 11th marathon. You see, it all ties up. And this is Slovakia, Bratislava in Slovakia. Off to Vienna. Each one I get up and I'm thinking, Zagreb, Croatia. Here we are. Slovenia, Ljubljana, this marathon 14? I think this is, when I've done this, it'll be the halfway point. Thank you for supporting. So, I'm in Prague, Czech Republic. I think it's the 16th of February. In Warsaw, Warsaw. So in Vilnius, which is in Lithuania. In Latvia, Riga, about 10k to go. Running in Tallinn and Estonia. And I'm not running, as you can see. I'm staggering. Finland, Helsinki. Almost finished marathon 20, thank you. Just finishing in Stockholm in Sweden. Here in Copenhagen, there we go, the UNICEF. This is the biggest warehouse, humanitarian warehouse in the world. Berlin, Germany, capital city. In Brussels, Belgium, Luxembourg. Marathon 25? Yeah, 25th marathon. It's 25 days. Sounds insane. February 26, marathon 26. Out of 28. Netherlands. Amsterdam, there's canals everywhere. Canals. So, this is it, 27th. 28th is tomorrow. And been running through Ireland to Dublin. So I'm in France, I'm in Paris. Let's get the French flag in there. There we go. And 28th marathon, 28 days. I said I'd do it, and I have. It looks like I'm going to do it. So that's nice. It's nice to stick to your guns. I'm almost at the end. Marathon 28. I'm going to do a gig now, do a stand-up gig, and look at this. Da da da. People say, oh, you must love the running. I love the stopping. It's not a body thing, it's a mind thing. It's so good to be here. Goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
Oh, we'll be strong.
Hello everyone. And we're off on the 16th marathon. Let's take the knee for Black Lives Matter, because Black Lives Matter. In our organization, we're trying to make humanity great again. That includes everyone, of every skin color, all LGBT plus people, all men, all women. It's very inclusive humanity. And today will be the halfway point when I get half a marathon done. So we're running through a virtual marathon for Warsaw, Warsaw, Poland, and around 21.1 kilometers in, 21.9 actually, to be perfectly accurate. Then we're there, that's halfway. And then I have less marathons to do than I have already done. Start a little slower. The Zwifters, good morning, Zwift runners, and the blue team, humanity team. Anyone can come and join. We're putting MHG after, in brackets, after our names, make humanity great. So that seems a wonderful thing. I always feel quite good when I start, the second I start, and then the first bit, now I go, oh, 1 minute in, that feels like, I feel like I'm just back at the end of the marathon yesterday. Oh. Hi everyone, John Scordia. Hello, Clive Finnemore, hello. Jason Mitchell, hello. Everyone out there. Andrew Usher, MHG. Stephen Cousins, MHG. Tina Beard, MHG, sorry Tina. So everyone running today. Clive, I'm not sure, did you do a whole marathon yesterday, Clive? I think you might have. Stephen probably threatening to. So, yes, well, we're off. So what about, so Warszawa is how Warsaw is pronounced in Polish. Like you have London, in French c'est Londres, Munich and München. Curious that these sort of completely different ways that, or completely different, somewhat different ways that they're pronounced in a different language. Can't quite work out why that would happen. You think people would go there and they go, oh, that's how it is. Copenhagen, I know is Copenhagen, that's how you pronounce it in Danish. Gothenburg, Göteborg. Anyway, so today at 12:30, so we get Dave. Let's get Sarah on the screen, please. Gonna have to look up some facts on Warszawa, on Warsaw, please.
Yes. I was just looking, actually.
David, can we have Sarah on the screen? Talk. Oh, there you go. It's coming.
Oh, there I am.
So, we're quite pleased getting to the halfway point.
Yeah, I mean, that is, it's incredible. So, yeah, usually our mindset is now it's down the hill.
Yeah.
Is that good?
Well, less marathons to do after we get to the halfway point, less marathons to do ahead than there are behind. So if you've already done half of them, it must be possible to do less than that number. That's the logic of it. At the end of today, once if you've done 16, you can do another 15. I don't know if that quite adds together, but
I do remember about halfway point on the run around the UK, the 2009 run. And I think our most northerly point was Stirling, yeah. And I don't know if that was quite halfway in reality, because we never really knew how many days we were going to be doing.
You'd have to work back on it.
Yeah. But yeah, I remember you saying, well, it's fine now because it's downhill from
Well, that was more
Scotland.
a map thing. I just feel, if you look at the map of the United Kingdom, England, Wales, Scotland, Northern Ireland, if you get to the top of the map, it looks like it's downhill.
That was a good psychological moment. It was the first time you turned south. That was it.
Yes.
up to that point. But yeah, I mean, we're halfway. But yes, halfway is still 16 marathons, so, or halfway through 16 marathons, so
16 and a half.
it's a lot. It is a lot.
No, it's 15 and a half. This is marathon 16.
Oh yeah, it's 15 and a half.
And when we get to 15 and a half, that'll be 31. That's our halfway point.
Well, it's 15 and a half more than I've ever done. Or many people, I think, but no, incredible going at the moment. It's it's not easy, is it? It's you're having a bit of a tough ride at the moment, but you're doing incredibly well.
We're after the 10, so my brain knows my body's doing it. We've got a certain regime going, a certain regiment, certain system.
Yeah, we've kind of got into a groove, kind of like a tour.
Yeah, but tours we always tend to we don't change it much in the sense of we know we're going to be playing, we know we're going to set it up, tour bus. But this one is very different to previous ones. In fact, they've all been different. These ones.
Yeah.
South Africa was very different to UK. Running around Europe in the freezing cold compared to the boiling hot of South Africa was tough. The travel was tough, and now the travel isn't tough, but the 6-hour podcast I sort of need to do to keep my mind off the grind of being on a treadmill.
I think that, you've never had a challenge where every second has been documented, so that's kind of interesting.
And the gig was good last night. I don't know if anyone saw the gig. If you did, give us a report, because and if you saw the gig and you saw another one, give us a report, because we thought last night's kind of worked quite well. A mixture of the best of my older stuff, or a selection of my older stuff, mixed in with some improv and some biography stuff. It just sort of flowed quite nicely.
Yeah, it did. It was nice hearing the, I suppose it's like the origin stories, isn't it, of pieces?
Yeah.
It's nice.
Well, that's what I've started doing, saying where older pieces come from, because I felt some older pieces don't quite fit me now. But if I tell you where they come from, how I used to use them, maybe that's a way of remixing them.
It's almost slightly director's commentary, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, no, it was very good last night.
another show tonight in English, 7 p.m. Go to eddieizzard.com to buy tickets. All the profits go to charity for the shows. If you donate, hit the donate button at eddieizzard.com. You'll go through the crowdfunder, and all your money goes to the charities. The show is slightly different. We have to pay certain costs, extra costs on that. Some costs are coming out of it. But that's in English today. They're English nearly every day except the 23rd, where I run a virtual marathon for Berlin. Or a virtual Berlin marathon. I keep changing the way I say it. A virtual Berlin marathon. Because that evening at 7 p.m. on the 23rd, I will be doing the show in German again, second time. And then on the 28th, I run a virtual Paris marathon. And on that day, the show will be in French. All the others in English. We've also added to, after Paris on the 28th, 29th, Osaka, Japan. Osaka, the home city of Mizuno, who helped get us on our feet in the making of this, with finance and with the kit that I'm wearing. So I thought I'd do that in an Asian company, obviously Japan. I was born in an Asian country in Yemen. So East Asia, West Asia, finding connections. My whole thing is to make even stronger connections now. All of you out there, anyone out there who believes in humanity and can see the fact that some people are saying, let's go back to the 1930s, let's try that again, using lying as a tool of politics over, and I don't mean the little things, because you never prove certain things when people say everyone's lying, but in fact, there are certain fundamental lies. Donald Trump lied upon lied upon lied. Was there anything he said that was truthful? Probably one or two things, but like 95% seem to be lies. And so, if lying, if allowed to get away with it, encouraging people to go and do insurrection at Capitol Hill on the 6th of January, and then afterwards saying, oh, I deplore this. He encouraged people to do it. We heard him do it. Live on television. Kind of stunning that he was a fake president. That is the poster. Someone needs to make up a poster of Donald Trump, fake president, written across it, because that's what happened. And he should be known from hereafter as Mr. Fake President. There you go. That would be fair, because he needs to answer for the things that he's done. That needs to happen. So any politician, any of the opportunist politicians, people say populist, I push back on that word because it implies they're popular, generally have a minority vote. So I say the opportunist politicians, the simplistic politicians, feel there's an easy way out. They sell the idea of an easy way out of things, but in fact, politics is really complicated. It always has been, always will be. That is human life. So, we're fighting against those ideas, those people, fighting for humanity. 7.8 billion of us. A fair chance in life should be the right of every person in the world. Not a free life, but a fair chance in life. And if you disagree with that, I don't think you should be a member of humanity, really, because that seems fair enough to me. So, we are running, talking to Helen Phillips. Thank you. You can't see me at the window. People donating at the window. We'll see right off. Beepity beepity beep. Thank you. The little thing is turning into an ashtray, a big ashtray next to the waste bin.
Oh, is it again?
Yeah.
We'll have a go at that.
We've got to put something up. We've got to get some plants in there.
Plants have been ordered, but they
Yeah.
seem to be slow coming, which is some kind of supply chain thing going on, I
Can
think.
you find out when they will arrive? Because
Yes.
it's
That
bugging
big.
me. Okay. So Helen Phillips, the Cheesecake Runner podcast. That'll be interesting. We're talking to her at 12:30. So that will be good. 1 o'clock, Dr. Wendy Harrison will be talking about schistosomiasis control initiative. Schistosomiasis. Quite difficult for me to pronounce as a dyslexic. Schistosomiasis control initiative. So that's Dr. Wendy Harrison, 1 p.m. London time, 1:30. Patrick Randolph is a supporter, a fan, and has donated, so they get the chance to come on. I'm from Kansas. That's not we're talking to someone in Kansas, I believe. 2 p.m. Rob Lowe, the crowdfunder, Chief Executive Officer, CEO, crowdfunder. Which, if you're donating around the world, that's going through crowdfunder. And just go to eddieizzard.com, and if you go to the donate button, you can see how to donate. And we take all funds, so you can pay with any credit card, but you can also, if you have an American credit card, US one, you can pay in US dollars. If you have a European one, if euros are your currency, you can pay in euros, just so you have a better sense of how much you're paying. So thank you for that. 2:30, Naomi Strong, ex-forces, now works with the NHS. And then, now, David. At 3 p.m, I believe Jed Carter. Ah, okay. Nice. Oh, Jed Carter. Jed Carter's from Kansas. Right, I've got that. So Patrick Randolph. It'd be nice to know where Patrick's from, or calling from. That could be added. Dave, can you hear me?
Yeah, we'll try and find out.
That would be great. And also the 3 p.m. I believe is moved to about 3:10 because around about 3 p.m. or somewhere around there, we've got to celebrate a halfway point. Have you heard about that?
I have. I'm waiting on an update for timing.
Okay, well, Jess, if you could for the moment just put it to 3:10 for
Yeah,
Jed.
okay.
And we can tell Jed he's got to be somewhere around there. Gotta get my timing right. Oh.
And we should say as well, actually, with the shows every night, that is anyone can watch from anywhere in the world. You can buy tickets from anywhere in the world. And just to let everyone know on the timings of that, it's 7 p.m. UK time, London time, which is where we physically are. But just as a reference point, that's 11 a.m. LA, that's 2 p.m. New York, and that's 8 p.m. mainland or Central Europe time. I think Eastern Europe time, that would be 9 p.m.
Yeah, and then East Coast States time and Canada East Coast time would be 5 hours before that.
Yeah, New York time.
New York time would be 2
2
p.m.
p.m. Yeah.
And LA time would be 11, I believe.
11 a.m. LA. Yes.
Which
Yeah.
we're probably all in bed now too. That's how that works. Social media questions on Twitter, Facebook and YouTube at 3:30 p.m. 4 p.m. Sia Glassman from Santa Monica. Is it Sia? Maybe it's Sia Glassman. Talking to them, and they are someone who is a fan supporter of mine. Charlie Baum, I'm going to talk to Charlie Baum, who with Ewan McGregor have done great adventures around the world. 4:30 p.m. Talking with Yvonne, who was our driver when we were in South Africa, and she's done stuff with Charlie. Charlie's also a UNICEF ambassador, and I am. And then 5:15 p.m. John Bishop, the British comedian from Liverpool, who also has done rowing and bicycling and 3 marathons as well, I think, with his Sport League Challenge. May have done more things, but yeah, that's going to be going on. Can we get the first video up from Warsaw? If it's, tell me when it's ready, Dave.
I'm ready when you are.
Okay, so I'll just introduce it. This was taken exactly 11 months ago. So today I'm running a virtual Warsaw marathon. And 11 months ago to the day, on the 16th of February, it's the 16th of January now, I ran in actual Warsaw a marathon. So this was a very cold start, -2 in Warsaw. Here we go. So I'm now in Poland, in Warsaw, Warszawa, and we're around -2 degrees. Oh, it's always such lovely temperatures in February. I haven't started running, so I'm still okay. That begins. What is this marathon? We have break in half, so I think it's 15, 16. I think it's 17, 16 or 17. Look at the date. Whatever the date is, that's what it is today. And it's Warsaw. It's -2. Wrap up well. Bye bye. Talk later. That's my beginning marathon. They're always a bit grumpy, those marathons. Beginning messages. Now, when we get to 20 past, which is when the clock gets round to the top, I'm going for a pee break. It always happens. I could discuss this more with you. I don't remember this happening in the actual marathons. Maybe it did. I start off and then I want to go for a pee. So here we go, pee break. I will have penne alla arrabbiata. He goes, yeah, well, you want a tray? Do you know who I am?
All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there. Make Humanity Great Again is a title that came into my mind. I don't know where that came from. Maybe it was a play on something or other. All the money goes to charities that make humanity great, because they do wonderful things out there.
Shockingly, over 2 million tons of food a year is wasted within the Shockingly, over 2 million tons of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. FareShare is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it at any one of our network of food warehouses across the UK. The food might be surplus, but it looks and tastes just like the food you'd eat at home. Most of it arrives well before it would have hit the supermarket shelves. Food becomes surplus for all sorts of reasons. A glut of courgettes from overproduction, or a lack of demand as unpredictable weather plays its part. Incorrect packaging and labelling, wonky fruits and veg, and cancelled orders. Wherever it comes from, with the support of our team of volunteers, we prioritise the incoming food, itemising it for traceability and breaking it down into smaller quantities for redistribution. FareShare gives nearly 11,000 charities access to food, all of whom are onboarded safely and meet all food safety regulations. These charities and groups range from food banks, children's breakfast clubs and homeless centres to small local community groups. Not only does this food save charities thousands of pounds on their food bills, it means they can offer the people they support more fresh, healthy fruit and veg and a wider range of food in general. New innovations like the FareShare Go app have seen direct pickups from the supermarkets, meaning perishable goods like fresh bread and fruit can quickly be redistributed. FareShare is more than meals though. Food brings people together. It helps local organisations tackle loneliness and isolation within their communities, or help connect struggling families with the services that can support them. It's such a simple concept. Food that could have been wasted is instead used for good.
Back, and I feel good. Yes, I'm running. Talking to Helen, the cheesecake runner. There's a podcast, Helen Phillips in a second. Now we're just going to tell you, Sarah, can I get Sarah back on the screen, please, Dave? Thank you, Dan Mapp, for joining us. And yeah, far away, Sarah. Brain.
I will. Helen's with us in spirit.
Yeah.
Always.
She's with us at 12:30. That's it.
Ah, right. I was thinking, Helen. There you go. Yeah. So no, we were just talking about the gig. So I thought it'd be quite nice to let you know all the different countries that people are in who've been watching the shows every evening. So this is the 7 o'clock stand-up shows every night. And you can watch from anywhere in the world. And proving this, here are the countries of people so far. So we've had people from the UK, Philippines, Germany, United States, Luxembourg, Canada, France, Netherlands, Austria, Italy, Norway, India, Malaysia, Croatia, Bulgaria, Spain, Ireland, Hungary, Switzerland, Israel, Macedonia, Russia, Denmark, New Zealand, Sweden, Romania, Belgium, Lithuania, Australia, Finland, Turkey, Czech Republic, South Africa, Portugal, China, Singapore, Malta, Costa Rica, United Arab Emirates, Poland, Greece, Estonia, Slovenia, Algeria, Gabon, Puerto Rico, the US Virgin Islands, and Mexico.
Wow.
So there you go.
How many is that?
Lots. Hang on, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'll have to count now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. This has just been counting now, isn't it? 20, 21, 22, 23,
That's okay.
26, 27. Hang on, scrolling up. 27, 28, 29, 30, 33, 34, 5, 6, 40, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 50. 50 countries.
Well, I've played 43. Is it 45 I've played in the world?
45.
So now 5 countries more. So
Yes.
there are about 195 countries, I think, in the world on registered with the UN. So
Yeah.
if anyone knows people in other countries, do buy a ticket. It'd be nice to go higher and higher up this ladder of getting through to countries where humanity is, because that's what we've got to make work this century. Make humanity great again. And there are moments when we do great, quite often after very bad moments. So after Trump, hopefully humanity will come bouncing back. But this century, I predict, will either be the first century where we make it where a fair chance in life will be the right for every person, or we're going to just wipe ourselves off the planet. That sounds quite extreme, Eddie. Yes, well, I actually think it's true. Because if you think how people are fueling anger, see what Donald Trump did to fuel anger, lies upon lies. He did the big lie. Now, the difference between a lie and the big lie is an overarching. He said the entire election was a fraud, and the entire election wasn't. The entire election was good, was honest. Some mistakes, no doubt, were made, but that always happens. But it was Republican officials getting up saying, no, this is right, and then judges were getting up who, no matter which way they come in, some Republican, probably some were Democrat, but they have to be impartial. They have to look at the proof. And Rudy Giuliani seems to have lost his entire legacy down the drain from what happened on September the 11th back in New York. He was just coming up with no information. Court cases with no information. Could he not see that? Very strange behavior. But as Goebbels said, Joseph Goebbels, the Nazi Joseph Goebbels, worked for Hitler, said if you lie big enough, people will believe it. It does seem the big lie. Some people are very happy to go with it. We're pushing against that because we're trying to make humanity, all of us, great again. And it is now 12:30, so I am ready to talk to Helen, the cheesecake runner, and her podcast.
I'm going to put you through to Helen.
Very good. Hi, Helen.
Hey, great to see you. Great to meet with you. Wow. First up, I just want to say you are absolutely incredible, and you know, you're halfway through your big marathon challenge. I wanted to come on and give you a big woohoo from all the people that follow me. I help first runners get trained, ready, and prepared to run their first marathon. So
Right.
the fact that you are now on marathon number 16, most people that I work with and I help will go, oh my God, I couldn't even do 16 miles, let alone 16 marathons. So I really want to kick off by saying, you know, just well done. You're awesome, you're amazing, and we're all behind you, donating, and, you know, just keeping you going, basically.
Thank you, Helen. Now, we're going to get into why it's called the Cheesecake Runner podcast. I'm interested in that. But take us through your badges and medals and everything behind your head.
So, I'm a little bit like you. I love running marathons.
I gotta say, I don't really love it. I do it, but I don't know. I love stopping. This is stopping. I'm a big in the stopping thing. When I finished it, I love that. But often it's grueling. But anyway, carry on. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Yeah, so I love this sense of achievement to run marathons. I mean, personally, I was a dumpy kid at school. My brother called me Porky. I wasn't the sporty one at all.
Right.
And I didn't take up running marathons until I was way into my 40s. And it was actually 2015 London that I really sort of kicked off running marathons. And I've now run 14, so nowhere near the number of you run. And these are all my numbers. I've got loads of halves, but these are just my marathons. So it's largely London, Richmond, Dublin, Manchester, most, you know, the UK ones. I haven't really ventured abroad. That was the plan for last year, and that was scuppered, so...
Yeah, hopefully
that's
this year.
good.
Hopefully this year. Well, 14 is no mean feat, so well done you, because you'll know, I think you'll probably agree, it's mind over body, really. The mind drags the body through it, yeah?
Absolutely. I mean, and that's, you know, when I spoke to Miranda to sort of see if I could have a chat with you, that's really what I want to talk to you about, is mindset. I'm doing a little coaching challenge with a group that I've got who are all wanting to run their first marathon this year. And last night I was doing a coaching call all about motivation.
Yeah.
And I kicked off on that call saying that, you know, you can have the best plan in the world. You can know you do conditioning. You can sort your diet out. But if you haven't got this sorted out, and you haven't got the heart sorted out and a reason for run, you know, you're going to make every excuse. I mean, today is a pretty shitty day outside, and I need to go for a run. And if I didn't feel passionate about my end goal, I wouldn't want to get out there. So motivation and keeping going and having that reason to run, I think is absolutely critical when you want to run, you know, running marathons, training to run marathons, and especially doing what you're doing right now.
Yeah, I find that on the treadmill, I find it very hard, but talking to people is alleviating that. Even though it's putting extra pressure of talking to people, but it sort of takes my mind out of my body, hopefully. And then there's the gig afterwards at 7 p.m. Doing the gig, and that is a different thing. Some of the earlier gigs I was doing were a bit all over the place, but I'm just trying to do it and see what happens, and hopefully it's intriguing for people to watch. But now last night's show was quite good, so maybe I can get to. I also fall asleep in the middle of shows, which is very weird. Yeah.
I like my mother.
Yeah, trying to stay awake is tricky. So
how are you keeping motivated? Because you're on day 16, marathon 16.
Yeah, marathon 16. Yeah.
So you're coming up to the halfway point, and in fact, I think about 3 o'clock, 3:30, you will be dead at the halfway point.
Yeah.
And I know, as someone who's run marathons myself and trained for marathons, it's always at that halfway point, or just after the halfway, that's when you start going, oh shit, I don't want to do this any longer.
Yeah.
What are you doing, and how are you keeping yourself focused and motivated to keep going? What is it that keeps Eddie going?
Well, I have told everyone I'm going to do this, so it's embarrassment, you know. This is what I say to people: if you're going to do a race, the good way to get to do a race is you choose it. It doesn't have to be a marathon. It could be a half, could be 10k, 5k, whatever you want. Just put it in the diary. Tell all your friends you're going to do it, and then you're kind of duty bound to finish it. So you don't want people to say, "Oh, you didn't do that." You're duty bound to hang in there, and so that's what I do. When I was running the UK back in 2009, I would have a day off every 6 days, so I would look forward to that day off. That was kind of a thing I held on to. But I stopped doing that, and when I started that in South Africa, I was thinking, what the hell am I looking forward to? There's nothing to look forward to. All it was the end of the day, so I just kind of focus, I count down the kilometers, starting, you get through, then it was 42k, it's already less than 40, and then it becomes less than 25, less than 30, and I do that a lot.
Do you calculate percentages of how far you've gone, or the fractions? I do a lot of that. I'm a bit of a numbers geek.
Well, I do like numbers. I do know with kilometers, it's a lot easier to play with the numbers, and 14k is a third of a marathon. 21k is half. And then I do it in fives going down, trying to get to 32, 37, and then 42. So it's counting down. Because I'm on the Zwift app, as you probably know, and the Zwift runners running with me. A lot of them wearing blue shirts to match my blue tops, the blue team, and we have these details which people can see above me. The clock, we've got 7.5 kph, that's my speed, and then I've done 3.85, so I can see, I use those a bit, definitely the kilometers done, but if necessary, I just will walk, as I'm doing right now, take it down to 5k, walk for a bit. I can usually turn myself around just for walking for a bit, but I used to do marathons that were all holistic ones. They would all end when they ended, and I did like that. And the last two sets, in the last February and this one here, I have to finish at a certain time, so that's extra stress. I don't like having the stress on it. I mean, if you did organized ones, you've done the ones with the medals and the numbers, and they may well have a cut-off point, I would assume, and you have to be under a certain thing. Maybe the cut-off isn't too bad, but I did like the idea. I'd run and stop and talk to people and run on, and I like that. It was less about VO2 max, about personal best, about this, about that. It was more about being out in the space. So this is hard. I find this hard on the treadmill.
Yeah, I mean, treadmill running is relentless. I mean, I haven't got a treadmill at home. I mean, when we were trying to set this up, it was like, oh, can you run with Eddie? Run on a treadmill. It's like, I don't have a treadmill. And I was thinking about going out. I live near Windsor Great Park, so I was thinking about going out and running.
It's better for me if people aren't running, actually. So I need to tell everyone listening who's working on the Making Humanity Great project, I prefer to talk to people not running, because then I don't think about running. If I see the person I'm talking to struggling, then it reminds me of my struggle, and I'm back in my body again, and then it's tough. Sometimes I can be chatting away and I get into an idea, and I can go faster. That must be the endorphins, as I call them.
Dolphins are amazing things.
Endorphins, yes. The endomorphines. I realise that's what it is. It's natural drugs inside you that get released.
Absolutely. So when you're doing your run walk, have you got any sort of structure, or are you just doing it a little bit, or when you feel like walking? Because a lot of I help first timers,
right?
And pretty much back of the pack runners. So the snails, they all call themselves snails. They are all proud of being at the back. And one of the things I say to them is, the pride in actually completing it, but it's doing it your way. And a lot of them are really embarrassed about walking through marathons, and it's about getting them overcome that. And what I always recommend is to have a structured approach to run walk. So we do a lot of Jeffing, the Jeff Galway stuff.
No, I don't know that. Don't know any.
You don't know that. He's a guy in the US. He basically it's a run walk, structured way of run walk, running marathons and things.
Okay.
But you know, even some of the faster runners, I say, you know, hardly anyone runs a marathon without any walking. I think I've run 14, and I've probably only completely run maybe 4, maybe 5. At some point, I've taken a walk break,
Yeah.
and I would say if you've planned that in to your race, you know, every half an hour you're going to take a 5-minute walk break, or every mile you'll walk for a minute or something. It breaks that sort of monotony. Do you do anything like that, or you're just doing
No,
it?
I'm doing it when I feel like it. Sometimes I feel
Yeah.
good. Sometimes I don't feel good. Sometimes I gotta go to the loo.
Yeah.
That's a more holistic approach. I just do how I feel,
Yeah.
but I will try. You know, occasionally I had to throw in one. It wasn't a race. It was just a practice run, and I think I'd gone too fast too early, and so the lactic acid built up in my legs just made them like tree trunks. And I thought, this is not good. So I just found it very difficult to move. So I threw that one in. But usually I finish them, and
Yeah.
and that's my thing, yeah. And why is it called Cheesecake Runner?
Well, I love cheesecakes and I love running, so that's it. And you know, I set up my business a couple of years ago, and I was always called Cheesecake Runner amongst friends, and that name kind of stuck. And
Right. So it's about you rather than other people.
out my bright, loud, bubbly personality. And as I say, I try and get people to see that running and running marathons is fun. 'Cause it is fun. You might not like it, but it's fun. And we're a great community. And it's not all about being a serious. You know, it's always about being serious. You can have a life and run marathons. And so, me calling myself Cheesecake Runner. You know, I was thinking, people think that's pathetic, then they're not my tribe. But a lot of people say, oh yeah, that's a bit funky, a bit fun. Let's see what she's got to say. So
I see, but
that's why I call myself that.
I didn't realise it was about you. I thought you might be saying anyone who does it this way, it's a cheesecake thing. And I thought it was about everyone that you were trying
Well,
to.
you know, a lot of people say they want cheesecake.
Yeah.
So no, it was kind of my nickname before I started helping people to run.
It's I think the word fun when it comes to running a marathon, you want to make it fun. You would like it to be fun, as much fun as one could get. But I can't look at it and say it is fun. This is not fun. It's
Yeah.
kind of grueling. So, but I understand the use of it to draw people into being active. I'd say doing a 5K would be fun, and 10Ks are fun.
I find 5Ks painful. I find that they're really hard. 5 and 10Ks.
But I want
Ooh.
to get young people, older people, anyone off the couch and into the 5Ks, and so
Yeah.
I think the 5Ks can be more grabbable. You don't have to
Yeah.
push yourself. If you're really hammering it on a 5K, yes, I think that can get miserable, but that's the one I think I want to get people towards it. And
Absolutely. And you know, it's an entry point.
yeah,
And you know, I'm an avid park runner, and at the moment we can't meet up, we can't do park runs. I mean, Park the Run has done amazing,
yeah,
you know, globally to get people who are not runners into the running community, and you know, it's just fabulous, and it's wonderful that, you know, I've got a friend he's gone around the world running different park runs. I think he's run about, you know, 300 and whatever, no, even more than that, because there's that many in the UK. But he's going around different countries on an extended gap year, or was, trying to run all the park runs in the world.
right.
That brings a lot of fun, and it brings a lot of community.
Yeah,
Because I think, you know, that's another thing with running. It is a great community.
Yeah.
And the spirit, you know, the collective helping each other out. It's,
Yeah.
you know, running isn't all about speed. It's not all about personal bests and things. It's about helping each other out, and it's about personal achievement. So
Yeah, I agree with all that. Yeah.
Amazing, personally and for the charities you were supporting. But you know, each and every person who gets off the couch and does stuff does it for a reason, and
Yeah.
for that personal achievement.
yes, I agree with all that. It's a camaraderie of people work pulling together. I really like that idea. and personal achievement. Yeah, it's that, and don't compete with the elites. The elites can do the personal best and the VO2 max, and the rest of us can compete against ourselves. Really, that's what we're doing. And you compete against yourself and the elements, and these bodies are designed to move as well. So that's what's going on.
Cool. And so just me ask me a bit about your training. So before you got going with this series, what sort of training do you do for it? Because you can't just launch in to running, you know, what is pretty much an ultra type of race.
I sometimes have tried to do that, not tried to do it, but accidentally done that. In South Africa, I couldn't get to do the training I wanted to do. So you can, again, it's the brain drags you around, but since last February when I did the 29 marathons, I have tried to do a marathon every 2 weeks, and in between that, a half marathon every 2 weeks. So marathon, half marathon, marathon, half marathon. And that's how I've tried to stay match fit. Match fit for life is what I feel it should be. Yeah. So that's what I that's my training. So, but I know that's not necessarily the normal training, but that's what I remember reading about people. I talked to people in the 100 Club for running over 100 marathons, and they just said they did a marathon a week, which I thought was a good place to aim for.
Yeah. Yeah, just to sort of get going. But your body must be pretty resilient now.
Yeah, it's generally fairly resilient, but it's built up something. It's still, I still can't see a massive change. But it's, you know, I've relied on it before, or if it's been through, but this is the 4th float of hell I've been through, I think. So actually it's the 5th time, but the 2nd time I had to pull out after 4 marathons. And yeah, it tends to get tougher as time goes on.
Yeah. So we're number 16. I know, you know, if you're running a marathon, mile 16, I feel good at mile 16. It's usually often between mile 16 and mile 20 that people have the dip. And you're just about to get into that, you know, if you that sort of phase of your.
It doesn't
project.
quite.
How, you know, what's you know, you said the fact that you told people you were going to do it. It's kept you going and looking forward to stuff. What have you got planned at the end of each of your marathons that you're really going to look forward to over the next week? Because the next week I think is going to be the toughest, isn't it?
Well, nothing. There's nothing planned. You see, I have to do a gig. So there, you know, there's nothing I can plan to look forward to, because really, you know, I have to do this. Then I have to get myself ready. I've got usually about half an hour. Yeah. And then it's the gig.
What about food? You're not, you know, eating lots of chocolate cake or something?
No, just eating what the nutritionist has advised to eat. Good healthy food, some protein, some carbs, and because it's too long, I can't muck about too much.
No, absolutely.
But unfortunately, yeah, I can't. I just have to. The finishing of each day is what I look forward to, particularly the finishing of this, because it grinds on. And I found that the wall, because you're talking about the dip, it's interesting, because I thought people used to talk about the wall. I think they're all psychological, and there's the brain saying, I don't want to play this game anymore. Yeah. But I can get it at any point, because I'm so far in. Yeah. How many kilometers I've run now so far? So I don't know, but it's
you mean in total?
Yeah.
Oh Christ, a lot. I'll look it up. It's a lot.
15.
You've run. I think yesterday you would run the equivalent of London to Edinburgh.
Wow.
As a reference point.
London to Cologne, I think it was.
Oh yes, it was. Sorry, that was the day before. Yes, pardon me. Yeah, London to Cologne. Yeah.
But it's what is it? 15 times 40, which which is 4 times 150. That's 300. That's 600 kilometers. So 600 kilometers. I haven't noticed a pattern, except at the beginning. I'm usually not good at the start. And having gone to the loo, I need to go to the loo immediately again, which is annoying. But do you ever have that in running? Because I don't notice that when I'm outdoors, but on this, I start running and I want to go to the loo immediately.
You know, I'm okay, but I know a lot of runners in my groups. I've got a big Facebook group, which is it's called London Marathon Training and Support. So we train and get people ready for London. And their biggest conversation, usually in the months leading up, are all about weeing and pooing. Everyone's always worried about portaloos at the start, and then, you know, getting caught short halfway around the marathons. But weeing, I've never had a problem, but I know, you know, a lot of runners do. You know, and I think a lot of it is worry, it's nerves, and you know, you can make yourself want to have a wee just from thinking about it.
It's probably, I do get, you know, it's just back into the grind, you know. Every moment leading up to this is kind of more relaxed, and then you start, and then you go, oh God, here we go again. And so, yeah, it's tough. I would like it to, I'd like to be further down the line, but getting through the halfway point is going to be good. But,
And you've been running each day is, you know, in essence a different marathon route, isn't it? So today it looks like you're on Warsaw.
Yes, I'm running a virtual Warsaw marathon today. So you got the pictures behind are all of Warsaw, and it matches up what I did in February of last year, 11 months ago. So it's the 16th, today we're in Warsaw, 16th, 11 months ago, I was in Warsaw, running around the actual city.
Oh, cool.
And, yeah, so that's what every day, that's why we're showing these videos during each day, 3 videos that I would shoot every day, showing the beginning, middle and end. And yeah, that's how I'm marking it.
Yeah.
And then tomorrow will be another city. I know Berlin's on the 23rd because my gig afterwards will be in German, and Paris is 28th because my gig afterwards will be in French. So, yeah, and there's others in there. Oh yeah, we're finishing up 31st in New York City, New York.
Yeah. Cool.
Kigali in Rwanda, to highlight the Unite to Combat Against Neglected Tropical Diseases. Rwanda has a lot of problem with that. And that's on the 30th and the 29th is Osaka in Japan, as we are sponsored by Mizuno, the Mizuno brothers.
Yes.
And they're East Asian, and I was born in a West Asian country of Yemen.
Woohoo!
It's a big, you know, international reach out, which I like.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I've got some, as a group that I'm sort of helping at the moment, and we've got someone from Alice Springs and Venezuela. You know, it's like, first day I did a coaching call, I said, oh, where are you from? Someone goes, I'm in Venezuela. Woohoo! Where did that come from? You know, I just thought I was talking to people in the UK, but it's...
Well,
you
yeah,
know,
you need to, you should go out and run outside, because the way to make the world work is everyone learning, living, meeting other people, making stronger connections. I know that there's half the people in our country say, no, come on, let's break connections. But I disagree. I think make even stronger than before. You cannot legislate against our hearts and our minds.
Yes.
And we know that humanity is out there. They're all our brothers and sisters all around the world. We're all related. We know this. We know this biologically. The Nazis tried to say it wasn't true. Any right-wingers trying to say, no, we're very separate, we're pure. We're not pure, we're all interrelated.
Absolutely.
And it's just, that's true, and the other one is a lie. So I'm going to fight for that. I'm going to fight for that.
Absolutely, I'm completely with you. I mean, just reaching out globally. We're all global people, you know, and different cultures. We learn about ourselves by learning about other people.
Yeah.
About the similarities and differences that we've all got, and isn't that the amazing thing about being alive?
Yeah.
Just about the differences and how we all play our lives.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Thank you for saying that, Helen. It is true. It's world citizens. We all are.
Absolutely.
And
we are world runners.
Yeah, exactly. And you can meet up with them.
A few years back, there was a guy who, because I support people who are getting trained to run London.
Yeah.
There was a guy called Matt Campbell who died 3.7 miles from the finish line. And me and my group, we set up a little fundraising thing. It was just in our group to start with, to say we're going to finish for Matt. And Matt Campbell was a contestant on MasterChef. So it pretty hit the news immediately. And we got a little Facebook group going, and we had people from all around the world join this Facebook group. And what we asked them to do was to run 3.7 miles in memory of Matt to finish his marathon and donate to charity.
Right.
And within a week, we'd raised over £500,000
Excellent.
for his charity. And the charity was like, oh, it was a small charity, just didn't know what to do with the money. And we had people from 98 countries supporting us in our group, because we kept a track of where people were. And it was just amazing that the running community came together, and it was like symbolising that we were all going to finish this, and we were all in this together. And it was really a big celebration of running globally. It was crazy that it just went global, because I just thought, oh, it's just my group, we'll just do it. But whoa, running clubs everywhere got behind all of this, and it really just goes to show that you might just be on your own single treadmill, or you might just be in your own local park, but together we're a huge community, and we all reach out to each other, and the camaraderie amongst runners across the world is it's heart bursting. It's just amazing.
Yeah, it's good. I'm afraid I'm going to have to. We're going to have to part our ways. Thanks. I have to talk to someone else.
That's absolutely fine. It's cool.
But thank you for talking. Thank you for being very positive on that, and also the ideas of reaching out around the world. Keep increasing your international contacts, because as you can see through the internet, we can talk to positive people anywhere in the world. And apparently, people from 50 countries have now bought tickets for my shows because they can watch them anywhere. So I'm trying to get that up to 60, 70, 80, 100. There's 195 around about that countries registered with the UN. So it's great to link out, because that's the way humanity is going to work, with stronger connections, not weaker connections.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay.
And we can all do that through the running community, and I'll do what I can to spread the message in my community and get people to come along to your gigs and to just tune in and see what you're up to.
Thank you very much. You take care.
Take care, and good luck, and keep going.
Thank you. So that was Helen there, as you say, the gigs. I'm doing these gigs, and as I was saying as well, every night at 7 p.m. London time, and they're streamed all around the world. And they're getting okay now, they're getting quite good. It's sort of funny, there's no audience, it's me. And I assume you're laughing because I'm doing a best of, a mixture of some of my best of sketches from before, and me ad-libbing and some biography stuff for my life. So, yeah, that's what I'm doing. Anyway, we're going to talk to Dr. Wendy Harrison, who is in charge of, or works with, I'd say works with, because I'm not sure what the position is, in the schistosomiasis. Schistosomiasis. I'm dyslexic, so it's really difficult to read long medical words. Schistosomiasis. It'd be great if they had little dashes in between. That would really help me. I'm not saying to you, Dave, but just, any of those big medical words, they just put hyphens in between the bits so you could easily read them out.
I'm dyslexic too, so I have the same problem.
Yeah. Well, if we get any, do shove in some hyphens in between, like the O, schistosomiasis, if you'd like to, and that'll help me. Talked about 1 o'clock, which I think is Dr. Wendy with us or not yet?
Yeah, we're just lining her up.
Okay.
We'll be with you in about 30 seconds.
Now, the Schistosomiasis Control Initiative International is part of the Uniting to Combat Neglected Tropical Diseases. Big titles here, and that's one of the charities that we are really highlighting is the word I'm looking for, and make humanity great again.
I'm going to put you through.
Okay.
Here's Wendy.
Hi, Wendy.
Hi, Eddie. How are you doing?
I am okay.
Great.
I'm having a bit of a weird. Sometimes when I'm running, it's I get I suppose it's endorphins or something. I get into a hey, I can do this. At the moment, my endorphins are not really firing.
Oh, well, you've only just got the 2 hours before the halfway point. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. So inspirational to all of us. So yeah, keep going, keep going.
Now tell me the organisation that you are working
Yes.
with. Probably
Yeah.
you might have a few, but one we're talking about today is schistosomiasis. I'm dyslexic.
Yes.
I'm just saying, why don't they write the big names in the medical world with dashes in between them?
Exactly.
Or you know, like we make humanity great again. We do a capital M, capital
Yes.
H, capital schisto. So I think it needs a capital, but they won't do that, will they? But just tell them from me.
Less than. But colloquially, we do call it just schisto. So
Schisto.
that's kind of
Okay, yeah.
Schisto. Yeah, that's much
And
easier.
what
So, yeah.
what is that? What is
it? Yes,
Ah.
what is it? So schistosomiasis is, as you know, one of these neglected tropical diseases, and it affects primarily children, about 200 million of them, and basically it's a parasite that's transmitted by having contact with contaminated water. So water that's contaminated with urine and feces from people that are infected, and it's a particularly unpleasant parasite because actually it burrows first into snails, which is one of the reasons that some people know it as snail fever. And inside the snail, it replicates thousands of times, and then the larvae are then released into the lake or the water body, and then the larvae are actually able to burrow into intact skin. So you don't need a cut, you don't need anything. All you need to do is just be in the water, and this parasite can then burrow into the skin, and then it resides for many years in your blood vessels. And it's actually the release of the eggs that then triggers the body's immune system to then mount a reaction within the body, which obviously is really chronic, it's just ongoing. And it particularly affects the gut and the urinary system, because the parasites actually live in the blood vessels around those organs. So you can imagine this kind of constant kind of attack, if you like, from your own body on these organs causes really debilitating organ damage. And quite recently, there's been some data that actually in women and girls, because it attacks the urinary tract, that it actually makes women and girls 2 to 3 times more susceptible to HIV infection. So it's really a kind of brutal, kind of multi sort of layered disease that, as I say, affects nearly 200 million people, 200 million children and adults.
And is it treatable?
It is, and that's the good news. And it's treated with a drug that has an equally easy to pronounce name, praziquantel, and that can kill the parasites. And the other fantastic thing about it actually is that the pharmaceutical industry that produced the drug, they actually donate that free of charge. And we've treated, or we've supported and contributed to ministries of health, treating about 97 million of over 200 million. So there's a success story there as well. That we are able to work with pharmaceutical companies and contribute to the ministries of health programs and the disease is prevalent in about 70 countries, sadly.
And it gets rid of the disease? It just, boom, that's gone?
Yeah, again, great question. No, it actually doesn't. So the disease, the praziquantel, the drug, is able to get rid of all the adult worms that the person is harbouring at that time. But the problem is that if the next day the child goes and plays in the lake, which is contaminated, then they will get infected again. So this is why we have these kind of multiple strands of our attack, if you like, on the disease. One is the drugs, because by clearing out as many of those adult worms, obviously, you know, that's great. But also we have to start thinking about how we prevent people from actually getting exposed, and that's obviously around thinking about water, having access to clean water, but also having access to proper sanitation that will prevent the water bodies from getting contaminated in the first place.
God, these horrible things that I'm going to go to a weird place here, but I think Stephen Fry's touched on this. I don't know if you're a religious person, but I don't believe in a God. But if there was a God, why would they create this creature?
Absolutely, 100% with you. 100% with you. Yeah.
I think it's just the way things happen. I believe that through Darwinian theories and stuff has just rolled on, and we've got some horrible creatures in the world, and we've got some beautiful creatures, and that's how it goes.
That is exactly right. And, as you so rightly say, the only way that we're going to rectify that is looking at ourselves, not for some divine intervention. And, I just so love...
If people... Sorry, yes, carry on, I'm interrupting.
No, I was just going to say, which is why we so love the whole making humanity great again. It's just such an awesome...
So if anyone's listening who's very religious, I'm very happy for God from any religion to come down, just one, any religion, and just come down, explain what's happened before, and solve everything coming up. And if they're not going to do that, I'm just not going to believe them. I can't believe in something that's never come. And World War II was my example, where 60 million dead, death camps, gulags. Surely that's the time for the guy to come down and go, enough.
Absolutely.
But
absolutely.
And maybe they're there, but in the meantime, it's up to us because no one is helping us, and it's the goodwill of human beings that will make humanity great again.
Absolutely, and we have to take on that. I think we absolutely have to take on that, each and every one of us. To do what we can. Yeah.
Right. So now I'm reading down things which I have information on yourself, and then you can do it. So the CEO of Psi Foundation, a charity supporting public health.
That's the Schistosomiyces Control Initiative, and we helpfully just make it SCI.
Right, gotcha.
For ease of pronunciation.
Right, that's the one that we've just been talking about.
Yes,
also, honorary professor at the Royal Veterinary College and vice chair of the Royal Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene.
Indeed, yes. I'm very honoured for both of those. And actually, I trained. So I originally trained as a vet, and kind of worked in clinical practice, and then sort of became really interested in this idea of what we sort of call One Health, which is this idea that the interconnectedness of animals and people, and very importantly, the sort of environment. So I guess I've come at sort of the human health problem very much from the sort of veterinary background, and many, in fact, 50% of these neglected tropical diseases, they have an animal as part of their sort of transmission cycle.
Right.
So there's a species of Schistosomiyces that actually is carried by water buffalo. So in many Asian countries, obviously water buffalo coming to waterholes and areas where people also get their water, will contaminate the water, and they will then obviously infect the people, and have those very debilitating effects on the people. So so I guess that's my real area of interest. This kind of idea that we need to sort of reassert a balance, I think, between the health of animals, people, and the environment. Because if you think about it from sort of evolutionary terms, the majority of our existence has been just as kind of slightly less hairy, chimpanzees, in amongst a whole load of other species living, quite in harmony.
Yeah.
And then in a very short time, we have suddenly kind of assumed this dominance over the whole species of other species.
Yeah.
And that we're not sort of necessarily recognising the responsibility that has to go with that, and that we can't just promote human health and human well-being and human wealth at the expense of all other species.
Yeah.
So it's really just about trying to kind of reassert this kind of balance of trying to get all those kind of components of health back realigned as a kind of whole.
I'm going to say something here. You may know these figures, but I got this off David Attenborough's latest Netflix
Right.
show, which is that, and quite alarming figures, about 33%, it's about a third of the, I suppose it's mammals in the world are us. Another 60% are animals we keep for slaughter
Yes.
in order to eat, and only 4% are wild animals. And that
Yeah.
just seems beyond bonkers. That just is very
Oh.
weird.
It's absolutely crazy. And of that 4%, we are constantly encroaching
Yeah.
on their habitats. And this is where so many of these zoonotic diseases, which unfortunately, we're all incredibly aware of at this time. But it's pushing the habitats closer and closer to humans that allows the diseases to jump across. But another interesting fact that I like though is for us to remember that 60% of all diseases that humans have actually come from animals.
Oh,
So
wow.
that kind of linkage is right there, and as we know that percentage will be higher for these what we call emerging diseases that sadly the kind of COVIDs and the SARS and the HIVs that are coming out. Then the likelihood is that they will probably come from an animal origin as well.
Now, I've been saying this, I wonder what you think of people talk about COVID nationalism. There's there's a number of leaders around the world who've got in and they wish to do nationalism, they wish to do separation, our country's better than your country, as opposed to patriotism, where you're proud of your country, which I'm definitely a patriot. And I think this is the time to do the opposite, because COVID nationalism will not go. COVID internationalism is the one that's going to work, where we're all learning off each other. How do we do lockdown best? Who did the best lockdowns? What did they do? They seemed going fast, going hard. It was the best. Sharing the vaccines. What do you think of?
I cannot agree with you more. And and in a way it seems so counterintuitive because it's so obvious that a problem that started in one country, within a matter of months, that has become a global, pandemic. So actually, this kind of idea of shrinking, and just looking out for yourself, just seems to be so counter to kind of actually what is going on. And I think that that whole partnership. And I know that you've sort of talked to Toko, Camilla and others from the Uniting to Combat NTD, but I think that is kind of our way of really trying to kind of counteract that, because we know that we have to work in partnership to have the kind of global reach that we need, and I think it's not only trying to partner with people that we're doing similar things with to make sure that we don't kind of duplicate and we can coordinate, but I think also we've got to reach out to people that have different agendas to us, that don't think the way we do, if we are going to find the solutions to these global kind of problems. And for us, what that looks like is for us to kind of reach out, from as I said at the beginning, more of the kind of the drug delivery side of things, to also think about as I mentioned, how do we link with water and sanitation organisations, because they're going to be key to, to solving, the global problem that we look at around the neglected tropical diseases. And we know that they have slightly different kind of agendas and way of targeting their interventions than perhaps we do. So we need to then, find a way of having those conversations, across different partners. And I think this is something, that I know sort of goes to your very heart of how we create this kind of network of connections that's stronger, that our own personal connections are stronger, than what is being imposed on us by these different leaders. And I think our duty is not only to kind of have strong connections with our friends, but also to really try and reach out and find some way of connecting with those people that think very, very differently from us.
Yes. Or encouraging people to vote them out so that we can go back to trying to make the whole world work, because
Exactly.
my worldview, I've articulated it down to a fair chance in life should be the right of every person in the world, and that's it in one sentence. It's as clear as I've got it so far, and that seems unarguable. That's just a chance, not a free gift, not a lifted and laid, just a fair chance to struggle forward, and a lot of people do not have this.
Absolutely, and we see very much the communities who we work alongside absolutely don't have those chances, and I think that the other piece that we're thinking around that partnership, exactly sort of speaking to what you've just said though, is that for everyone to have a chance, those people, the people with very few chances must have more chances. However, also the people, and I count myself as one of those who've had all the chances, they have to give up some of their chances. And I think that is often where, that is the real sticking point. We can all get behind, those opportunities for people that don't have them, but it's much more difficult to kind of give away the fact that many of us have through no effort of our own.
I would articulate it a little differently. I'd say we need to give up some of our privilege, is what I would articulate. Whereas the chances, we just want to increase the chances and level the playing field in the sense that everyone has the chance. Not that if you're a well-off person who's very conservative thinking, traditional thinking, you think, I've done well, I've worked hard. Well, someone else should be allowed also to get on that ladder and work their way up. And not that they have your life, but they have their chance. And it's that, and if we've got an abundance of a whole load of things, it's without, because some people will twist this into an idea that people who have got some cash, they need to cut it off and give it to other people and wholesale. I'm not saying that, because I'm saying I've got a decent life, but I want to other people in the world, all people in the world, to be able to have the chance to bring them up to where we are, rather than pull us down to where they were. And that's the thing that the right wing will twist, and I will push back on endlessly. So, anyway.
Yes, absolutely. But I think the sort of whole concept of that equity, of opportunity is something that I think the NTD community are absolutely kind of committed to, and we see actually the opportunity of our sort of disease control programs that may seem kind of very narrow, but they are opportunities for us to look at what are the real needs of the communities, and how can we support the systems around them, the health systems around them, to provide what they need, so they can have those chances themselves and not be hampered by the kind of the ill health that obviously goes with these diseases.
Very good. Now, can I ask what part of the world you're calling from, where you're
So based? I'm in the south of England.
South of England. So how is COVID? How is everyone dealing with COVID in your situation? Yourself personally, in your family? How's that going?
I've got my two children homeschooling and home working, which is always very interesting. But yeah, I mean, we're very fortunate. I think we're incredibly fortunate that, you know, as an organisation, we can work remotely. You know, we're sort of used to working remotely. Having because as an organisation we work very closely with our Ministry of Health partners, so we don't have any offices in the countries that we support. We in fact just have we just have people, our team here, go and work directly with our colleagues in the Ministry of Health. So we're very used to kind of working remotely. So actually, it hasn't really been too challenging.
Okay, well that's good. Hope everyone is staying safe.
Sure. Sure.
And yeah, my brain is going zonk. So.
Oh, absolutely, and I must sympathise with the occasional walking from my very limited marathon career. I did one of the run for 20 minutes, walk for 2 minutes, run for 20 minutes,
right.
Which made it feel like I was only ever running for 20 minutes because I was always looking forward to that kind of walk break. So, I really appreciate that.
Tell us about that one for people who haven't known about it. Is that a book? Is that an idea? What is the 20?
Sure. Yes, it is a book, and I awfully have immediately forgotten the name of the gentleman. But it's derived for the older runner.
Does it have a title? Does it have a title you remember?
Oh, do you know? I absolutely do not. Isn't that awful?
Okay. Well, so if they search online and they put in run 20 minutes, walk 20 minutes, it probably would find it. Yeah.
It absolutely would. It absolutely would.
And you found that really good? You found that?
I found that really helpful, actually. Yes.
Yeah.
And again, as you so rightly say, it's 90% here, and the other 10% is in your mind.
Yeah.
And and that I just found from a psychological point of view was helpful.
Yes, that is it indeed. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for talking to us. I should say, people around the world, please go to eddieizzard.com to donate, and you can help in the combating schistosomiasis. Schistosomiasis. I got to put that now. Schistosomiasis and other neglected tropical diseases.
Absolutely.
And you can also do text.
And again, a huge congratulations. I'm afraid I just have two people here that want to congratulate you on your amazing on your amazing experience, on your amazing challenge. So
thank you.
So thank you, and thank you so much for taking on the mantle of NTDs. We really do appreciate the huge commitment that you've made to raising the awareness for these diseases. It's really so important to us. So thank you so much for that from the very bottom of our hearts. Thank you.
Not a problem. Keep up the good work. Thanks. Take care.
Thank you.
Cheers. So, yes, and you can donate to 70810. And you can write the word 10, T-E-N, to donate £10, or 20, T-W-E-N-T-Y, to donate £20. It's 70810 if your phone is a UK phone. Now, before we go on to Patrick Randolph, who lives in Kansas City, what I need, Dave, you see the details below. Dave, if you could talk to me.
Hello.
I need to be able to see at the end, if there's so much information, I can't see what's next on.
I just having that conversation, actually.
Yeah, that's great. It's either going to go down a point size. I have got a lens in so I can read better in my long vision. So yeah, I can read that. I just, if I don't know what's coming up, I don't know when we're stopping, I don't know anything.
Yeah,
so I need to see the beginning and the end. And if it's too much, if you could just ask Claire or Miranda, can they edit it down a bit?
Yeah, we'll try and limit the amount so we can get
that would be fantastic. Okay. Very good. I'm going down to a bit of a walk again. Still feel like having a pee, which is annoying. 9 kilometers. When we get to 21, that will be halfway. That will be a nice feel. So we almost have two high points today in today's run. Oh, I know what I'm going to do. I am going to stop the thing. I'm having a break. Having a break.
NTD. It's not terribly descriptive. Needlessly tricky denomination. We need to disentangle, need to define, nothing to declare, National Turnip Day, never tickle dinosaurs. No, that's daft. Now the disclosure. Neglected tropical diseases, not that difficult. Neglected though? Deserted, disenfranchised, desperate, dying. No, that's dreadful. Now these diseases need to discontinue, need to disappear. Never mind the difficulties. No more tedious delays. Now's the decade. Nations together declare no to disease, no to discrimination. Nobody treated differently. Neglected tropical diseases. End the neglect.
It started with a box, and 2.8 million more just like it. Rations meant for war would now help those victimized by it. Passed from hand to hand, they moved together across land and sea, to a place where everything was broken, where everything had been lost. The box revealed its gift: food, survival, hope. The knowledge that someone, somewhere far away, wanted to help. Goodwill put into action, a world embraced, and yet only the beginning of the story. The need was bigger, deeper, more fundamental. It still is. A chronic absence of food and clean water. Hunger, starvation, desperation. Sickness that racks young and old, mounting pressure on communities already in distress. The ones who can change the world for the better, stripped of their gifts. Every path blocked, and seemingly no way out. But as understanding of the problems grew, our simple box changed. It now turned to the roots of suffering, to empower those at the brink, life flowing back into communities, nourishment sustained, the seeds of hope planted. Communities freed from sickness, the good building on the good, powering the engines of change. The future we will all share, built on a simple truth. That when you give of yourself, you can be the difference in people's lives. You can help deliver lasting change. Its colors are different. Its mission has grown. But it's the same care package. The simple box that gives us all the power to change the world for good.
Life is a journey. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. It can be hard. Sometimes it takes a "I will." Other times a simple "I do." We take each step with our focus ahead. We have plans and strategies, but they do not always work out. There are times when we get knocked down and doors close behind us. Our hopes can often be replaced by fears. We can lose our direction and struggle with change, become passengers in a life that is spinning too fast. At times like this, we need someone beside us. Someone to listen, to advise and support us, see what is really possible. Someone to give hope and to get us over that line. And someone to say bye when the job is done. Walking with the Wounded supports ex-servicemen and women with physical, mental or social injuries to gain the skills and qualifications to develop new careers outside the military, reintegrate into society and provide long-term security for themselves and their families. Our programs give vital support to the most vulnerable and hard-to-reach veterans, those who are wounded, homeless, or within the criminal justice system. Support more of our wounded to regain their independence.
Hi there, I'm back. So, here we're talking to Patrick Randolph in just a minute. From Kansas City. We're coming up to 10k. 10.5k will be just halfway to 21. 21 is the halfway point of the entire challenge. So that'll be good. We're celebrating Warsaw, Warszawa. Warszawa is a Polish pronunciation of what we pronounce Warsaw in Poland. So all the people in Poland, we've got the Polish flag here alongside the European Union flag and the United Nations flag, reaching out around the world. Pictures of Poland there behind us, and we're running on.
Eddie, take me through to Patrick.
Thank you very much. Hello, Patrick.
Hi there, Eddie. How are you?
I'm okay. How are you doing?
Good. Congratulations. You're just about halfway through, I understand.
Yes, indeed. I am soldiering on. I just keep, each day I start a bit weak, every day. As soon as I do the first 5 minutes, I go, oh, I feel like I'm just finishing yesterday. And then I build up a bit, and then I go a bit down, a bit up, a bit down. But, and often need to go to the loo, which seems more often than I normally do when I'm outdoors. But maybe it's because I can. I don't know if that's psychological, but how are you? You're in Kansas City at the moment, yeah?
I am, yes. I'm in Kansas City.
Now, can you tell the world, because I find Kansas City, there are two Kansas cities, is that right?
Well, there's Kansas City, Kansas, and Missouri, but actually we're right straddling the state line.
Yeah.
So it's actually one city, but we're divided by the state line.
Gotcha, it is one city, but that is unusual, isn't it? The state line going.
Yeah, that's unique, yeah. I don't know any other city like that.
Does it cause any problems?
Yes, it does cause problems.
The
politics are radically different right now in Kansas and Missouri. So
right,
Kansas is much more progressive and kind of stoic,
yep.
And Missouri is very charismatic and conservative. Okay. So it's causing a great deal of problems right now.
And do the police forces come right up to one main street, and then there's one police on one side, one police force on another side, or is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That must be.
I actually live maybe a block from the state line.
Yeah.
And they're right up against each other. Historically, the Civil War, many of the important Civil War battles were fought just about a block from me, and because of course Kansas was a free state, Missouri was a slave state.
Right.
And so yeah, we're right there.
Yeah. No, I know. I'm semi-encyclopedic on your Civil War. It was a tough old time. Maybe it's still rumbling on, but anyway, yes, I know that and where you are back in the day, it was there was a civil war actually happening in the state. Was it in Missouri? They considered that a civil war happened in that state because it was half was on one side, half on the other, or was that Kansas? I'm not sure. I think it was Missouri.
Well, no, it was Kansas was the abolitionist state.
Right, and
so the people from Missouri were streaming over into Kansas to try and stop the abolitionists, specifically John Brown.
Right.
And we were, and so where I'm from was kind of the front line of that fight.
Gotcha. Okay, now tell us your story. So you used to be in Los Angeles, and you used to be an executive. I'm not sure if you've written these lines here. Alcoholic, asshole executive. Is this coming from yourself? So,
yeah, it is. Yeah. I'm a recovering alcoholic. I've been sober now for 8 years.
Excellent.
And
well done. Congratulations.
I had an extensive career working for some of America's finest soul-crushing companies.
Right.
In fact, I worked for Gateway Computers for several years, which was run by Governor Rick Schneider, who you may have heard of recently in the news.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So So, and you, at the time, were you using, do you think alcohol was helping you do that because your mind and your conscience, you didn't feel you quite fit in that, or did it actually, because I did accounting and financial management, so there was a point where when I think the short, is it the short sell, the film, and anyway, I could have been in the financial industry, so I'm kind of curious to talk to anyone like yourself who was in that, well, not financial industry, but the executive industry. That could have been me. My dad was an executive with British Petroleum before they did the whole thing in the Gulf of Mexico, before anyone jumps up and down. So it's that could have been my life. So yes, tell us about it and tell us how you decided to change and how you got a grip on your life.
Well, I was actually a radio news reporter and fairly active in Democratic politics for many years. But my father, my father's a second generation American. His father was Sicilian. Very much wanted to push me toward success. So since he was a law professor, it was my generation's turn to become a non-academic achiever in the business world.
Right.
So I was pushed very hard into going into business, and so I met a man named Ted Waite, who started Gateway, very much like Steve Jobs of the PC world.
Yep.
And I began working there, and of course he was fired halfway through my my employment there, and Rick Steiner was brought in to replace him. But once that happened, yes, I did begin to drink quite a bit because I felt like I was living the big lie, which I think a lot of us in America feel now, and it kind of escalated from there. But the thing is that at that point in time, there's a lot of money rolling around in the tech industry. So I kept trying to get out, but then someone would offer me more and more money, and then more money, and then more money to work at their company. And it got to the point where all I had to do was say yes and show up once a month, and I could collect a check. So it certainly really tended to make me more of an alcoholic, shall we say. So yeah, that's what happened. So about 8 years ago, I decided, after my father died, actually, I decided it was time to kind of clean up my life and go back to my roots. So I've done that now, and I now I'm very active in AA, and I have a YouTube channel doing retro computing, and I also work as an IT handyman. So that's what I do.
Oh, that's great. IT handyman will never not be needed. But I'm interested in your YouTube channel. Tell us about this, Dinty's Hideaway. Tell us more about that.
Well, there's an extensive retro computing community all around the world now, and it's all Gen Xers who are kind of wanting to relive their past, and we have a lot of us have YouTube channels, and we're all kind of weird, It's kind of the group that used to go see Rocky Horror Picture Show on Friday nights at midnight.
Right.
That same group now have the retro computing YouTube channel. So I have a lot of friends. Kim Justice is probably the king of that, or the queen. She's from London, and a lot of us we can tell stories about different areas of technology. Some of us do gaming. I tend to do more of the historical documentaries on companies because that's my background.
Right. Yeah.
And so that's what we do, and it's the viewership's not fantastic, but that's not the point. The point is it's a way we can communicate with each other, and a lot of us. I'm dyslexic also, and so I've always had issues communicating in words and written words, but not verbally. But I think all of these people, some of them aren't quite complete in terms of their education or their ability to communicate with the outside world. And it's come across now that they're in their late 40s and 50s. Now they are doing these YouTube channels, and they're kind of communicating in a way that makes sense to them.
Right.
So it's an important thing, and we all enjoy doing it.
Yeah, I was there at the there were people there at the very beginning, and I was probably the second wave. This is in the UK, because we were always going to be behind the west coast of America. But I do remember we had a Sinclair ZX Spectrum that came out in Britain, which is one of our early computers, but I got the other one. I wanted a QWERTY keyboard because I taught myself to type. So I got an Oric computer, which then disappeared off the face of the earth. And I was trying to teach myself programming. I taught myself BASIC, and I tried to do a bit of machine code, but I was seriously considering, I could see that computer games were going to be a thing, and I was a gamer, I suppose you call them now. I was an asteroid king. I call this is a title I give myself, but I did. If you ever, I don't know if you remember asteroids, but they get a little spaceship blowing up big rocks. That's basically what it was. But if you put a 10-pence piece in Britain, and the first course they get about 1,000 or 2,000, 2,500. I eventually got over 1 million. That was my longest game. I played for an hour and a half, and I got a score of 1 million. And so I was kind of addicted to it. And there was Defender as well. So I liked the games. I was thinking of getting into that stuff. So I do find computers fascinating, what they can do. And the older generation, I do remember, this must be what you're talking about on the YouTube channels. Yeah, fascinating stuff. So,
yeah, it's interesting. The challenge that we do a lot is we'll take a 45-year-old computer and we'll try and set it up so we can do everything we do in our daily lives on a 45-year-old computer.
Oh, really?
Just to see if we can do it. And actually, you can do it,
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's interesting. I was not so much a gamer, but I liked games.
Right.
But I really enjoyed the whole notion that you had this method of expression, right? That the computer was a way that you communicate with people.
Yeah.
I remember Kate Bush had a song about communicating with people via computer back in the early '80s.
Right.
And that very much struck me as being the truth. So I kind of built off of that, and I still today really enjoy working with people with computers because I feel like it gives them an alternate mode of expression. Because it's so hard to tell the truth these days,
Yes.
and you have to hide behind something, right? So the computer is as good as a thing as any to do that with. And sometimes it's been bastardized with all these, conservative, horrible, Twitter channels and whatnot, but it's not always. There's a lot of good in it too.
Yeah, well, this is the thing. Any new invention will have positive sides, progressive sides, and some, a whole lot of regressive sides. We can communicate around the world. We could help save a child's life, but people could get together in order to destroy a child's life. So I suppose this has always been the way. When they invented the Gutenberg, when Mr. Gutenberg came up with his printing press, and then I've read things about our Civil War, in the English Civil War, and they would talk about the pamphleteers. The pamphleteers were the social media, and they had their own printing presses, so the royalist pamphleteers, come on, make more pamphlets. Everyone on the parliamentary side are bastards, and then on the other side, the parliamentary side, they go, come on, it's all the rich bastards. It was just, you could see that they would angle their words, angle their arguments, and these are all probably lost because these were bits of paper and they would disappear, back in the 1600s, but any new invention goes both ways, which is the trouble with humanity. It's because of the dark side of humanity. We're trying to be the light side, the positive side. So, anyway. Now, I've also got something written down in front of me. You say a very nice thing about me and my comedy, but you mentioned Robin Williams, that you really like Robin Williams and Gary Shandling, who, of course, I like. I met them both. And it was beautiful. Robin became producer on my show down the West Coast in San Francisco and LA. And that was great. And I never realized he was going through such a tough time. I had this weird thing. Robin did say, come and hang out if you're in San Francisco, but I'd never want to phone him up and bother him. I do that. I just don't. I feel in case someone goes, oh, it's you. All right, I just don't want to be on the wrong side of those relationships. Then Gary Shandling came to my gig when I was in LA, and he was great. I mean, his stuff is just so off the wall, and it's very sad that Gary's gone as well. There's a picture of me. If you Google there's a picture of me and Gary Shandling and Robin Williams and Billy Crystal. 4 of us. I'm the idiot on the right hand side, and then there's 3 comedy greats plus a bozo, and that's just a wonderful photo. I think it was Man of the Century, Robin's film, the opening of that, and suddenly the 4 of us were there, and suddenly I was in the group. Suddenly I was in a photograph. Very nice photograph to be in. Yeah, but you like your comedy.
I do. I always found you and Gary Shandling to be much alike because, you know, Gary is very unassuming and can get away with saying almost anything.
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know, did you ever see his first appearance on Carson?
I think I have. I think I've looked it up. Yeah, remind me, what did he do?
Well, the very first, he comes on stage and he says, hi, I'm Gary Shandling, you know, and, you know, I'm concerned about my dog. I think there's something wrong with his penis. It really tastes salty.
Did they show that? Did they show?
Oh, yes! That's exactly what I'm saying. Gary Shandling could get away with anything because he was just so unassuming and nice, and I loved him, you know. Can you imagine if Richard Pryor had done that? But no, it's Gary Shandling.
No, it's crazy. It's yeah, he came and saw a gig when I was playing Largo on La Cienega, which I think Conan is now doing his show from Largo. This wonderful theatre there, little theatre, which I accidentally discovered when I was walking through to another theatre. And I said, we got to play this one on La Cienega, which means the swamp in Spanish, in case people don't, which I obviously must be in the swampy area in the old days. Yeah, Gary's just great stuff, great off-the-wall stuff, and Robin, hey-ho. But I'm doing these shows every night, you might have heard, 7 p.m. London time.
I haven't watched it yet because I wasn't aware you could just stream it. I actually looked at the thing, it says tickets. I said, oh, that's unfortunate, I won't be able to go. But then I tell you, yeah, you can stream it, so yeah, I guess I am going to go then. Which is wonderful.
In fact, Patrick, it's only streaming. There's no one in the audience. We're in a COVID thing, so I'm talking to no one. I'm just talking to you guys. So I'd be interested, as you are an aficionado, because I think my shows are getting quite good now. I'm mixing older material. I'm trying to put a best-of show together, but I'm also improvising and doing a bit of biography thing, because I do a biography show as well, talking about my weird life. So it sort of segues now. And last night's was quite entertaining, I think. You know, some of them have been a little bit weird, and I do fall asleep. You'll see me actually fall asleep mid-sentence. That is my gift, is because I'm so tired that I'll be in the middle of the sentence and you'll just think, what's he talking about? That's when I've just fallen asleep and come back again.
So can I ask you a question about that? Because I've been curious. So you aren't in front of an audience, right?
No.
So do you find your because you don't have that interaction, do you find your comedy more going towards a spoken word thing, like a Spalding Gray type of thing, and less of a stand-up kind of thing, or is there any alteration you've had to make with not being in front of an audience?
Well, I felt the pressure was off in a way. I have done, you know, thousands of hours on stage, so if I'm doing, and I want to do the old material as opposed to the latest show, which hasn't been released yet, Wunderbar. So I didn't know what I was going to say, but I am doing these 6-hour podcasts every day as well, basically talking to people. So I thought I could just go on there and I'll just talk and see what happens. So the first show I did was pretty much about life and getting to here and doing marathons, and that was like this. Since my autobiography came out, I've done a biography tour to go with it. So it was kind of like that. But since then I've been bringing material and some stuff, and now it's a mix. And it doesn't matter that the audience is there, because these older pieces, I know they work. I knew they work with an audience, so I leave a gap for any laughter that might happen around the world. But if it doesn't, I don't really mind, because I'm just chatting away, you know. And I've tried to train myself to keep my gate open in my head so that I'm always going this, oh, what about this? And then what about that? Because when you get fear in, if you're scared that, oh my God, I'm being embarrassing, it isn't working, it'll close up and then you'll get even worse. So you have to be open and relaxed. And that's what I try and do every night at 7. Yeah. So if anyone...
You know, we lived a good time, because I know that you were active in politics for a moment. And I remember reading about that in the paper and thinking to myself, well, that's it for her then. We're not, the comedian's gone. We're not going to see her again. She's just going to be doing the politics from now on. But thanks to this, I was a subscriber to your channel and it pops up. Oh my gosh, there is life left. So I was glad to hear that. But honestly, I thought you had taken to a role in politics and that was going to be, the last time I'd see you on stage. So I'm quite grateful for this.
Well, let me tell you about it. I will go into politics. That's still happening, but I will come out. Arnold Schwarzenegger went into politics, and he came out, and he's recently been tweeting. I don't know if you've seen it. Very good messages, very positive messages, pushing back against Trump and the extreme the way he's inciting people. So Glenda Jackson, our country, 23 years she went into politics, then came out, went to Broadway and the West End of London. So that's what I'll do. So I will come back. But even in politics, you're able to use comedy, but it's not a building thing. You have to build in politics. You have to analyze. But comedy is good to puncture pomposity in politics and to use against the other side. You say, I believe in humanity, and the other side, they believe in this. And that's where you can put your comedy light relief in a way, because politics is very dry, as you know. It can be. I mean, when it's extreme, it doesn't become dry, but then it's just violence and the threat of violence and all this kind of stuff. But real politics is as tricky as it looks, it's as complex as it looks. So I will be using that in a certain way in my political life, but for the moment I have to wait until a by-election comes up or another election, which will be 3 or 4 years. So I'm still fighting in drama and comedy in the wide world until then.
Yeah, it's been a scary time here. We obviously you've heard the news about the Capitol.
Yep.
That was no fun.
Yeah.
Fortunately, here we have we actually fielded a pretty good player from Kansas City. We have a lesbian activist and former MMA fighter named Sharice Davids, who's our congressional representative.
Wow.
And so we didn't have much to worry about with her. She could certainly take care of herself. But it was a scary time, and I remember back when I was active in politics, I was with the Jerry Brown campaign in 1992.
Right.
And we were in Omaha. I was his Midwest media coordinator at the time, which was an entirely self-designated position, by the way. It was a very disorganized campaign.
Right.
Intentionally. But I was in Omaha, and we were staying in a hotel all together because we had no budget. Jerry was staying at someone's house and didn't have cable, and the riots broke out. So Jerry came to the hotel we were at, and I remember seeing his silhouette sitting on the floor, Indian style, all of us standing behind him, watching the riots on TV live, and just looking at his face, just frozen. And I thought I remember thinking to myself, what is he feeling right now? And then last week when the Capitol riots broke out, I understood.
Yeah.
I felt that same way.
Yeah.
It was a very disturbing and moving moment for me personally.
Yeah.
And it was incredibly scary because, I remember Tiananmen Square in China.
Yeah.
I remember when the communist government almost fell, it was a very similar scenario. You had the students coming in, and the police saw these students and said, well, we're not going to, monkey with those people. I mean, they're our people. They're our children, they're our friends. We're not going to try and, shoot them or send them off. Well, the same thing happened here. The police and the people in charge protecting these people saw these people come in and said, well, these are blonde, white people in their, in their 50s, and these are like our parents. We're not going to send them, we shouldn't be afraid of them. And I think that's exactly what happened, and it created a very tense situation. And I was very scared because I thought, well, if they don't get their heads out of their butts, so to speak, and start dealing with this, then we will lose. And we will lose. This democracy will fail. Will fall today. It was I thought it was very serious, much more serious than I think most people realize.
Yeah, I know, it's a very dodgy time. Hopefully you would feel that the Tiananmen Square, the students were kind of on the sides of progress and
well, of course,
humanity.
saying it was the same. It was a mandate, I guess, is what I was saying. you know, you have the Chinese are very big on the mandate, right?
Right.
So taking Tiananmen Square for 5 days, they were going to eventually take the mandate of power just by not leaving, right?
Right.
Well, I think that was what these protesters were trying to do, you know, in Washington. It had never been done before. No one had thought, you know, to take the Capitol building, right?
Yeah.
And I think that would have essentially had a very similar effect to the Chinese. But although I agree, history is on the side of the Chinese protesters and not on the side of the Capitol protesters. However, I think that there are certain parallels to be drawn.
Well, it's interesting that thing that people have been mentioning of make the Black Lives Matter protests when they were there, and Trump wanted to go and hold a Bible up that he obviously doesn't believe in front of a church. There was a very strong police presence there, but when it was these guys on the 6th of January, there was a weaker police presence, which doesn't make any sense, except for the National Guard is controlled by Trump. So that's
well, you know, sadly, Eddie, I think that the problem is that just like in South Africa, our current generation of police have been specifically hired to keep blacks and whites separated, and this is in fact the entire argument of Black Lives Matter, and it's a cogent and correct argument. The fact of the matter is that these police, through no fault of their own, were hired and trained to do a job, and that job was to keep the poor unwashed away from the white people, and that is a very clear thing. And if you're an American, you know, and you're around it every day, saying that is not a controversial statement, nor is it even a statement most people would argue with. That is in fact the case. You know, what are we going to do now? You know, we thought we learned our lesson in 1992 with the Rodney King riots.
Yeah.
Really, we didn't, and things have gotten, if anything, they've gotten worse. You know, plus we have such a loose control of governance here. You know, and the policing that we have is the loosest control of governance. You know, there's so many levels of it, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is you have, you know, kind of these several generations old Scotch-Irish people who live in rural areas who feel dispossessed, and they are, because they did work hard, they did follow the rules, and now most of them are unemployed and living on welfare, and they're no longer counted as unemployed because they just don't count, period. That's the way the statistics work in the United States, you know?
Really?
So, and their children are the police that the Black Lives Matter protesters are talking about. You know,
Right.
so if you look at it in those terms, how could it be, where's the argument? We know what's going on, we know the problem. You know, the problem is that we need to reach out together and form relationships, because the people who are sitting unemployed in rural areas for no good reason other than the fact that we can't provide them with employment, you know, outside of Walmart or some other ridiculously horrible job, you know, and how can we appease them and still make America the progressive, you know, place it needs to be?
Yeah.
That's the problem. You know, but we can't just say, oh, I'm sorry, we're done with you, because we can't say that.
Right.
You know, these people's great grandparents were the people who settled this nation, and it's very difficult. You know, so
Yeah,
I don't know.
Real politics is as complicated as it looked. That's the trouble. It looks complicated and therefore gets boring because arguments on both sides. But I think what Trump did is said, look, I've got simplistic ideas and that will help it. And also he used lying as this tool of politics, which is so dangerous. And he did the big lie at the end, like the trying to steal the election. And that's what he was trying to do. And he was accusing Joe Biden of doing that. So anyway, Trump has just been a bad thing. He's a bit a fake. I call him a fake president. I think that's the poster. Trump there and fake president across it, and that's his epitaph, I'm afraid. Now, Patrick, I have to go, I'm afraid, because I've got to talk to more people. Great talking to you, though.
Yes. I very much enjoyed talking to you, and I hope we do it again sometime.
Yes, absolutely.
Maybe I'll run into you at some point.
Yeah. Now, you stay safe, and stay safe on the COVID thing as well. And yeah, good luck to you. And
Thank you. You do as well.
And well done for your 8 years. 8 years.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Well, you went to running.
Yeah.
have a good one.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay, I'm going to do a quick loo break. I might be a little bit late for Rob Love, who is the crowdfunder CEO. This is where you're donating around the world. It's going to crowdfunder.co.uk. I'm just going to be back in.
Hi, I'm Kevin Ryan, the president and CEO of Covenant House International. For nearly 50 years, Covenant House has been a place of promise and of hope for young people experiencing homelessness. Now more than ever, we need partners in the community to unite with us to end youth homelessness. Every person deserves a safe place to sleep and hope for a brighter tomorrow. For young people, homelessness interrupts progress toward adulthood and a future of independence and self-sufficiency. Covenant House's doors are always open to all young people who need housing and help, regardless of their race or their religion, their sexual orientation, their gender identity or expression. Our trauma-informed services help bridge the gap between potential and progress, and we also advocate for systemic change through public policy while promoting awareness of the critical issues related to youth homelessness. The Covenant House mission is centered and built on community, where youth and staff and volunteers and our partners love one another unconditionally, respect each other absolutely, and dedicate ourselves to a covenant of compassion and hope. Learn more about resilient young people at Covenant House and our life-affirming services at covenanthouse.org.
Okay. So, talking to Rob Love any second now. Bit late. Thank you. Rob Love.
Who's Rob?
Hi, Rob.
Hey, Eddie, how you doing?
I am good. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Yes, well done. You're nearly halfway. Keep
Thank
going,
you.
it's brilliant.
Was I getting your name wrong? Did we have your name wrong up earlier this morning?
I think you might have done the Rob Lowe trick. That happens to me quite a lot. I'm quite happy with that, to be honest. I don't mind being Rob Lowe for a while.
But interesting. But Rob Love, that means that your ancestors at some point, they must have, when they called Mr. Baker, okay, you're doing baking, so we're going to call you Baker, and you're going to be Mr. Carpenter, and you're going to be Mr. Cooper making barrels, and your ancient ancestor must have, well, you're very good at making love, so it must have been that.
Yeah, well, I'll take that. It's a great surname. It's very good when you're booking hotel rooms.
Yeah, it's good. It wasn't a problem at school. No one.
I tried to make the most of it. I mean, you got to work with it, haven't you, really? So, I made the most of it, I think.
Was it someone you could just go up to people when you're 18 at a nightclub and say, "My name is Love"?
Yeah, no one would ever believe you.
Yeah.
But, I made the most of it, I think. You got to work on that.
Very good. I know you didn't know this interview was going to start like this, but anyway, there you go. Now,
that's fine.
So you're the Chief Executive Officer of Crowdfunder, and all the good people around the world who are going to eddieizzard.com and donating. That is through crowdfunder.co.uk. So yes, tell us how's it all going with the fundraising on our fund?
It's going really well. Then it's you're coming up to the halfway stage, and I think that we're well on the way to hitting your initial target of 100,000. So we're going to get you there really quickly.
Yeah.
And I think we're going to up the target. It's one of those great moments in crowdfunding when we can say, great, we've hit the initial target, let's bump it up. So we're going to try and get that up to 150,000 and then just keep it going.
Wonderful.
So a bit like running, you've got to get the momentum on, you've got to get the pace right. So it starts off quite busy. Now it's time to hit that initial target. Everyone builds some confidence, and now we're going to push it on. So hopefully we'll be able to do that in the next, few hours or so. First initial target, and then set a new target and smash that one too, Eddie.
Very good. That's what we like to hear. And tell us about yourself. I've got some information about you in front of me. I'll read it out to you, and then you can tell me if we've got it right. You're a natural disruptor. Want to know
that's a good phrase. What?
Yeah. Is that come from? Is that what should be on your CV? Changing not only the TV, food, and energy sectors, but now the finance industry. Yes. Tell us a bit about that. That sounds fascinating.
I think what that really means is that I haven't had a job. It just means that I do lots of weird things to try and mess things up, which is, I'm quite happy with being a disruptor. That's a good phrase. So yeah, I'm quite happy about that. But it's the lack of a proper career, Eddie. That's what it is. It's just doing stuff that I want to do and friends want to do, and working together to try and make a difference and make a change. I think in life.
Can you tell us in the TV, food, and energy sectors what you did, if that information is correct, and what you did, have you done that said, well, it was like this and I moved it to that? Any examples of this? Because that's, for young kids growing up, it's good to know if you can do things in a different way.
When I was a young kid, I guess I was quite lucky, and I got a chance to work on a TV show called Big Brother, which you would have heard of. Yeah. And it became quite a phenomenon around the world. So we were a bunch of guys that got involved in it. It started off with quite a worthy concept, which is that if you put human beings into a space and lock them in, what would they actually do? And I think it was fairly highbrow in its origination, but immediately it turned into one of TV's trashiest shows. But that's its popularity. And I was involved with a few others in the bit which was about raising the money. And you may or may not remember, but in the early days of Big Brother, it took enormous amounts of cash on the telephone lines of people calling in to do the voting. Oh. So we were the first place in the world in the UK to do the voting, and £1 million in one day. It sort of changed the face of TV. So we got to play on that and drive it around the world, which was good fun.
And that money that was coming in for voting, that just went to the programme? That was just gravy?
Production company, yeah. I mean, in terms of television, The Guardian ran a headline that said it's the day that the internet changed forever, but in reality it was probably the day that television changed forever, because you can make TV shows and make that sort of money from voting. We know what that went on to do, but it was a big moment in time. So we got 15 minutes of fame, and we were delivering that around the world. It was pretty exciting stuff. So as I say, I was lucky to be involved in that, and then it's what you do with that. What you've learned from that and what you're going to turn it into. So I guess that was the starting point, and then I went on to do I guess what I like to say is had a bit of an ethical swing and went on to try and do something a little bit more worthy than trashy TV. So got involved in food and started working, set up a company called River Cottage, working with Hugh, Fernie Whittinstall. You must know Hugh, I'm sure you've crossed paths. And we started to try and take some of what we'd learned from Big Brother and see how we could change behaviour in a better way for more, you know, so for good, you know, in terms of trying to get people together and connecting people and trying to change the way people think about food and where it comes from.
Yeah, that's brilliant. So it's great. It's great that I think for younger people, when I was a kid, I said to my parents, I'm just going to get, I said almost exactly these words, I'm going to get a cushy job and then just roll on into the end of my life. I actually said that because I did accounting and financial management with mathematics at university, and I could add up, and I had a sense of business. So that's what I thought, just amassing cash seemed to be the idea to do. And I've said before today, you know, I could have well been in the finance area, gone into the city and just that make it the Big Short, that film. But I sort of caught myself on quite quickly, and you did too. And this must happen to quite a lot of people around the world, hopefully.
Yeah, and again, I think it was luck really rather than planning. I heard you talk about the accountancy and the finance things earlier, and I had that moment. I went to the city at one stage and thought I'd try and do that and earn some money, and I went through the stupid 6 or 7 rounds of interviews in the selection process, and they came back and said, if you're waiting at the phone, you know, by the phone tomorrow morning, we'll ring you and let you know whether you're going to get in or not. And they rang me, you know, they said, look, you know, you're going to be sitting there at 5 to 9, and the phone rang, and I picked it up, and they said, we're delighted to tell you we've got the job. And at that moment, I thought, I don't want this. I just do not want to do this. So that was the closest to me ever having a job, and I wanted to do something else instead. So I think I escaped, luckily, into the world of being an entrepreneur. And you know, once you start doing that, you can't really go back.
Well, there's an interesting thing I can add to entrepreneurship, which you might already be doing, which is, as you know, the definition of entrepreneur would be that you would make. Well, actually, no, that's a different thing. But I'm entrepreneurial with my confidence. Normally, you're entrepreneurial with money. This is how to find it. You know, so if you've got some money, I'll put it in this. Why don't I try building this? That's worked. So let's try building this. And usually it's entrepreneurial with your money, and one's money might accrue. But I've decided to be entrepreneurial with my confidence. So having come out back in 1985, and that was tough, but that was good. And then I started doing my career. That wasn't working as a street performer. I'd done sketch comedy, and then I thought, well, let's analyze it, make it work. And then I just kept building things and into stand-up, and then into drama, and then activism in politics. So I'm constantly taking the confidence and moving it on, which maybe you're doing that as well.
Well, I think that's right. I think that if you're looking enough, when you do something, can you build some confidence and you get recognised for a little bit of success, however that's judged, then that's really good for you to be able to go on and do other things. And it's quite nice as well to change your career a little bit, change your track. So, you know, I was obviously doing big projects online in the early days and digital things, and then, you know, with Hugh and River Cottage, I started buying sheep and tractors, and we built a farm and a cookery school and restaurants. And to challenge yourself to move into other areas is one of the great things you can do in life.
Yeah.
And then you start to realise about what you really want to do, and you know, hopefully at some point, I don't know whether there really is an end. You're always trying to move into something else. You might find out what you enjoy most, but that's been a really great journey for me. I would never swap it for any other career than this one.
Oh, well, that's good. Now, you've said the TV, the food, energy sectors. Tell us about that, the energy.
I think that energy was a bit of a segue from River Cottage to crowdfunder, really, because, you know, a great belief of mine when we were working in the River Cottage days was that we were empowering communities, people to come together to try and say that if we come together, we can do things maybe better than the status quo, than big organisations, governments, you know, big corporates. And I think that one of those things was community, and I'm a big fan of community energy, that we all should be generating energy more locally, for each other, in communities around the world, and we should all be benefiting from that. So we got very involved in that in the early days. And one of the things that we needed to do was start raising money as well. So, you know, that's where crowdfunding came in, really, was just is that we were building community energy projects and trying to raise money for those. So solar panels, not just for people to make lots of money out of, but wind farms and solar panels in communities where the money that was made from that was going back in. So green, clean energy that was financed by people locally, and they were the ones that benefit from it. And we're still doing that today. You know, there's lots of projects that we're doing all over the UK and beyond that work like that. So I've always been a huge fan of that. We should do much more of it around the world.
That does sound great. That is beautiful. I've had an idea in my head. I'm going to say it now just because you're one of those kind of people. That I'd love to. Why I should have this idea in my head. That water is always the difficult thing. Could one make a machine that could just go around in the desert and find water just somehow? You know, because they have things where they can X-ray through the ground now. They can tell where deposits are. There must be some way we could have a better way of finding water, which would help so many communities, fresh water, and say, we know it's right below here, rather than in the middle of a desert. So, yeah, I'm constantly, I like to invent things in my head, but I'm not in the position to make them happen. But anyway, I'll keep saying them.
But that's one of the great things. I mean, one of the beautiful things about my job is that I get to see so many ideas every day. You know, hundreds of them that come through the platform.
Yep.
You know, and I can't do them all. But it's the perfect thing for anybody that's entrepreneurial, because you can see them, you can get involved in the ones you want to, you can help the ones you want to help, and encourage other people to do it. It's endless. So it's a very exciting position. You get to see so many things and encourage so many great projects, and if we can help them a little bit, that's fantastic. So the ultimate entrepreneur's tool is having your own crowdfunding site.
Yes.
It's fantastic.
Yeah, no, it's beautiful. Now, tell me, Phil Garrity, I know, and I've talked more with him than your good self.
Yes.
So how do you, together, what's the story on crowdfunder.co.uk and how that all started?
So Phil was really the start of it. We came out of television and we thought that Crowdfunder was going to be a platform to find brilliant stories so we could make TV. So we were still in TV mode when it started. And then Phil wrote to us, one of those brilliant moments where you get somebody write to you and say, I love what you're doing, can I come and run it? So Phil did that, so that's great. And I know you know Phil well, and you know we've been working together for some time now. I think this is 3 or 4 times that we work with you. But it's beautiful when you've got an idea and people come to you and say, how do we be part of it? So it's a great relationship, and Phil has an amazing role, which is he gets to pick all the great projects and work on the ones he wants to, and I have to do a little bit more of the boring stuff. So we're becoming a bit bigger these days. You know, our platform's grown. You know, we did 120 million through the platform last year. So there's, from early days, it turns into quite a big machine quite quickly. So Phil's got all the fun stuff, and I have to do quite a lot more of the organisation these days, Eddie.
But hopefully, if you keep getting bigger and bigger, then you can go onto the fun level, and someone else will come in to do the.
Well, that's the next stage. So as we grow, we need some more people in to help, and then yes, hopefully I can get back to that and spend more time on the with the projects. That's the best thing. It's just the amazing people, the passion, all of the things that we managed to achieve. You know, and if you get time on that. And we all suffer for that. At Crowdfunder, we don't get enough time to spend with the project. So, I mean, it's a delight even to chat to you. And that's very rare for me to be able to get this close to a project. So I'm delighted to be here. And well done for what you're doing. It's fantastic.
No, it's beautiful because you may have heard this. I need to talk to people to get me out of the fact that my legs really hurt. But that's what's doing it. Talking to you is great for me.
Well, I'm absolutely no runner, and I can hear all of my friends who are watching snigger because they wouldn't see me run more than 10 meters. My daughter was saying, I don't think I've ever seen you run, which is really terrible. But because of my nature, my head, I can't run because I get completely bored. I have my head's all over the place. But I've been listening to you talk about it's all about the mind.
Yeah.
And I'm really excited and interested about this podcast sort of format. Because I walk around all the time making calls. That's my job. I spend all my time on my feet. I'm standing now. I'm standing desk. I think I might be able to actually get into a jog if I could make calls and carry on doing what I'm doing. So maybe this is the way forwards. You're inspiring me to give that a bit of a go, but I'm not making too many promises yet.
And I tell you, in between the calls, just have a podcast or an audiobook on, because that will keep you going, keep your mind thinking, and then they'll cut in, or you can just go, hey Siri, let's call my dad, and it'll call someone out in outer space or something. But it's they're getting better at that. But yeah,
it might be the way. It might be the way that I forget about what I'm doing. Maybe that's what I need to do. But it's my mind that's stopping me, not my body. I mean, my body's not in great shape, but it's my mind that stops me from doing it because of the boredom of the same old repetitive, function. So maybe that's what I need to crack.
Well, if you try and find a nice place to run, that also helps. Having a beautiful vista, a nice park to run in, that's a wonderful thing. But I'll throw this to you. So it's great that we're working with you. And to anyone who's listening, do go to Izzard.com and to donate. And if you do hit that donate button, you get into the crowdfunder site, which Rob Love is the CEO of, which I'm talking to right now. And you can donate your money, including in US dollars and in euros now, which is beautiful. So, but you can actually donate in any currency. But it's just if you have, euros or dollars is your thing, then you can see how much exactly is going down. So that's great. But do you like the title, "The Make Humanity Great Again"? Does that work for you?
Well, absolutely. I mean, I think that we're at a point where we all have to do that. I was going to ask you a question, Eddie, which is that there's a lot of talk at the moment about building back better, and you've also talking about it's about hope, and I wonder how you feel about that. We were trying to, you come out of a new year and you come into a new year, and we all try and do that. We get another lockdown here in the UK. It's very difficult for people to try and focus on that hope, and I wonder where your mind's at in terms of when do we think that's really going to make the turn? We're raising a lot of money for people in need at the moment.
Yep.
We started to come into the new year with a concept that we would be able to think about startups, inventions, opportunities, because out of the adversity of a crisis, often great ideas, but again we've been sort of thrown back a little bit just about survival. We're dealing every day with food poverty, kids that can't get online and do their schooling, a whole load of businesses that are collapsing, all sorts of mental health issues. And it's great that we can do that, but it's very difficult for us to try and get onto that positive, what are all the great things. So what do you think about this build back better? Do you think that we will, as world citizens, actually do that, or is it just a phrase that's being overused, Eddie?
No, I think it needs to be used, and what I think is, if you look at it, there's an opportunity. You may have heard of disaster capitalism, and this is where more extreme right-wing people very into them making money for themselves, and they would take advantage of disasters like Katrina. A number of the schools that were public schools were privatized, a number of the hospitals were privatized, and that was them kind of preying on a disadvantaged situation. But I'd like to talk about disaster humanitarianism, and that would be Labour Party coming up with the National Health Service and the National Welfare System in 1947 after the Second World War. We probably wouldn't have got it without that hellish World War where 60 million died. But out of the ashes of a negative, you can get positives. So I think we have to do that. But what's going to happen now, I predict, is that the forces of the extreme right and the people, they usually start with hatred, unfortunately. I don't like these people, but they will be pushing for more nationalism, more separation, more retreat into isolation. My country's better than your country. Patriotism is good. Love of your country, but not this I'm better than you. It's a childlike thing, and it didn't work in the 1930s. And I want to encourage us all to drag humanity towards the 2030s, where we can make things better in the future, more positive, more inclusive. We have to, this is my worldview is a fair chance in life should be the right of every person in the world. Just a fair chance, not a free life, not lifted and laid, just a fair chance. And I think that's something worth fighting for. And we've got to do it this century, because I think the next 80 years, 21st century, coming of age of humanity, we're either going to make it the fair world, as fair as we can, or we're going to wipe ourselves off the planet, because I don't think anyone's going to come and help us from up above. It'd be great if they would, but they didn't come for World War II. So I think it's up to us, the goodwill of human beings. And I have faith that there is more goodwill than ill will in the world.
Absolutely. And in terms of, you were talking about stronger connections.
Yeah.
You know, that's our objective. Is that we're all we really are is a dating service to match people up with ideas with people that want to try and support those. And then clearly, you know, I'm a huge fan of that. We can all do it if we come together. We can do anything. You know, there's an opportunity to do that, but it's just trying to keep that optimism amongst when so many people are struggling. It's very hard to do that. I was going to ask you another question, Eddie, if that's okay, about, you know, I saw you describing yourself as a British European, but thinking like an American.
Yeah.
And one of the differences, I think, and it'd be interesting to know what you think about the fact that philanthropy, the way that that's treated in the US, you know, in America, compared with a British and you know, a European view of it. You know, I think that we're a bit behind here in the UK. I think that, you know, there's more for people to get out of helping, and I think that the American view is different. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, now there's a thing that I believe, and I could have got these facts wrong. America is very big in charity, and we are pretty big in charity, and quite a lot of European countries might not be so much. But there is a thought also that the government should actually be paying for this. It's like Marcus Rashford, who I want to talk to you about very quickly, because he's doing a fantastic job. You're helping with him. Food poverty, that's government's responsibility, but now people and Fair Share, who we're supporting, they're working hard. Charities are getting food to kids, but a lot of people understandably think surely government should be doing this. So that's the curious thing. America is very good on charities, very good at raising money, but one would think, with a very objective view, shouldn't a whole deal of government be helping them and be there first, saying, no, we'll help the people who are struggling the most. So that's the weird question in it. Wonderful having charities, but government shouldn't abrogate their responsibility and say, no. You know, again, the Marcus Rashford thing, he keeps having to say, what is going on, government? And our British government here keeps falling down on the job, even though 2 or 3 times, and it's most recently as well, they keep saying, yes, no, we'll sort it out. But come on, sort it out. So I don't know what you think about that.
Well, I've got a very strong view about that. I mean, it's one of our most frequent criticisms, is just that if we're trying to do something and we're raising money and it's, you know, it's the crowd, it's real people putting their hands in their pockets to solve a problem, and people will come along and say, I'm not joining in because the government should be doing this. And I find that tricky, really tricky, because I believe that's true to some extent, but somebody's got to go first. And we have never seen it like it, you know, as much as recently, and what Marcus has been doing, and you know we've been working with Marcus and Fair Share. I think you had Lindsay, didn't you, on your first day talking from Fair Share. You know, the people are driving it more than ever, and that's what I believe in. I'm not saying that government shouldn't be helping, but it's about the order of events, and I'm absolutely certain that when government doesn't do it, people step in. I mean, you know, in the early days last year of the lockdown, when hospitality businesses were collapsing and they were all struggling for their own incomes, and then we find out that people are not being fed, those same people that were struggling in the restaurants were then putting up food to try and help other people out. For me, that's really inspiring. And then the government plays catch-up, so it's the order of events. But I think we should be honest about it, that it's real, genuine people that are the ones that are leading. And actually, when you get to Marcus, he's dictating the policy. He's holding them to account. I mean, in my mind, maybe he's the leader of the opposition, isn't he, right now in this country?
Well, I wouldn't say that, because Keir Starmer cannot be seen at a time of COVID, I think, to go in all guns blazing saying everything you do, Boris Johnson, is wrong. So you have to be trying to encourage everything to move forward as a responsible person who wishes to be the next Prime Minister. If he takes on everything, it'll look like, and Marcus Rashford got to this one first, so I would say, well, I remember the Labour Party and I do support our leader, but it's a time of COVID, so if you just go in and say everything Boris Johnson doing is wrong, it gets tricky, so you have to be
Isn't that politics getting in the way of the right result, though, Eddie? I mean, it's like you're playing politics. Marcus doesn't need to play politics.
No, well, I would not articulate it like that. No, it's actually, there's a lot of people who will vote for you and the people who vote against you in an election. So if you take Labour and you take Conservative, and there's a number of people in the middle who might float either way. And if you are seen to be, you know, taking advantage of COVID to just, load things up, then that is not seen to be a good thing. And I could understand people saying that. So you have to choose your battles there. And Marcus has chosen this one, and Marcus is way ahead on it. So, well, keep going, Marcus. So that's great. And I would say it's more that way around, as opposed to, because Marcus is dealing with the food thing as opposed to all the other things in the country. And that's what Keir Starmer has to deal with. The sometimes supporting and sometimes saying this isn't good enough.
But it takes all of these inputs, doesn't it? I think in the modern world, it takes all of these things. And what I'm excited about is the power of the people and the crowd being able to come together and say that we've got a voice. Because, back to the Big Brother days, we wrote a paper about how many people were voting for the Big Brother house evictions.
Yeah.
And the commentary at the time was more people voted on Big Brother than they did in the elections, the European elections, was what they were quoting.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually true. It was that there was more votes because they were coming from the same people.
Right.
But even so, there's people that are disenfranchised, feel disconnected, and don't feel that their vote makes a difference. And I think the world's changed massively since those early days. That was back in 1999. And all this time further on, people do feel like they can actually do something, say something, and things will change quite rapidly. And that's one of the exciting things about the world we live in and the connectivity that we've developed over those years. And I'm really excited about that. And I think the politics plus the, celebrity that's used appropriately, people who've got a platform to say these things has to come together. But, it's great to be able to bring the crowd, the people together to make a difference.
Yeah, no, it is great. So I think crowdfunding is great. I think, talking about the balance of things, I think the people who work in the charity sector in America do amazing stuff, brilliant stuff. I would like their governmental systems to be more with them, helping them, which I think is more the European way. And I haven't studied it through all the different European countries, so. But you're doing a wonderful job, so just keep doing it and keep experimenting, and I'll do that too on this side.
Well, hopefully we can do that as part of the team. We're just a cog in the process, so it's all about the people on the platform, like yourself, Eddie. So well done, and we're just there to help everyone do whatever they want to do and make it happen.
Thank you very much. And so I'll just repeat, as I say goodbye to Rob here, but we're going to hit our halfway point in about 5 kilometers, and then we're going to up our target to £150,000, which would be something like 170,000 euros, probably somewhere up towards $200,000 US dollars. So we're going to change that when we get to that point. And you can donate at eddieizzard.com. Hit the button and donate, and you'll go through crowdfunder. And that's how you can donate from anywhere in the world. Thank you, Rob.
Brilliant. I'll go off now and chase everyone through. Let's get it through that first target and we'll get to the next one.
Absolutely.
Good stuff.
Cheers. Take care. Okay. Very good. So, I'm going to talk to Naomi Strong right now. If Naomi is ready, I am ready.
We're just going to do the changeover.
Okay. Can I get a water, please? And Sarah, can you get that time 3 o'clock changed? Should be reading 3:10. Oh. So, we're running along here. We're just 17, 18, 20, 4.5k from the halfway point. 4.5k from the halfway point. And that will be probably in 25 minutes, something like that. Thank you. Oh. God. My legs ache. Oh. Nearly halfway, yes indeed. Adam, nearly halfway. 20 minutes to go, 25. I keep changing the time, Mr. Amanda. Sorry, I sped up and then I thought, no, the legs aren't going to make it. Sorry, it'll be around about 3 o'clock. I'll try and get it bang on 3 o'clock. That's what I'll try and do. To make things easier. For all the Zwifty people running today. Thank you, Jason. Nearly on the downhill, yes indeed. Nearly on the downhill. That's Jason Mitchell there.
I have Naomi.
Hi, Naomi.
Hello there. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Busy morning.
What?
I'm going the wilds of Herefordshire, but yeah, no, I'm doing all right.
You're out in
it. How's your run through Warsaw?
Well, yes, it's going well. Got pictures of Warsaw, or Warszawa, as the Polish people call their city, which is probably what we should call it. But anyway, it's behind me as the photos go by, and I'm almost at my halfway spot. So when I get to 21k, and so how are things getting on with yourself? How is you work for the NHS?
Presently, yes. I work for an organisation which is providing IT and computing services to our local county hospital and GP offices and satellite sites around our local area, which has been there've been quite a few moving parts and quite a few complex kind of projects and things going on in the background, which have been quite challenging at times to work through.
Right. Okay.
But yeah, no, it's going good. I've just come off of a week doing late shift and kind of evening cover and all sorts of short notice things happening. So it's been energetic. It's been quite kinetic
right.
at times.
Kind of full on. Yes, and I take it you're in the same lockdown situation as we are in London.
Yes, we are.
Yeah.
I mean, for my job role as a desktop support engineer, it's kind of hard to fix computers remotely. So we have been working in and around the county, going to sites and working with end users on their devices on the ground.
Very good.
So yes, county-wide, yes, we are in lockdown, but I've been quite fortunate in the fact that I have been able, as part of my role, to go out to sites and get out of the house and at least have a change of scenery, which has, I think, been quite fortunate for me for this year, because there's a load of people who haven't had quite that privilege.
No, it's a tricky old time. It's a tricky old time. Now, can I say you're a trans person? Is it okay to talk about that?
I certainly am, yes.
Yes.
And open, yes.
And have you been out a long time, or how long ago? Because you might have heard me saying 85. I say it proudly. 1985 is when I came out. But
so I first came out probably about 8-9 years ago now.
Right.
But I've only been in my gender role as a woman for the past 4 or 5 years or so.
Right, and I take it for every LGBT plus comes out, it's quite tricky times, but positive overall, I would hope.
For the most part, yeah. I am quite a tall individual,
right.
Ranging in about 6'9".
Wow.
So when I'm walking down the street and people see me coming the way, there is the occasional double take 11 actually is tall.
Yeah.
But for the most part, yeah, I've been quite fortunate.
Yeah, I'm lucky I'm smaller, because when I was younger I think I would like to have been taller, but then I realised no. So I think I was 5'8" at one point, sort of about 1.72 metres, and I seem to have gone down now. I seem to be shrinking at the shrinking side, but that's okay. So I can wear heels and it's no problem at all. But I can see more when I wear heels. That's what I find quite interesting. I can see over the tops of crowds, which is good for me. You can always see over the tops of crowds.
Well, I always can. If you put me in a set of heels, I suddenly become a danger to low-flying aircraft.
Yes. Oh my God. And used to be working in the forces.
I did indeed, yes. I was a member of the World Corps Signals for 4 years.
For 4 years, and that signals background helps you in what you're doing now?
It does indeed, yes.
Yeah.
I in particular used to work a lot with digital communications and deploying computer systems to very remote and sometimes very poor weather environments, and supporting and sustaining those for a longer period of time.
Right.
And so coming into somewhere like the NHS, where we're dealing not just with the main county hospital, but also lots of different
satellite
sites. Yes, thank you. That the experience of dealing with those big, wide-ranging, sometimes even globally reaching networks and systems has definitely helped me come into my job role now, and just supporting, making sure everything's working, making sure that a computer in site A can speak to the server on site Z.
Yeah, gotcha. And would I be right in assuming you didn't come out until you'd left the signals? That's the military?
Actually, I came out in the army. I started my transition in the army.
Oh wow! Now, how was that? I would have thought, if I would have been in the army, because was considering quite strongly being in the forces, that I would myself, I'd wait till afterwards because people in the military might give me a hard time. But how was it?
Well, for the most part, it was all right. I tend to have the rather unfortunate habit of brooding on things and making mountains out of molehills.
Right.
And so I have built up this big secret about myself almost. Yep. And it got to the point where I needed to speak to someone, and I ended up having a conversation with my sergeant,
right,
my immediate superior, and she was entirely supportive, and she put me in touch with certain welfare and support organisations within the army.
Yeah.
And from that, we were able to come up with a strategy, a plan, a timetable for achieving certain elements of my transition. Getting me in touch with medical services to get the right meetings with the right people, to then go off and get the right referrals to go to the right clinics and all of that. And when all that was said and done, and it was time to start in my new gender role, that was the moment that I built up in my head. I walked into that being absolutely terrified about what was going to happen. Fortunately, my immediate unit was very, very tightly knit, very tightly knit, very supportive team. And so when I finally managed to say the words, "This is me," the big reaction was, "Yeah, Strong, is that really all you had to say to us? I mean, we got work on. Get back to work, shall we? Yeah. That's
That's a white story. I told my father after I support Crystal. We all, the family, support Crystal Palace, and I was thinking of telling him during a Crystal Palace football match, and I thought, no, we could lose, and I could have this revelation. That wouldn't work, so I had to wait until afterwards. But he was very groovy. He said he was okay. He wrote a letter saying afterwards that he was okay, and if my mum had been still alive, she would have been okay with it too, which is a very nice letter for a dad to write. How were your parents about it?
They seem to be okay. They haven't told me any. They haven't told me otherwise. They've been really supportive with it. My mum, for example, is always sending me catalog links for different brands of things. Like, oh, these people have a tool department. You should go look and see if you can pick up a new winter coat or something.
Yeah.
They've been brilliant about it.
Excellent. That's very nice. You have supportive parents, because some parents out there are not so supportive. And great that the group that you were working in the Signals were being very relaxed about it too. And can you just, for anyone else out there who might be in the forces and might be LGBT plus wanting to come out, what are the laws about being gay, lesbian, bi, trans in the army? Is it? They seem to be quite okay about this. Can we be out?
Absolutely, yes. So there is a big LGBT queer QIA plus community in the forces. There are all sorts of groups, and in fact, the British Legion in the last couple of years have opened a specific charter for LGBT plus individuals who are either still serving or have retired and left the service and are looking to get back into that community. And there's absolutely support out there.
That's nice. British Legion. In my early years, I would never have thought certain things, because I mean, I look at the world now, but I'm a big student of history. And if you look at the world at any time, probably fantastic things were happening and a lot of negative things were happening at the same time. So it's great that we can be having this conversation. This was, I'm sure it would have been illegal 40 years ago. But you know, the fact that we're having this on, say, my channel online, but this could also be happening on mainstream television. I talked to Lorraine. She was very supportive, and I had a pronoun situation where, you know, I've had a my linguistic adjustment has happened recently, but I've been out for so long. I was just asked which pronouns I prefer, so I said, not insisting but preferring. This is on the Young Portrait Artist of the Year program, and that sort of went viral. But then we talked about it on Lorraine, and I said, personally, it's not a huge deal for me. Just call me Eddie, call me mate, whatever. But it's just the fact that we can get to this stage is a wonderful thing, I think.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, it is good. Hopefully we roll on. And I would say this to actually anyone who's listening around the world, because we do have this window in the world. It's kind of crazy, because most programs will be terrestrial. We are global. May not be everyone in the world watching, but if you're LGBT plus, I think it is almost, this is probably the easiest, it's the easiest time in the world. Is that the best way to say it? You can come out easier. It seems easier to come out than maybe ever before, because more people are out, more people are positive, more support groups. There are hate crimes against people who are very negative, that kind of situation. But I think some people come out, apparently a number of people struggle when they come out. And I would say there's a 10-year kind of battle once you come out to knit yourself in your new gender identity into the world around you. You won't get fantastic relationships straight off. You won't get jobs. You know, it doesn't all come in a package. You come out and your life is beautiful. And unfortunately, I think some people will be hoping that will happen. But they need to come out and know there's still a fight to go on. It's the beginning of the race and not quite the end of the race. Does that make sense? Does that resonate?
Absolutely, yeah. The main kind of effort of my transition happened at about the same time I was coming out of the army.
Yeah.
So it was transition squared, I guess, transition section or something.
Yeah.
Some other witty line, I'm sure. Somebody will be able to come up with later on. And so I was, at the time I was adjusting to being a woman, adjusting to now being a civilian, found myself in a new job, in a new location, in new housing, and it was rather turbulent. I have to be honest. I wasn't quite sure how to hold myself, how to even sometimes how to walk. It seemed. Just how to hold myself. I always, I remember looking in the mirror and just feeling like I was essentially a bloke in a frock, and that was a very hard thing to kind of to deal with initially, and it's a journey. As you say, it's I describe coming out as the first step, and it is a big step, and it's the big first portion of the journey. But then you've also got the rest of your life to mold, shape, and to become who you see you are.
Yeah. And people should know that and don't despair about it. There's a website called itgetsbetter.com, and that's very good. I don't know if you know of it, but that's a very good website for anyone who wants to come out to know it does get better. You get more, you get tougher, you build your body armor, your mental body armor, and then you can go run a bunch of marathons if you want, which is
You're not quite at that point, but
yeah, no, but that's an option. If you can do an option, you can do anything. Well, hopefully, this is the thing I was saying to young girls, young women, that hopefully now you could be in special forces as a woman. You could be a footballer as a woman. You could be a leader of a country. You can be a business CEO, an entrepreneur. You could be an adventurer, journalist. It's all open for young women, and hopefully for LGBT plus people as well. I would like to feel in the developed countries these jobs are now open for you. You just got to be good. You might have to be a little better than the average straight man, who might be first, tends to come up before you on the list. But that's something I noticed. I try with my comedy and my drama and my running and to be exceptional. I try to be really as good as I can, because that's the bar we have to set ourselves, because there'll be a little resistance. You know, there could be a lot of resistance or a little resistance, but if you come through with they're going, oh wow, so you're doing that? Well, come and join us then. So that's what you're going to have to bear in mind, and women have had to bear this in mind for ages with the glass ceiling and the lack of equality there. So women have been at the forefront of smashing down those barriers. Yes. So I'm coming up to a thing now. Are there any questions you want to ask me?
Well, you mentioned earlier, of course, you have your long history of support with the forces, and those that serve, and also you mentioned it was a big ambition of yours growing up to join the forces. Is there a particular branch or
it was SAS? It was
all that really interested you as you?
It was Special Forces. It was Special Forces. It was always, as soon as I discovered them, I bought books on David Sterling, Paddy Mayne, the beginning of the Long Range Desert Group. I just thought this is what I would do if I was there. Ochnakari was where the commandos did training. I saw a documentary about some guy who'd gone absent without leave, AWOL, and he got himself up to Ochnakari, up near Fort William, and they said, well, you're here illegally. He says, yeah, but I want to be a commander. I said, all right, you're in. And I like that. I like that. Okay, there's certain standard rules, and you understand forces has quite standard and strict rules, but if you're going to be in the special forces, you've got to think out of the box. And that's kind of what I do. I do the civilian version of it. So I was quite serious. I had officer cadetship papers. I got the papers. I was going to get paid as a second lieutenant at university, and then go off and give, I think it's 3 years, or you had an option of 5 years in the force that you were choosing. But then I thought, I wasn't sure about, World War II I was sure of, and then most other wars are kind of tricky, and you have to in the forces be willing to be sent to whichever war the government at the time is sending you to. And,
Absolutely.
And that is the deal. And I had all this creativity that I wanted to do. They didn't quite sit together. But I've used military planning in everything I do. My whole career, I'm using military strategy and tactics. My own version. I've made it up. I'm a big fan of Ulysses S. Grant and the Vicksburg campaign in the American Civil War. I know that almost off by heart, every moment that went into it. And I know how he thinks, and he became a good president, and people have written him down as president, but actually he was a good president who talked about Native American rights before anyone else, before any other president had said it. But still most of them wouldn't talk about that. So, yeah, I'm kind of like Grant. I am relentless, and but if it doesn't work that way, I will back up and go that way. If it doesn't work, I'll go that way, or I'll go that way and that way at the same time. I'll go underneath, I'll go over the top, I'll learn to parachute in, I'll keep going. I will keep going. And that's
just made me think of something. A good couple of years ago, back when I was still in the regiment, back in the day during the Second World War, my regiment supported the division which landed on the beaches and went forward and liberated Cairn.
Right.
So every year for the anniversary, an element of the Seagulls will go across to Cairn in Normandy and have a big memorial parade throughout all the different battlefields and the town itself. And there were two old boys that we had who, one of which the year I was involved with, I believe it was the 75th anniversary, he wasn't allowed to go. He was in a nursing home, and they didn't feel it was safe to let him go because they were sure he was going to do himself mischief, which was horrible to hear. But then as we got to the ferry, he was there. He'd broken out of his nursing home and was just there waiting for us at the ferry with a pint in hand, going, "Should we go then?"
Yeah, great.
And I understand you're getting to your halfway point now.
Yes, I'm just about to get there. I'm going to have to jump off in a minute because I have to talk to the people from Make Humanity Great, and we have to celebrate our halfway point. But it's been great to talk to you, and stay safe during COVID. Keep helping the NHS. That's great work to be doing.
Doing my best.
Yeah. And
take care now.
Yeah, you take care and be strong and keep going. Thanks, Naomi.
Bye.
Cheers. Okay. Now, I'm running a little fast because I thought I would cross at the 21-kilometer point at right on 3, but I'm a bit behind. Can't work out where that is. Is Tim around?
Yes, I think we're just getting Tim on in a sec.
Get you, Sarah, you up there and Tim up there. Let's have a chat. With 19.7. So everyone on Swift, I'm speeding up. Rebecca, I thought I'd hit bang on 3. I'd hit the crossing the 21k, but I'm behind. I can never quite make that work. Must be the going to the loo bit. So Jed Carter, I'm going to talk to Jed Carter very soon, and but we'll be a little delayed, Jack, because we'll have to get to 21k. This is tough. When I get into the 20s, hopefully I'll get there. So, yeah. And that's 3 o'clock. Still 1k away. It's a bit annoying. I struggle. So, if you can help me donate, do donate 70810. Almost getting to the halfway point. 70810. If you've got a UK phone, dial that number and write 10 TEN to give £10, or 20 TWENTY to give £20. And that's at 70810. I'll go to eddie.com. I'm now in the 20th kilometre, 21.9. It's the halfway point. And I'm running faster than I normally do to try and get there quicker. I can hardly talk.
You have Tim with you.
Sorry?
You have Tim with you.
Tim, thanks. Hi. Hi, Tim.
Hi, Eddie. How you doing?
Okay, like the jacket, like the red jacket. That's good.
Oh, there's the
red
little snoot. This is.
No, the red jacket.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's my running job. I'm just once I've finished with you, I'm going to go out for a run myself.
Very good.
Eddie, I'm just going to jump in. It's 21.1 is the halfway point.
21.09 is actually should be the half.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, 21.09. So I'd say 21.9.
Yes.
21.09.
You were trying to make Eddie run an extra 0.1, Sarah. What are you doing?
I know.
No, I was claiming I was going to write an extra 0.8. So I'm just getting the point in the wrong place. But I'm trying to make it before we talk to Jed Carter off in Kansas City, also in Kansas City. But I'm slow, I'm behind. We're at 20.2. So hopefully.
Excellent. Well, I'm going to try my Swift pod for the first time today as well.
Very good. Very
You
good.
see how that goes.
So Sarah and Tim, you've got to talk to each other because I'm struggling.
Okay.
So Sarah, this is Warsaw, Poland, which I wasn't there last year, which is a shame.
Yes, you see, I in my head you were there all the time because I just airlift you into all memories, I think. So yes, but you weren't there for that one.
And
I wasn't there. I was next one. I'm in tomorrow. So so do we want some stats?
Hang on
about
1
where
second.
we'll be halfway?
Sarah, before that, Sarah's going to pronounce Warsaw the way that the Polish people do, which is, do you remember that? Warszawa.
Oh yeah, Warszawa. Yeah, Warszawa.
Warszawa is the actual.
Warszawa.
Warszawa, yeah. With
Did they pronounce it like that in the country?
If you go to Wikipedia, you hit it on. It'll always have to pronounce the word in the local language in Polish for Poland, and then as you hit the button, someone will say it. And I had it. If you see my videos that go around, I say I'm here in Warsaw, Warszawa. I thought I think I got that wrong, so I just checked online, and Wikipedia backs me up. It is Warszawa, and logically all Polish people will back me up. That's how, that's kind of how we should say it, but we say, Warsaw for whatever reason we do. But yeah, stats, go stats.
Stats, okay, so once you get there, the halfway point will be 654 kilometers run, or for the people that don't like metric, is 406 miles.
406 miles. Sounds much better in kilometers, doesn't it?
It does, it's a lot better.
Yeah.
And that is, yesterday we ran to Edinburgh, and the extra bit you've done today would take you to Glasgow from your house in London.
Well, hang on, let's do it internationally. So let's go across Europe. Which way?
Well, you're almost, let me see.
If you
will almost be at Koblenz. Almost.
Koblenz. In the country of, is that in Poland as well? Koblenz? I forget.
No, Koblenz, isn't it Germany? I don't want to get that wrong.
No. It's but anyway, it's how many kilometers again?
654.
654, which in
so I've worked out that if someone was to donate £10 to your charities, that effectively would cost them 1.5p per kilometre.
Right.
Wow.
Which is a snip.
654 kilometres.
That's a bargain.
654 kilometres is also 654,000 metres, I think. Well,
correct.
I prefer that number. It's a huge number.
What do we go in millimetres?
I know. We try to put two more knots on.
Yeah.
What was it? One more knot? No.
Was it centimetres to millimetres is 10, isn't it?
No.
1 knot.
And no, metres down to 2.
Oh, yeah.
There's 1,000.
3 knots.
No,
a metre is 100 centimetres?
I reckon
so 1,000 millimetres.
Another 3 knots.
It would be 654 million millimetres.
Yes, 654 million millimetres. There you go. But I'll do the metre one.
Yeah.
654,000 metres. And
that may as well be the equivalent of running to Mars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To everyone on Zift. Okay, it's going to be a message for. I'm going to stop at 21.09 kilometers. Full stop. The halfway point. Just a quick break.
Quick break.
Yeah.
So do you want to know how many steps you will have taken, Eddie?
Yes, how many steps?
88,916.
88,916.
So we may as well just round it up to 90,000, really.
Yeah, somewhere. Almost 90,000, that's what we can say.
Yeah.
Do we have Prosecco ready?
We do. This is our tradition.
Well, it's 0.87 now. We're nearly there, 0.88. As you can see from the top of your screen.
Yeah.
Dave, can we put...
Yep,
no, actually, don't worry, Dave. Don't worry, Dave, it's cool. If you look at the central screen on my thing, you'll see 20.91 kilometers. Well, that says 21.09. That's it. That's the halfway point of 31.
There's no expense there, Eddie. I've even got a popper.
There we go.
Well, Tim will be pleased. The traditional paper cups are here as well.
And
excellent. Excellent.
Dave upstairs on remote. Please tell Jed. Sorry. Hang on, Jed. I'll be with him just a sec.
Not to worry.
Good. Where are we at, Ed? I can't see on the screen.
20.99, 21 kilometers, 0.01, 21.02. When it gets to 0.09, I'm going to stop and celebrate. 0.03.
Good for you. Good
As I
effort.
said, go to eddyizzard.com to donate right now. You can go put it on and donate, or 70810. Just write the word 10 and you can donate £10, or 20 and you can donate £20. 0.06, 0.07, try to get to 0.09, 21.08, and now 21.09, that's it. That is it. That is halfway. Halfway point. Thank you. I'm just stopping for a bit. And
good stuff.
Thank you.
Well deserved.
And
I'm
fizzy
now
drink.
covered in confetti.
Covered in confetti is good. Thank you everyone in Zwift. Thanks Guy, thanks Clive. Alan. Okay, Ian, thank you. Adam, cheers. Jason. Stephen Cousins, halfway through the project. Andrew, thank you. Van Hook. MHG, Rebecca, thank you. I'm doing you can all, if you're on your treadmills, you can probably nip down to your fridge and have a Prosecco with me.
That's it.
Jeff, thank you. Drinking on the job indeed.
Cheers, Eddie. Well
This
done.
takes me back to the Soms Delta Marathon. Wine tasting on route.
I also remember the middle one. We stopped. It was at the end, I think, because we were doing 27 now. Was it halfway down in South Africa? We had one.
Yep, in our paper cups. Yeah, it's become a tradition now.
Thank you,
Prosecco
Edward
and
Wiley.
paper cups.
Thank you very much.
Brilliant. And just a little note, because one of the questions I asked earlier on, if you donate to the 70810, 10 or 20, it doesn't matter whether it's capitals or lowercase, because I wasn't sure if it would be capitals. So. Yeah,
and you could test if you want. Write it with different sized letters. Each time you're going to have to donate 10, but you could do that just to check it out for us. But I have checked it out with other charities, and it seems to work. Ooh, my toes.
And don't forget, £10, it's only 1.5p per kilometre. Hardly anything.
Thank you, Jason's having a glass now. Well done. There we go.
Good work.
Thanks, Tim. Thanks, Sarah.
Every step from now on is a step closer to the end.
It is indeed. Apparently it's downhill. That's what I said. Oh, I'm trying to go negative.
Yep, downhill from now on. Downhill.
Thank you, Tim. We'll talk to you later.
No problem. And I will. I'm going to go for a run now, and then I will see you later with Charlie and Yvonne.
Very good.
See you, Tim.
All right. We're back on. Let's talk to Jed.
Yes.
Thank you, Tim. Talk to Jed in Kansas City. Maybe if Jed is there. So I'm running along. Tell me, Dave, what's happening?
We're just getting a connection to its jet.
Okay. Very good. And I need to see on the screen, Sarah, what's the next, all it has is video, which doesn't help me. I need to know what the next actual thing is.
Okay.
Yeah, make it a smaller point size if necessary. Right, just, I will take some words out.
After we've spoken to Jed, yes?
Yeah.
Yes, at 3:30, social media questions. We should mention that again, actually, shouldn't we? Shall I do a little quick mention of that?
Yeah.
Okay, so 3:30 we'll be taking questions from social media, so that's going to be Facebook, YouTube and Twitter. If you want to put your questions to Eddie then on Facebook, if you go to the live stream and put questions in the comment section. On YouTube, if you go to the live stream there, you can search Eddie Izzard, and then on the Eddie Izzard channel, also called Eddie Izzard, the live stream is there if you put your questions in the chat section. And on Twitter, if you go to Eddie's Twitter account page, which is at Eddie Izzard, the stream is pinned at the top, and then if you put your questions in the comment section, we'll try and get through them. If you hold fire until just before 3:30, that'll mean that we should be able to see them all and we won't miss any.
Very good.
Eddie, I have Jet for you.
Hi, Jed.
Hi.
How you doing?
Good morning. Good morning from Kansas City.
Good morning, Kansas City. And I believe we just talked to someone from Kansas City just before.
Was that your last guess?
No, that was one before. But you're
Okay.
which side of the border are you on? Are you Kansas City, Kansas, or Missouri?
We are on the Kansas side.
Kansas side, and yeah, I was talking about it. I find it fascinating. I think you're the only one in the world like that. Maybe there's other ones, maybe down on the border with Mexico there are some cities that spill over, but And is it weird? I'm going to ask the question again. Is it strange having two different states running through your city?
A lot of people really pay attention to that divide. I don't really notice a difference when we cross from one state to the other, but there's a bit of local rivalry around it.
Right.
As you do.
Is it down the main street? I can't remember how it's marked.
It's really not. There are a couple of downtown central areas, and they're out from the border a little bit, a couple miles apart.
Right. Okay. So, now, you lived there with your wife, who's a painter, I hear?
I do, yes. My wife, Jane, who's a painter.
Excellent. Hi there, Jane.
She's listening along and kind of hiding.
She can join us. Does you want to join? You can sit in.
If you like. Okay.
It's a very democratic kind of thing. I like your
Well,
hat.
I couldn't get her to do it, and you could. So there's.
Jane,
let's speak volumes.
What's the badge on your hat? What does the badge say?
Oh, it's just a Carhartt.
Yeah, okay, that's cool. That's nice.
Yeah.
No, I like because you have blonde hair. I have blonde hair. Mine's from a bottle. I don't know if yours is designed.
Mine is also from a bottle, and I didn't have time to fix it, so I.
But I do like the white bubble hats, and I think they look very cute on all women with blonde hair, probably with dark hair and any colored hair. But I have 3 white bubble hats for the winter time, so which I change between. And anyway, I'm going off on bubble hats. So you're a painter now. So what do you do, Jed? What's your work?
I went to art school as well, and I'm an animator.
Oh right, yes, animating. So that's animating in advertising, film, and video games.
Correct. Yeah, not the traditional hand-drawn stuff, but more of a behind-the-computer type person.
Gotcha. Understand.
Yeah.
I could have done. I was into that. I was trying to start my own video company when the game started back in the mid-80s, but I had to go and do this. And Jane, are you a fine artist? Do you sell paintings professionally? Is that your gig?
Yeah.
Yeah. Beautiful. Because that's really hard to do, isn't it? I know someone who's a great artist, but it just getting it so that people start buying your paintings. It seems harder than being a stand-up.
Oh, well, if I were successful, yes, but I wouldn't say that I am, so.
But
yes, it's hard.
Do you have exhibitions? Do people put things on in your?
You know, I used to, not really anymore. I don't really like doing them. I prefer to kind of just sell things online and work in that way. I never liked having gallery shows.
Oh, I got you. So the online thing is quite a boon to artists, is it? You can have your own website. Here's my works if you want to buy. Yeah?
Absolutely, yeah.
Compared from before. Yes, very good. So how is it in Kansas City, Kansas, with the whole political situation going on in America in general? How are you guys feeling? Are you looking forward to the 20th? Because I am.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm ready for people to hopefully, in the spirit of what you were doing, pull back together and realize that we've got more in common than we have between us, and unite, make things better instead of making things worse. Please.
Yeah, I know. I think it's gonna be a bumpy time, but we shall see what happens. And Donald Trump, well, yeah, I don't know what to say about Donald Trump, because if you try and say comedy things about him, he's already done it. He's already outstretched it, leapt past anything. It's just it's bizarre. It is bizarre.
Yeah, you're not the only comedian that I've heard say that either. He's too easy to target, and what can you do to him that he hasn't already done to himself?
Yeah, it is a weird thing. But I hear you're becoming a dual citizen.
Yeah, we're about a year and a half or so out from that. We've got an appointment with the Italian consulate in September, coming September. And, it's been an interesting process, and I don't know if we're very usual that we have this exit strategy at hand. I think we're just genetically lucky, and lucky that our relatives did not denounce their Italian citizenships, renounce rather.
Do you both have Italian heritage then?
I do,
Oh, you
yeah.
do.
My great-grandparents came over on a boat when they were pretty young, and luckily settled in and had children before becoming American citizens. So
Right.
they never gave up that heritage, so it just gets passed along.
And what is the ruling? You can have great-grandparents. Does it have to be grandparents, great-grandparents, great-great? Does it anyone in your family can be Italian? You can get Italian citizenship. What are the rulings?
Believe it or not, it's anyone in your family.
Oh, right.
I believe the person had to have actually been an Italian citizen. So if they lived in the Italian area before it became Italy,
yeah,
that doesn't count.
Oh, right.
There are a lot of loopholes. The worst and trickiest one that's kind of divided my family, not against one another, but that's put us into two camps, is that women did not have the right to pass their Italian heritage along to children before 1949, I believe. So my cousins can't get their citizenships, but we can because my father was born after this ruling in Italy.
Wow. And Jane, you're looking forward to this as well?
Very much.
And how is your Italian?
Not as good as Jed's.
So,
I'm working on it every day.
Okay, good. Well, so someone who speaks languages, take it from me, you need to get there, because I assume you won't necessarily leave Kansas immediately. That's not so your plan, or maybe it is your plan, but if at some point you can get gigs, get a job for a period of time, I'd say 2 months minimum, where you're working every day in Italian, you will get it. You'll get past that. There's a tipping point. And you need, is that 1 month, 2 months minimum? I'd say 2 months probably minimum. 6 months is better. And once you've got it in the thing, it's like riding a bike, it won't go away. But it's the being immersed. Immersion is the key thing, if you want to get it. But how are you learning about it? Do you have teachers? Do you do it online? How is the Italian?
No teachers yet. I've been doing it for about a year, mostly reading, Duolingo, of course. So I'm at that phase where I'm still gathering the vocabulary and learning the rules. I can, lots of listening, music and RAI shows. I love Alberto Angela. I'm not sure if you know him.
No, I'm not sure I do. No, but
he's an Italian historian fellow. A bunch of good shows that are on in Italy.
I tell you what you should do is be talking to someone who is Italian. I think I find lessons really boring if you feel you're back at school. But conversation is good. If you can get it at a certain point where you're having a conversation with someone who speaks good, who is Italian, speaks Italian, but also speaks good English, then it's the chat. And then you should sit down and have a meal, and you could do it like this, and use Zoom or whatever, or FaceTime, and then sit down with someone, a friend of yours in Italy, find the right time between Kansas and Italy, and have a meal together where you try and chat in Italian. So it's much more of a fun thing. That's how I found the best way for me to learn French, German, over a meal. It's beautiful, glass of wine thing, and then I go into it because it's the chatting. Chatting is a much better way of learning things. Yeah, that's my advice. Or a thought. You don't have to do it that way, but whatever works really is the case. And
we will do that. Yeah, I've noticed there's a big difference between speaking it and reading it.
A lot of people. I think a lot of people who do the lessons, they get pretty good at writing it. But I knew someone who went to a friend's house in France, and she had, I think, a degree in French, but she was too scared to even practice. Even there, she was being an au pair. But she wouldn't try it. So, of course, most of our interaction, I'd say 80% of adult life is talking, and 20%, 10-20% is written down, forms, things like that, but reading a newspaper, but most of it is the verbal, and that's the great thing. And I'm doing my shows, you may know I'm doing a show after each run, and I've done one in German already, got another one in German on the 23rd, and then French on the 28th. So I just, I love going in there. The place you're going is a great adventure. Great adventure.
I've heard that for years and years, and I never fully understood it until taking the first step and starting to learn. It's really wonderful.
And do you think you will move there or spend time there, or how are you going to use your citizenship?
I think we will move there. It's become more and more expensive to have health insurance here. Obviously, college. I'm sure everyone's heard about the ridiculous college tuitions here.
Yeah.
We do have a couple of kids who I think will go to college and are actually interested in attending in Italy or somewhere in the EU. So
yeah,
everyone's excited about it.
You could get an international school. You could find an international school and do an international baccalaureate, and they'll speak English, but they'll teach them Italian at the same time. So yeah, you're thinking out of the box. I like this thinking. So good.
Well, it's good. It's not so often I get a free gift like a dual citizenship. We didn't even know about this until a couple of years ago. Yeah, it's very exciting.
And because you're married, Jane, you go with it and you'll both get citizenship, yeah?
Yeah, I completely benefit from this, and I don't have to do anything except be married to Jed and learn Italian.
Yes.
Very good.
I do have to pass a language test, so I have to get better at it.
Okay, well, that's a good point. And food. Food is very good. That's how my Italian. Per favore. Pollo con verduras. Senza patatas. You know, all my Italian comes from food. So, yeah, use whatever's going to make it work for you. And I'm also saying that you do run half marathons and do hikes. You've done a 350-mile hike and 100-mile hikes. So tell us about that.
Yeah, I mentioned those because I thought you might be interested in some of the aspects of it. The total distance is nothing compared to what you're doing right now. It's not as, I don't think it's as mentally hard to do a hike as what you're doing right now, but the one main difference is you've got to carry your food with you on your back. There's a trade-off between how many calories you can take in a day, basically, and how much you want to punish your knees by carrying the weight of this food. So, yeah, they're a bit of a challenge to plan for. I tend to take about a pound to a pound and a half of food per day, which is really not enough, but it makes the hike more enjoyable to not be carrying, 30 pounds on your back.
Yes, indeed.
We try to go very light and just focus on the hiking aspect of it rather than the camping. So no luxuries are brought. Just basically bare minimum plus maybe one or two emergency items to keep you warm if it gets unexplainably cold outside.
And is that just you, Jed, or is that you as well, Jane?
I've gone on shorter hikes with Jed. He's done the long, month-long treks.
Right.
I'm good for about 10 days.
Right. Well, it's all good, healthy stuff. Now, guys, I'm going to say good luck and goodbye to you. I'm going to show a video, and then I'm talking to people on Twitter and stuff. But thank you I'm sorry we started a bit late, but I had to get halfway around. I'm over halfway around. So
Congratulations.
What a lucky time to be on.
We think you're incredible, and what you're doing is amazing.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It's great to talk to you guys. And as you know, I've played Kansas City, I think once or twice. I'm not sure, Sarah. A few times.
We've seen you.
Yes, great. It's beautiful. I've played all 50 states. I'm not sure how many American comedians have played all 50 states, but I'm very proud of that. As someone who thinks like, on my Twitter it says, I think like an American. And when I say that, of course, there are lots of Americans, and not all. I think like you guys. I think progressive, out of the box, forward, open, tolerant. Let's go build it. Let's go make it. Try something different. That's how I think. Which is really an immigrant spirit. It really is the spirit of your forebearers. Of let's try something else. Let's go there. The new world. Let's I like that thinking. So thank you, and take care and stay COVID safe.
Thank you. Be well.
Okay. Cheers. Oh, I'm over halfway. That feels good. Now, let's show the video, Dave, if you've got it, and then we'll do social media. I'm going to have a pee, then do social media questions, and then talk to... And Dave and Sarah, if you could check, is it Sia? Do I pronounce the first name Sia?
We will check.
Because obviously I'm reading SEA, which could be C, but I think it might be C.
Yeah.
Anyway, roll video. This is outside the Chopin Museum in because he was from Warsaw, in Poland. Here we go. My middle video from 11 months ago. It's a museum to Frederick Chopin. And here in Warsaw, in Warsaw. So, oh my God, I've got about another quarter of a marathon to run. It has warmed up a bit. I think a lot, but I'm running and I'm the mixture of deep heat and stuff put on my body to make it work. It tends to warm up the body as you're running around. Okay. Yes. Keep running. Oh look, there's the Pope. Polish Pope, looking kind of like Anthony Hopkins. If you watch the two popes, that's a wonderful film. I think it's either on Netflix or Amazon. But anyway, it's a good film, and I think we both got nominated for that. So Jonathan Pryce and Anthony Hopkins, great work. Very interesting. You learn something about history. Anyway, let's go. Nothing to do with marathons, but it is about understanding, which is part of make humanity great again. Understanding, tolerance, trying to head to a better place, because I am not a Catholic person, so that's why I found the two popes interesting. The stories. And the acting, great acting. Alright, more later. That was me in Poland 11 months ago. Okay, quick loo break, and then in about 3 to 5 minutes, questions from Twitter, Facebook, and what's the other one?
YouTube.
YouTube, okay. Pee break.
Shockingly, over 2 million tonnes of food a year is wasted within the UK supply chain. FareShare is tackling this problem in a strikingly simple way. We work with farmers, producers, distributors and retailers to save good quality fresh food from being wasted, so we can get it onto people's plates instead. In practice, it's a huge logistical feat, involving hundreds of volunteers working tirelessly to unload the produce, unpack and sort it at any one of our network of food warehouses across the UK. The food might be surplus, but it looks and tastes just like the food you'd eat at home. Most of it arrives well before it would have hit the supermarket shelves. Food becomes surplus for all sorts of reasons. A glut of courgettes from overproduction, or a lack of demand as unpredictable weather plays its part. Incorrect packaging and labelling, wonky fruits and veg, and cancelled orders. Wherever it comes from, with the support of our team of volunteers, we prioritise the incoming food, itemising it for traceability and breaking it down into smaller quantities for redistribution. FareShare gives nearly 11,000 charities access to food, all of whom are onboarded safely and meet all food safety regulations. These charities and groups range from food banks, children's breakfast clubs and homeless centres to small local community groups. Not only does this food save charities thousands of pounds on their food bills, it means they can offer the people they support more fresh, healthy fruit and veg and a wider range of food in general. New innovations like the FareShare Go app have seen direct pickups from the supermarkets, meaning perishable goods like fresh bread and fruit can quickly be redistributed. FareShare is more than meals though. Food brings people together. It helps local organisations tackle loneliness and isolation within their communities, or help connect struggling families with the services that can support them. It's such a simple concept. Food that could have been wasted is instead used for good.
Hi, I'm Kevin Ryan, the President and CEO of Covenant House International. For nearly 50 years, Covenant House has been a place of promise and of hope for young people experiencing homelessness. Now more than ever, we need partners in the community to unite with us to end youth homelessness. Every person deserves a safe place to sleep and hope for a brighter tomorrow. For young people, homelessness interrupts progress toward adulthood and a future of independence and self-sufficiency. Covenant House's doors are always open to all young people who need housing and help, regardless of their race or their religion, their sexual orientation, their gender identity or expression. Our trauma-informed services help bridge the gap between potential and progress, and we also advocate for systemic change through public policy while promoting awareness of the critical issues related to youth homelessness. The Covenant House mission is centered and built on community, where youth and staff and volunteers and our partners love one another unconditionally, respect each other absolutely, and dedicate ourselves to a covenant of compassion and hope. Learn more about resilient young people at Covenant House and our life-affirming services at covenanthouse.org.
Okay, questions from social media. Sarah, fire away. If everyone's ready, I'm ready.
Okay, so here we go. This is questions from Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. If anyone has any questions, pop them in to the chat or comment section on any of those platforms, and we'll try and get through them. So, first question is from Hayley Hart, who asks, Eddie, who are your favourite classical composers? What sort of music do you listen to unwind?
I'm going to say Mozart and Beethoven. I'm going to shove them in there. That might be a bit obvious. I don't really know my composers. I can put Elgar in there as well. And I am not encyclopedic on everyone's works. There are certain pieces I go, I like this one. I go, oh, that's by that guy. I say that person. But yeah, I have a quite eclectic taste, and I don't know the pieces necessarily either, so that's not so good. But I do like them in a big general way. Oh.
Yeah, no, I think that's our go-to pre and post marathons at the moment, I think.
What, we play classical music?
Classical music, yeah.
Yeah. Trying to just chill.
Okay, so next question from Twitter, from Flimbies, who asks, you mentioned not eating cereal anymore. Do you follow a certain diet when not doing these impressive challenges?
I try to eat the more healthy stuff. White rice, potatoes, not so good for me. I do think I have the body type that was designed for glaciation periods, and so that's yeah. I look at a lettuce leaf and I get bigger, and that's how I feel it. So I try and exercise, and but a body's made in the kitchen. It's calories in, calories out. It's the most important thing. So bear that in mind. Exercise is good, and we need to move these bodies, but it's the calories in. You'll find that when you do exercise, the calories that you expend are not quite what you thought they were. I mean, I must say, what are my calories up to? They're up to a sort of ton load, but I'm not skinny as a rake at the moment.
Definitely be an increase at the moment, yes, I would say.
Definitely weight has come up my face, but I still feel heavy here. Maybe that'll change. But normally, actually, if you do some exercise and then rest, recuperate during that recuperation, that's when everything tightens up, and I haven't done that. I have been pounding, I have been running, so.
Yeah, there's not much time for recuperating at the moment. That is very true. Okay, so next question is from Liz Lou, who says, "Hey Eddie and Sarah, when either of you had surgery, what helped you calm down before surgery? I'd like to know because I'm going to have surgery on my right eye on the 22nd of January."
Ooh. I had appendicitis, I've had that done. I've had a few things done. I tried to stay calm. My mum was a nurse, so I kind of was okay with hospitals and stuff. A lot of people, ooh, big problem with hospitals, but not me. Maybe that's because mum was a nurse. So yeah, I don't feel anxious before perhaps having something major. I listen to a lot of classical music, that's what I do. Probably have that playing. I haven't got any perfect thing going on, any perfect answer for that question.
Okay, next question is from Amanda French, who says, "Hi Eddie, firstly I'd like to thank you for all you're doing.
Thank you.
My question is, what do you tend to eat before and after your run, and do you have a favourite treat? Many thanks."
Sarah will tell you what I eat before and after.
Yeah, that's true. I probably know more, don't I? Because I put it in front of you. So, yeah, well, beforehand, we'll do the rundown. So there's two breakfasts. Breakfast one is usually bagel or bacon and eggs, or mackerel. Mackerel's very good as well. A little bit of avocado sometimes, and also a bit of yogurt and granola, blueberries, honey, that kind of thing. So we try and mix it up a little bit. And then breakfast two, which is when we get to here at Riverside Studios before we start. That's like an hour before we start. That is porridge with blueberries and honey. And then afterwards, which is actually after the gig, because of course we have the stand-up show at 7 o'clock every night that is streamed everywhere.
Till 8 p.m?
Yes, 7 p.m. local time London where we are, 8 p.m. Central Europe.
No, but it starts at 7 and finishes at 8. So
oh yes, it finishes at 8, yes. So after that, then that's dinner. So that is provided by the lovely people here at Riverside Studios. So that tends to be either fish or chicken, so kind of like a white meat kind of thing for protein, and then white carbs and a bunch of vegetables or salad. So yeah, that's kind of our thing. Oh, I should say recovery shake straight after the marathon as well. That's
yes, that's quite nice.
A special magical recovery shake.
Do we always have rice with fish, I've noticed?
Yes.
But can we not have potatoes with fish?
I could ask.
Because swapping those up would be more fun. Because fish is a bit fish.
Yeah.
And potatoes are much more potatoes.
Okay.
And I could do rice. I could even do a burger and rice.
Yeah. Actually, I'd swap with you because usually there's either potatoes in mine or yours. So, and I'm a fan of rice, but that's my.
I'm okay with it, but I just haven't got used to it with fish.
Okay. See, that's my Bayesian heritage means I'm fine with that. But there you go. Okay, next question is. So this is from Karen Lindale, who says, sense memory. What brings back your happiest memories? What smell, sight, taste, touch, or sound?
I don't know, but I know they do, but I haven't got a list of them. So it's not like saying, if I smell jam or raspberry jam brings back the smell of when I was 3 and covered in jam. There are no particulars. I cycled and then I ran later in life past Port Talbot industrial works, and it's a distinctive smell. And I remember that from my childhood. So when I cycled back there, having left Scurin near Swansea, where I used to live in Wales, I do remember that smell. Oh, it brings it all back. Edinburgh had a hop smell, which I think has got less. Has the hop smell in Edinburgh got less?
That's a good point. I think it slightly has, because it's always, we should say this is driving up for the Edinburgh Festival, you always know you're close to Edinburgh because you start smelling the hops. But maybe it has got a little less.
Wine, beer, and they make lots of beer?
Yeah, it's a big brewery. I don't know which brewery it is, but I think you're right, because I was thinking maybe I just got used to it, but it's got a little less, still there, but a little less.
Yes. So that's my answer. Not a brilliant answer, but there you go.
Okay, so next question from Twitter is from Angie DM, who asks, what shade is that lippy? Very nice.
That is Candy Yum Yum, actually, from MAC Cosmetics. So Candy Yum Yum is my go-to colour. Works very well with blues and me. So I think if you like makeup, you'd probably go for a whole bunch of. There's an idea of having a number of different lipsticks, but which maybe I'll go to later in life. But if I find a couple I like, I tend to just stick to them. There is Lady Danger, which is kind of an orangey red, again from MAC. But I do. Yes, this is like a shocking pink or a overt pink. Anyway, I like it.
Okay, so next question from Simon Franks, who says, hi Eddie, I met you when you visited my running shop in Swansea in 2009. I know that you tried barefoot running after. Would you recommend that, or are you fully back to wearing shoes now?
Well, this is what happened with barefoot running. If you can live all your time in bare feet, then you can make them hard enough to run barefoot, and then I think that would be very interesting. It could well be very healthy, because that's what we naturally do. But I found that I did that. I was trying that in LA, which is warm enough. You know, London's not really warm enough. Well, I suppose you could get used to it, but if you're just bringing in bare feet and walking into restaurants, supermarkets, in LA they told me to leave a supermarket, which is not like the most dressed up place, but they put me down as a street person, as a street bum. So they said, you can't come in here without shoes. So I realized that to live the life I want to live, I'd really have to wear shoes, and then I could never get my feet hard enough. I do know that it works that way. If you don't wear shoes, your feet get really hard. And mine are just not hard enough, so it was practicality in the end. So I'm not doing barefoot, I'm afraid. I like the idea of it, but it just wasn't practical. That's my answer.
Okay, so next question is from Carrie Barrett, who says, Eddie, we're all celebrating your halfway mark, and many of us have been with you every day on your run.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
And they ask, how will you treat yourself special tonight?
Oh no, I've done my treat me special. That was was a mug of, what was it?
Prosecco.
A paper cup of Prosecco.
Yeah.
So that's it, so nothing special. You can't really. And it's good, it's just in my head now. There's less to do now than there was before. That is a help. Every step you take is just, it's just getting closer to the end. And you've already done more than you have to do. So that's the psychological of it, but today will not be much different, I'm afraid. Even at the end, I'll just relax and have a sleep.
Yeah, sleeping is probably a big treat.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, next question is from Rose Junko, who asks, name some of your favourite authors and what book are you reading at the minute?
I've got one on Obama. I downloaded his latest book. Haven't got into it yet, but I want another one. What was the first thing? Favourite authors?
Yes, favourite authors.
I don't really have favourite authors because I don't read fiction much. I'm not sure what. I think I just want to wait for the films. Because being dyslexic, I'm a very slow reader. I listen to more factual books, audiobooks of factual books. Biographies, I'm afraid. So yeah, I haven't got that list of great authors I can reel off. I could make one up, but it would not be true. So, yeah. Sorry. At some point I might, but again, in literature and fine art, still my intimidation. They intimidate me. That's how I see it.
Okay, so next question is from Bizazaful, I hope I've said that right, who asks, Eddie, what is your biggest hope for yourself this year? They say, I think we all hope for something better for the world in general, but what about just for yourself?
I don't really work like that, so I wouldn't have, I hope this year this happens or that happens. You know, I love doing, drama is my big love. I love doing comedy as well. And so I just want those to keep going, good projects, keep pushing that up. There's when COVID goes, I'd like to go back to Paris and do group improv, because when I do stand-up on my own, I'll do some stand-up on my own probably as well, and then I improvise also. But group improv in French, I think, could be amazing to my ability to speak French. Even more than me doing it on my own, because I'll do it with other French people and maybe some other British people who speak good French, and that's sitting in my mind is a good plan. I have these good plans, I feel, and they sit in my mind for some time, and then they come to fruition. A number of them now work. In the early days, well, my dad used to say, you've always had crazy ideas. The difference is now, some of them have worked, but now more and more work. I'd say about 2/3 work and a third don't work. But it's weird to have an idea and have it and hold 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 it and on and on and on, and then boom, and it works. I was trying to work out how to represent different cities as I go by, and I thought, can't we get photographs streaming behind me? Now it's not beautiful, you know, it's not a perfect thing, but it's still, they look nice. That is Warsaw, and some wonderful photographs we got. So, yeah, that's my answer.
Okay, and let's see, next question. Oh, actually, yes, here's a little follow-up question from Liz Blue saying, how's the toe, by the way? And they say, I'm also going to be watching that tonight. I think Liz is going to watch the show, so there we go.
Watch the show tonight, yes. The toe is wrapped up. Everyone's saying that the nail is going to go. I'm not sure. It looks a bit, it looks rather unhappy and beaten up, but not as bad as it was, not as inflamed as it was, or swollen. the tenosynovitis in the right leg is, the strapping is helping it. I have pain on the outside of my right foot. Don't know what that is. God, I keep speeding up my speed and having difficulty. Can't work out why that is. I can't sort of get anything going. Oh, what is going on? Maybe I've had a high of getting through halfway and it's sort of blown me out a bit. Yeah. Yeah, so they're holding in there. The right shin and the left toenail are holding there in a holding pattern, not moving sort of one way or the other, not quite getting well, because I'm running on them every day. But,
yeah, I feel like we're holding them at bay, aren't we? But
yeah,
it's hard to heal when you're still going. So.
Yep.
Okay, next question. I'm going to just précis this a little, if that's the right word. Tracy Emery is asking how to deal with trolls on the internet.
Well, there's reporting them for one thing if people are horrible, but I just ignore them, so I don't see any. So if they're shouting into a vacuum, then that's their thing. But I'm not sure you're talking about yourself or for me. But if it was yourself, they can't be reported to the police or to Twitter, I think.
Yes, I think there was I think you may have mentioned this online as well, a part of a campaign that was sort of saying don't feed the trolls, which is a good bit of advice. So next question. Deb Helfrich, who says, question, does Eddie want to do a brief group improv skit from the treadmill? I'm game to imagine what greatness humanity might create.
No, I don't want to do this. I've done little bits of stand-up on here, but you can't do group because you need all the other people. And I'm not a group, you see, I'm just an individual. So that won't work. But I want to do it in French, you see. I can do it in English. I want to do it in French. And then I get French going, I can do it in German or Spanish. But, yeah, second language group improv would be kind of amazing, especially if you have local, French speakers doing it, and that could be really good. Yes.
Okay, so next question is from, oh, hang on, it's jumped. Here we go. From Brenda Nightingale, who asks, when will you release Wunderbar on DVD or streaming? They say they saw it twice live and need to see it again to stay sane. And they also say, willing to pay big bucks.
Yeah, it's hopefully coming out soon. I think they're waiting for COVID to pass. I'm not sure it's in its final stages of being processed. So soon, hopefully. God, I'm tired. Why can't I run? I just can't run today. Something weird has happened. I think I need an eye prohydrate.
Yep, I will. Have you run out?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let me do that quickly and.
We have to stop because it's
okay.
Next person.
Shall I go? I'll go one more question and I'll run and grab you a drink. This is Anna G on Twitter says, and this is specific to Warsaw. Warsaw has recently been a place of protest against tightening the abortion law. What are your thoughts on the issues women and LGBTQ people have been facing there? And they say, why is this still happening in the middle of the modern world?
I don't know. It's. I think the separation of church and state is could be a problem in Poland. The best one in the world for the good Polish people. As religion was banned under a communist regime. This has come back. a lot of people, maybe the older people, have grabbed hold of it and said this is what must be, and it's like Ireland, the Republic of Ireland. They had a Catholic, the Catholic Church strongly influenced what people voted for, what people thought, and so the freedom of choice for women was pushed back against, and LGBT plus rights were pushed back against, and now that has all changed in Ireland. So I encourage good people of Poland to push back against that. The church and state must be separated, and I would encourage all progressive people just to campaign forward. It's governments, it's laws, you have to get them changed, but I can't do that. It has to be done by the Polish people. But yeah, LGBT rights and a woman's choice should be there. That should be a right. Okay, so now we're going to talk to C. Glassman. Lives in Santa Monica, theater actress, also coach and teacher. Has her own acting school called Soul Emergence. The actor's process as a spiritual path. Creating a template for global theatre projects called Time Circus, which focuses on historic people, places and events across the last 4 centuries that have moved humanity forward. Every town has its heroes and heroines. Is one of her mottos, or her motto. We can talk to her about that.
Eddie, you're thinking through the scene.
I see.
Eddie, halfway.
Yes, indeed.
Eddie, how are you, my love? I'm so happy to be on with you at this auspicious moment.
Thank you. Very good to talk to you. Are you in Santa Monica at the moment?
No, I am in Silver Lake, but I am heading to the beach after you and I talk.
Right.
And I have my wetsuit on, and I'll be jumping into the very cold 57-degree water. Oh, I apologize in advance for the Fahrenheit, Celsius, miles, kilometers debacle that's about to happen.
So 57 degrees Celsius must be something like...
Fahrenheit.
Yeah, sorry, Fahrenheit, but in Celsius it must be something else. I'm not sure. But 60, 70 is 20, so it must be about 8 degrees. It's 9 degrees centigrade, I think.
You'll be doing the math in this relationship.
Yes, indeed.
So yeah. Hi.
Well, good for you.
Yeah, I want to just I want to make a big deal of this, Eddie, because you have been a major inspirer of me in my work. I'm also a long-distance runner.
Excellent.
And and I'm an actor. And you and I met in September of 2017. We've had a couple of really good discussions. And I know that what you're doing is above and beyond the call of duty. I just want to stop and really say hello to LA, which is just waking up. It's 8 o'clock here. And just say, 1 marathon for charity, amazing. 2, wonderful. Where are we? 16? We're at the 16th marathon?
Yeah, it's the 16th.
Yeah, and talking the whole way with people.
Yes.
Incredible endurance. And I just want to say, hey everybody, time to donate. If you've been on board, if you've been watching, if you've been listening to these amazing conversations, Jason and I, do you mind if I just sell this for a minute?
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. Not only has Eddie been doing this for the last 16 marathons, but she's been doing it. Is this your 3rd time where you've done multiple marathons?
I think it's 4th time.
Your 4th, and where she has cranked it out, marathon upon marathon upon marathon for, and this is the important point, charity. And here's my hat.
Great, excellent hat, yeah.
Yeah, very excellent hat. You could see that I use it. Nice and sweaty. And so please, go ahead, Eddie.
They've got to go to eddyizzard.com. Anywhere in the world, go to eddyizzard.com. You can donate there to crowdfunder. So that would be wonderful if you could. because we're going for £150,000, which would be something like $200,000. That's our US dollars. That's our aim. That's our
I was going to
target.
ask, that was my next question. My next question was, give us that amount again, $200,000?
Yeah, let me check on this, where we are.
Please donate right now. If you're listening, donate right now. If you are utterly, just beside yourself, recognizing that this human being, on behalf of all of humanity, is doing this amazing feat and really needs to be recognized. And so please pop on to www.eddieizzard.com. If you're in the UK, you can text. There's a number at the bottom of the screen.
Yep.
And it's really time to donate if you've been listening. So I've done fundraisers. Time to donate, folks. So many amazing things happening, and we really want to just help Eddie cross this halfway mark and make it to the end easily. There's my pitch.
Thank you for that.
I hope that was okay.
Yeah, we're at £70,000, over £70,000 now, and
wow.
And which is over $95,000, which is over 78,000 euros right at this second, and we've just changed our target to 150,000, which is just over $200,000 US dollars, just over 168,000 euros. So that's where we're heading.
I mean, Eddie, fourth time for charity, and it's just a phenomenal feat. And speaking of feet, I know your toes are not the happiest campers, but I'm sending lots of love to those feet.
Thank you. They need to. Well, it's weird. They need to get better while I'm pounding on them. So it's obviously hard to get better while you're using them.
Yeah. But you've experienced this tremendous kind of healing ability in the body, though. You reach a certain point where the body is just saying, oh, okay, you're giving me that, well, I'll see you that and I'll raise you this. So,
yes, the body does seem to get stronger or quicker to heal as time goes on. It's an interesting thing. I'm not sure the exact science of it, but I'd have to talk to my physio again. But that's what I was told before. At a certain point, the body switches on a power to heal the body quicker, which is handy.
Yeah, I believe in that. I believe in that, and I believe we really should be hooking you up to some, wires, and we're definitely going to have to leave you to science, if nothing else. We're going to scan that brain and probably those legs. They need scanning.
Well,
you need to know.
I'm gonna keep the body for the moment. Oh, so tell me about your. Did you have a theatre school? Is it in Santa Monica? Is that right?
Well,
or you're a character?
fundamentally, yeah, I can tell you about it. I'm an actor, director, and writer, playwright, and I perform autobiographical pieces around town. There's a very strong storytelling scene in LA. Is there one in London?
I'm not sure. How would you define a storytelling scene? How would you define that?
Yeah, well, probably about 5 years ago, people weren't standing on stage and telling their memoir, their autobiographical stories.
Right.
And then suddenly there was this exponential explosion of people coming out and telling stories about their lives. Say 5-6 years ago, there would be maybe 3 venues a night doing these storytelling events, and people would come out, like the Moth or so many. But now, on any given night, now we're in the pandemic, they're still sponsoring places where people can come and tell their personal stories. And so I'm a performer on that scene, and I have an acting school called Soul Emergence, the Actor's Process, a Spiritual Path. And but basically, I'm really working on my musicals right now. I'm writing, and by the way, I just want to say you're in Warsaw, Poland.
Warszawa, yeah.
Warsaw, and that is significant to me because the writer that I've been working on this, the writer is dead, but he is from Poland, and was a Yiddish writer, Yiddish speaker. And so it's really key that I've come in to meet you at Poland and to walk you past your halfway mark. So
very good. Yes.
Everything's working. Everything's working.
All heading in the right direction. So,
go ahead.
Yeah, no, I was gonna say, what's the weather like now in LA? Because I remember my time there; it was always, you know, the sunshine, the whole La La Land, that whole opening number of La La Land about sunshine every day on the 405. And so, what's it like today?
It's just like that, Eddie. It's just like the opening of La La Land, which is a beautiful, beautiful film.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, it's, you know, today and tomorrow, I'm going to give you my weather, because I know London is not like this. It's 84 degrees. It's kind of a heat wave today and tomorrow.
84 degrees, so I'll translate that. That is 70 is 20, so 84 is going to be about 26, 27, 28, somewhere around there. Yeah, so that's...
you have to do the math. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, that's lovely. And what are we now? January? That's not your normal January temperature, is it?
No, I mean, the thing about living in California is you do feel the effects of global warming. You do. There's just no doubt about it, because, you know, quite often in the last few months we had a lot of fires, right? So the heat, the dryness is definitely palpable. It's always lovely in LA. You know, it's cool at night, it's cool in the morning. It's cool right now, but it will be 84 at its peak today and tomorrow.
Right.
So,
right.
Sunny and just like La La Land. And the people getting out of their cars and dancing, that's definitely happening.
Yes, I know that was the 504, isn't it? Where that shot. Just
reverse it, 405.
The 405, yes. So what am I saying? Well, I've been out for a bit, so yes, I think I was going to say 504. No one's on the flight that doesn't exist. The 405, of course it was. Yes, there's a slip road going. I think I know that road. I think I've gone down that road. But
I'm sure you have. I'm sure you have. When you were shooting the Ridges. Where did you shoot the Ridges?
Santa Clarita.
Oh, well, it's hot out there, isn't it?
Yeah, Santa Clarita. And it was 45 minutes from door to door. I had to drive myself every morning. And drive back.
Where were you living when you were shooting there?
Up near Nichols Canyon.
So Hollywood Hills?
Yeah, around the hills.
Yeah,
and,
nice. Well, I'm in Silver Lake right now. I usually live in Topanga in the mountains.
Right.
But I'm pandemicking in Silver Lake.
Right. Is that a better...
Do you know Silver Lake?
Yes, I know the rough area of it, and I have been there, but I don't know it very well to be able to say, that street and that street. But,
right.
You know, it's the bits that you go, I know that bit to that bit to that bit, and then that's a bit hazy, and then,
Yeah.
A bit like...
Well, you're going to have to come back. You need to come and do... Are you going to shoot this Dan Brown movie? What's going on with that?
Well, it's a TV series, and it was a pilot, so they have to decide what they want to do with the pilot. So we'll find out about it.
You shot it already?
Yeah, we shot the pilot. Yeah.
Okay, so good. We love you in LA. You know, we always come out for you, and I've seen tons of your shows when you've been here. So.
Yes, thank you very much. It's great. It's great, the support in America generally. See, I thought that I could come and play America, because Monty Python played America, and obviously not everyone in America digs Monty Python, not everyone in Britain gets what's going on. But I thought if Python can be understood by, say, a groovy section of America, I think that they would get my stuff, because I'm totally influenced by Python, really. I think I'm doing Python as stand-up. I've developed the narrator of me talking to the audience, that is mine. And then the sketches are very influenced by Monty Python. As I told them.
Oh, yeah.
I have told them all, because I went to 7 out of 10 of their gigs when they played at the O2 back in 2014, I think. God, 6 years ago? Boy. So.
Yeah, and it's so amazing how when they first appeared in America, you know, they didn't really know if it was going to take, but of course it took. It's bliss. Monty Python's bliss to me, you know.
Yep, it's It was Dallas, PBS in Dallas that picked him up.
Yeah, that's very strange, right? Considering, you know, we have the tendency to think that Texas has a certain bias, but like you've proven many, many, many times as you've sort of crawled across America with your shows, there's just great people everywhere.
Yep,
and,
absolutely.
People who are very accepting and open and warm and
Progressive and diverse, yeah.
Yeah, progressive. That's your audience. Progressive and hilarious and.
Yeah, including in states like Alabama, Mississippi, you wouldn't expect, but people come out, and Texas is very strong. There's 4 cities, you know, San Antonio and Austin, of course, but Dallas and Houston. You know, and I played there, when I first played Dallas at the Majestic, I think the guy who ran it went, "Are you sure? This person, Majestic, really?" We put the tickets out, and it sold out so quickly. They said, "Do you want to do another date?" You know, so.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which is incredible, and I have to admit, honestly, being a Yankee, so I'm from Connecticut, right, that your movement into those states, which I even had a little bit of that Yankee bias, the South, are they going to accept him? Are they going to be her? Are they going to accept Eddie and really embrace her? And, you know, each time I was sometimes a little worried for you. I was just blown out of the water. Everybody, you know, loves you who comes out to see you.
Well, I'm sure there's some people who don't, but, you know, it's, I'm trying to, you know, make humanity great again. And I understand where America, make America great again comes from, but I'm trying to include everyone, including all Americans, are included in humanity. And it's the nationalism I'm against. Patriotism I'm for. Love your country, absolutely. But anyone's country is better than anyone else's country. It's just, it won't work. That is not a way to think. And we tried it in the 1930s, so people need to watch some DVDs, watch some documentaries about the 1930s. That was all nationalism. Does not work. So that's what I fight.
Yeah, well, you and I are hand in hand politically. And I don't know if you remember, but I supported your whole bid for the NEC seat. I was watching every minute of that, and I was really thrilled when you got into that seat. It was unexpected you got in that.
Yes, it was a different way, but I will be going for a Member of Parliament seat, and I will keep going until I get in, because I am relentless. That is my way.
Relentless bastard, as you like to say.
Yes, as I like to say. It's just, but I'm not, you know, some people might think I'm mucking about having a go. I'm not having a go, I'm going in. So, we shall see.
You've been talking about this for a decade. I mean,
exactly so. Because some people haven't noticed that. Some people say, so this is a new idea. I say, no, it's an old idea. I've said it for years. So,
well,
I'm
we
ready
can't expect everyone to know each other completely.
No.
And I think, you know, we have the tip of the iceberg of everyone. The way that I approach, you know, I have a few humanitarian projects, and one of the rules of engagement is, number one, suppose the infinite nature of the other. And that makes being a global citizen much easier. You're not looking for differences, you're looking for, every person is the next piece of your puzzle. And you embody that so beautifully, and they're your flags. As you do all of these events, I feel you deeply. I always feel that you're carrying everyone with you. And I've seen you walk through fire. I've seen you walk through hatred. And I've seen you be well loved. And I think you're really a role model for many, 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 many people. And I love you for what you're doing. You're just a beautiful humanitarian. So,
well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And tell us about is your first name a contraction of anything, or did your parents just call you C?
Yeah, well, the whole story is I was named after my great-grandmother, Cecilia Rebecca, and my legal name is actually Susan Rachel, and Saran likes Sue, who likes the bread, but I have a lot of nicknames, and I am an aficionado of the ocean. And my best friend gave me the name C, and she passed away very young, and I took it as homage to her. So And it goes well with my last name, which is Glassman.
Yes.
G-L-A-S-S.
Very good. All right, C. Well, look, it's great to talk to you. Thank you for sparing time with us. Thank you. Go and have a great time in the cool sea of these, what I call the Pacific Ocean. I know it's called the Pacific, but I call it the Pacific Ocean because they were very specific. That's just what I insist. And yes, I have swum in that ocean, and it's a big old ocean. But
It's a big old ocean.
yeah, have fun.
And
Thanks
you'll
for
be
being with us.
back.
Say again.
You'll be back. You're
Oh
coming
yeah.
back, right?
Oh yeah, I'm coming back. I'm coming.
Because I have a lot more to ask you. I have a lot more questions. And I love hearing you talk about acting, by the way. It's fantastic.
Yes, always good to talk about that. I do love that. So
Yeah,
thank you.
and I just want to say one other thing. The way that you've been dealing with the pronouns has been so gracious, and I love your conversation with Jason Isaacs and how he, was talking about that slight adjustment that can be made in language.
Linguistic
And,
adjustment.
Yeah, and also you were so, and you know how people can be so militant and extreme about this kind of thing. And we understand that because, identity is a hard thing to grasp. You've got someone who is moving into a different place in themselves and wants to express from there, and you recognize for that. And the language does get, confusing at times.
Yeah.
So I love the fact that you, just before we go, the two things, you were very gracious with J.K. Rowling, and you were very gracious about the whole pronouns thing, and I think that's really moved everything forward quite a bit, so I want to thank you for that.
Well, thank you for that. Thank you. It is it's a tricky old thing, and hopefully we'll get to an easier place. But yeah, for anyone about me, everyone supporting me, thank you. But if anyone makes a mistake with me, just chill. It's okay. People are making linguistic adjustments, and unless they're being really nasty with it, and then I understand people being very supportive. But if they're just someone talking away, having a chat, and it goes wrong, don't worry about it. It's okay. It is okay. Thank you, Steve.
You've got a lot of people supporting you. So lots of love to you and your toes and your legs and your whole being, and happy halfway mark to you.
Thank you, and good luck to everyone in America. And I hope on the 20th of January, from then on, we can get back to a place where humanity can be great again. A slightly different place than the last 4 years. Take care.
Thanks, Eddie.
Cheers. Okay. I am sorry, guys. It's another loo break. I seem to be permanently in the loo. What is it? Let's do that. Having a loo break now.
$20 million are living in food insecurity since conflict escalated. 10 million people are at risk of famine. 3 million to 4 million people are displaced. The damaged infrastructure had hit the water supply for humanitarian assistance are about 80%. So COVID in Yemen is a crisis on a crisis on a crisis. Of course, funding for COVID-19 needs to come on top of the funding to respond to the pre-existing needs.
وعلينا الحار حافظة كلها تعبانة أكل ولا شرب ولا مي ولا حاجة الله أقل لنا حمى قالوا ده الكورونا مدري إيش دحنا مرضنا كمان أنا واحدة من الناس اللي أسبوع مريضة ما قدرتش أضرب حبة إبرة مخلق إيراني اللي مريض اللي عياله واللي زوجته واللي هو ما قدرناش نعمل ولا أي حاجة والأكل ما فيش أحيانا ناكل وأحيانا لا داخل ما فيش.
The COVID-19 make the WASH team think about new ways of supporting communities. In Amran city, where will support the local authorities in reconnecting or rehabilitating the sewage system for the city to support hospitals that have reproductive health warden and hospitals which have isolation centers, provide them with water supply directly or to fix their water supply network. With the water scare in most of the households, people would prefer to keep water for drinking and cooking. Cleaning will be their last priority. So the awareness raising were intense. The team used different local media outlets like local radios and TVs to reach most of the population.
قبل 3 أشهر جارتي سماح جاءت عندنا وعلمتني الطريقة الصحيحة لغسل اليدين. كمان علمتني إجراءات الوقاية من كورونا. من ذاك اليوم وأنا أعلم صديقاتي الطريقة الصحيحة لغسل اليدين. إحنا كلنا أبطال ونقدر نقضي على فيروس كورونا بطرق بسيطة ونرجع للمدرسة ونحقق أحلامنا.
COVID had a dramatic impact on Yemen economy and businesses had closed. So as much as we can, we try to support people by doing cash transfer. The main thing that we changed in distribution points, we installed hand washing stations. With all this crisis that people are facing, Yemeni people are still trying to find means to survive and supporting each other in a way or another. Also, their positiveness in receiving any support they get from any humanitarian actors give fulfillment to everyone working in a humanitarian sector in Yemen.
Life is a journey. We set out not knowing exactly where we will end up. It can be tough. It can be hard. Sometimes it takes a I will. Other times a simple I do. We take each step with our focus ahead. We have plans and strategies, but they do not always work out. There are times when we get knocked down and doors close behind us. Our hopes can often be replaced by fears. We can lose our direction and struggle with change, become passengers in a life that is spinning too fast. At times like this, we need someone beside us. Someone to listen, to advise and support us, see what is really possible. Someone to give hope and to get us over that line. And someone to say bye when the job is done. Walking with the Wounded supports ex-servicemen and women with physical, mental or social injuries to gain the skills and qualifications to develop new careers outside the military, reintegrate into society and provide long-term security for themselves and their families. Our programs give vital support to the most vulnerable and hard-to-reach veterans, those who are wounded, homeless, or within the criminal justice system. Support more of our wounded to regain their independence.
Sorry about that. I've been having difficulty today. So, right. Gotta try and keep going. Gonna be talking to Charlie Bullman. We'll be on with Tim and Yvonne. If anyone's on, put them on. If Charlie's not there yet, he can join us.
We have all three.
Very good.
Hello.
Hi there. Charlie.
Oh, hi, how are you? Hey man, oh, look at you.
Yeah.
I hope you washed your hands after your pit stop.
Yes, indeed. We have to use the hand sanitizer. Wash the hands and hand sanitize when you come in, because you touch doors. So it's ridiculous. You know, it's this double. Well, it's COVID safe conditions. That's what we have to do. Me and Sarah Johnson, the event manager. My event manager, the event manager. So are you doing okay in these crazy COVID situation?
Yeah, I mean everything's been all right. I mean, I luckily for me, we did I did another TV show with Ewan, and we managed to finish that just in December the 18th last year. So we during lockdown we had to send all our editors home, and they all edited the TV show remotely, which was quite a challenge. You know, working for Apple TV and making a show from home was interesting. So we were really lucky, really busy and lucky. So you know, it went well for us.
Now I want to talk about that because I've seen all three of them. Because you may not know this, but I know you, and I was in a film with you, and so I've seen all of your adventures. Because I prefer to be on your adventures than my adventures. You know,
so would I. I mean, I you know, I've never been a runner, so I have huge respect for you. I can't tell you how. When you were running in South Africa with Yvonne, you were you know, she was filling me in about your heroics, and I was following it. So, you know, my hats off to you.
Well, so Yvonne, are you there?
I'm here. Hello.
Yeah. Hi, Yvonne.
Hi, Ken.
So,
well done, like reaching halfway, Eddie.
Thank you very much. Yes, I'm very pleased to reach halfway. Psychologically, it's downhill. I don't know if Charlie, did you have that on your trips? Did you ever think, well, this is halfway, so it's going to get easier from here on in, or did you never? Because did you never need to think in that way?
I think yeah. I mean, I'm sure very much like you. You know that at the beginning of doing a big trip, at the beginning, it you know, you if you start to look at the whole thing, you start to sort of panic a little bit, and you think, you know, how am I going to get through this? And you know, 100 days, or you know, I mean, in your case, how you're doing what, 30 off?
Yeah, I'm doing less days than you, but then I'm running the thing. So
yeah. No. Oh shit! Hang on. Sorry.
We've lost you.
Okay.
No,
I'm back. Yeah. No. So all that whole thing of the build up and then that sort of euphoria of finally actually doing it, and then I think that I think you're quite right. Up to that sort of halfway point, it can feel quite daunting the whole way through, and then somewhere, as you say, down the line, you start heading downhill. And you can sort of start to sort of smell the finish line.
Yes, indeed. So now, what did you do with Yvonne? Because you were doing your own. Had you done one adventure with Ewan before, and then you did one on your own in South Africa with Yvonne? Was that right?
Yeah, we did. Well, Ewan and I did Long Way Round together, and then Ewan and I did Long Way Down together.
Yeah.
As you know, and then I did a whole lot of other TV shows in between that, and the one series of shows we did was called Extreme Frontiers, and the first one we did was around South Africa, and that's when we got Yo-Yo, as I call her, to and the only reason I call her Yo-Yo because it took me so long to remember her bloody name that I just started calling her Yo-Yo. So,
do you remember that, Yvonne? Do you remember that?
Yeah, I remember that very well. It's Charlie's called me Yo-Yo for many, many years. Affectionately, I hope.
So, and what were you doing? What were you doing? You were driving like you were driving me, or a different operation with Charlie?
No, pretty much the same thing. Although I drove a bit faster when I was with Charlie, to be fair. But generally, yeah, pretty much the same. Support vehicle, kind of just around for whatever needed to be done.
Hang on, why drive faster? Because he likes to go fast?
No, well, he wasn't running, so he was obviously much faster on the motorbike.
Yes.
It's difficult to keep up with Charlie.
I see you were matching him. Now, Charlie, I've seen you and your delight for the wheelie, which and I saw the interaction between you and one of your producers on going, I wish you wouldn't do the wheelies, and you're going, I love the wheelies. And I've seen you doing them going into the garage, one of your headquarters and stuff. So, but then you've had a couple of bad crashes since then. But are you still? I was thinking when you were doing the electric one, I think I still saw you do a wheelie. Wheelies.
Well,
are you still in love with it?
I think the rule is whatever motorbike you buy, you've got to wheelie it at least once. But
hang on, that's your rule. That's your rule for you. That can't be everyone's rule.
Yeah, that's my rule for me. Well, but my love affair started a long time ago with motorbikes. I mean, I grew up in the countryside. My father is a film director, as you know, and we lived when we weren't going around the world with my dad making movies. We were living in Ireland, right up in the Wicklow Mountains, in the middle of nowhere, a bit very close to where Vaughan is living now. Funny enough. And we had this amazing kind of idyllic kind of childhood where we're, in the middle of nowhere, and we had horses and all that kind of stuff. And so I started riding horses at the beginning, but then a friend of mine had a motorbike, a guy called Tommy Rochford, who lived up the road, and he didn't have to muck out the motorbike, he didn't have to feed the motorbike, he didn't have to clean it, he didn't have to do all these things you had to do with a horse. So that was really the reason I started riding motorbike, but it was just much easier, And so I learned all of that kind of stuff when I was a kid, doing motocross and off-road riding and all that kind of stuff. So I suppose that's where it sort of came from. But but the love of traveling and doing those big journeys, like you were saying, that when you set yourself a big goal, like you're doing now, it's funny, during the day, I'm sure you get this, where you have a million feelings a day, and some points you just want to stop and think, what's the point, and there's no point in doing this, and it doesn't matter, I'll stop. And then somehow you kind of decided, well, I'll just get on till 2 o'clock, and then I'll make a decision. And then you kind of somehow bumble your way through the bad days. And then on the good days, it seems effortless on the good days. So.
And when you were in South Africa, what were you doing? Were you riding your motorbike from very interesting places, extreme places in South Africa, to one to another? Is that how it went?
Yeah. The idea of extreme frontiers, because we did 3 of them. We did one in the States and one in Canada as well. And the idea was, because you and I had gone through countries so quickly, that we never really got to focus on one country. So the idea of Extreme Frontiers was to take South Africa, which I just completely fell in love with when we did Long Way Down. I completely fell in love with the whole of Africa, really. And the idea was then to go and sort of do a whole loop around South Africa and just explore the whole place, the people, the riding, the adventure that you can do around it, and we just ended up just doing stupid things, and I remember not being very good at paramotoring, where you take a parachute and you strap an engine to your back and fly, and I'd never really done it that often, and then so the first time I did a proper flight was in the middle of nowhere, and I managed to get up, which was a brilliant thing, but then the idea of having to land was another big problem, because I wasn't very good at it, and as I looked down, I thought, God, and it was we had problems with the wind, so the flying wasn't, was quite technical, so I needed to put the parachute down, but every time I looked down, I saw this one clearing in all these bushes, and I thought, this is fantastic, I'll land here. And then just as I was about to land, this lion and this lion and 2 lionesses just walked walked out into the clearing. And I thought, well, I can't land there. So then I sort of trundled along, almost hit some power lines, and somehow managed to sort of land. So that's what we were doing. And poor Vaughan was sort of sitting there, sort of, you know, thinking, we're driving an ambulance now or driving an ambulance later. I don't know. So, but so it was just an adventure of South Africa.
And Yvonne, do you remember it this way? Were you miles away from that when that happened?
No, I was right there. I remember it. Charlie's just kind of triggered the memory now, and I was with Johnny Maroc, who was there at the time as well, and I think Johnny aged about 10 years in about 15 minutes on that day. And it was very, very stressful. It was, yeah. We were doing that in a private game reserve, so there were all kinds of wild animals around.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah.
Well, yeah, carry on.
I mean, so the problem is that, you know, if you really mess up paragliding and stuff like that,
yeah,
often it's not a bad idea to plunge yourself into treetops, because, you know, all the branches on the treetops are quite small, so you've got a good chance of surviving that.
Yeah.
But every tree in this game reserve had these giant thorns that were just,
oh God,
you know, I mean, there was, you know, when you were down in South Africa, just every tree is vicious. There's nothing, you know, and they're all there to try and survive, and so yeah, it was hilarious.
Well,
it really was. It's funny.
I ran in Mountain Zebra National Park,
yeah,
which, I mean, you were flying into them. I think you actually got that close to them, but apparently with the lions, it's whether they've eaten recently, whether they're that bothered. That's the key thing, because I've done this thing where I've been on a safari in Africa, where you pay money and you go along, and they have the big charabang, the green monster of a truck with these raised seats, which you might have been on, and they have the metal bars over the top, and apparently the animals see it as one big green monster and think that's made of metal, I'm not going to eat it. But I was running alongside it, which, when I got there, I thought, well, this will make good TV, but is this a good idea? And I asked them about the lions, and they said they ate yesterday. It's fine, but they said watch out for the buffalo. I said the buffalo, is that the thing? Because buffalo apparently are bastards. Buffalo are just
the buffalo the most are one of them. They're angry. I think they were just born angry. I mean, you've got those huge horns that the buffalo has, that big thing like that. You know, and it just having that massive horn on your forehead just must make you angry anyway. You know, so, but it is funny. I remember when you and I did Long Way Down, we painted our motorbikes, and mine was a leopard, and Ewan's was a zebra, and I always remembered that, you know, if we did go through a game zone, that maybe, you know, the lion, just a flash of his eye would go for Ewan instead of me, because, you know, his looked like a zebra. That was more sort of edible than a leopard.
That is the zookeeper's joke, you know. The zookeeper's that is almost the zookeeper's joke. Because I had a wonderful time. I was shown around the Boston Zoo, and I met an 80-year-old in human years, equivalent of 80 years old. I don't know, he was about 15, 20, 25 something, and he was very ready to kill. We were all behind the bars. He came in and he did a mock attack on us. And we go, whoa, what's this? You know, that's a. You imagine a human at 80 saying, "Come on, you motherfuckers!" But they said they got this joke. You don't have to run. You don't, as a keeper of animals, you don't have to run faster than the lion. You just have to run faster than this guy. That's you just have to be faster than your co-workers. But I take it you love this thing. So the electric compared to petrol.
Yeah.
Well, I got the impression that Ewan was encouraging that. Were you curious on that, or would you prefer to go back to the petrol, even though things are probably going to move into electric, or do you find the electric fun? What did you think?
I think everybody has what's interesting about electric, for sure, it's the way forward. If you're living in the suburbs or in a city, you know, it makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, what was interesting about the first lockdown was that there was so little traffic on the road, and there was no planes flying over. and I remember cycling around London. You could go out and do your exercise, and I would cycle, and after a period of time, all the air quality, really changed, and it it smelled and felt better. You just felt better because of it, and it became, London became clearer. I remember one morning, cycling past Buckingham Palace and looking down, it was a clear blue sky, and it was just, I remember thinking, gosh, I've never seen London so clear. So I suppose the future has that, but then if you're going on electric vehicles, everybody has that whole feeling of range anxiety syndrome, and the first thing you say to people when they have electric vehicles, they say, yeah, but it's electric, you can't go anywhere, and you can't charge anywhere, and you can't, it's very difficult. But in actual fact, there are charging points everywhere, and if you have a Tesla, you can drive a couple of 100 miles, go to a fast charger, within 35-40 minutes it's full. So the technology is there, but I suppose for you and I, when we did it, through the whole of South America and Central America and Mexico, there are no fast chargers. So we just we had to plug in every night. So we'd only do like 150 miles a day, and then we'd have to find somewhere to plug in. So a youth hostel, a B&B, or someone's house, or a hotel, or sometimes we'd stop at lunchtime. We'd we'd find a restaurant. We'd plug into the restaurant. While people were eating there, and if the electrics weren't quite right, we'd plunge the whole of the restaurant into darkness.
Oh God, yeah.
All these poor people were sort of sitting there eating their food in pitch black. So I think the first few weeks it was really complicated and real anxiety with the whole feeling of it. But as we kind of got into the trip and got used to it, like everybody does, it got easier. And as it got warmer, it got easier as well. The batteries don't like it when it's really cold,
Yeah.
But I suppose it was a little bit like, when it was horse and cart, and you were changing into going into petrol cars, and people, if you left from your house with a car and you filled up your car with petrol, I was trying to get from Barnes to central London, I could get there, but I wouldn't know if there was going to be petrol there or not.
Yeah.
So people had the same range anxiety then, and in those days, you could only buy petrol in a pharmacy. So it was quite complicated. So I think, and then petrol stations started to appear, and then it became easier. So I think for you and I think we went through that in quite a hard way. But Vaughan was talking about driving slowly because you were running all the time. You and I sometimes felt like that at the same time, because if you're on a big open road with a big wind ahead of you, that would chew your battery up. So sometimes we had to ride really quite slowly. But that was all that, I suppose, experience of it.
Well, it's also this weird thing that if you've got that anxiety, then that's better television. If you can actually plug it in and off you go, and the roads are clear, then you suddenly lose the jeopardy that you need in the TV series. That weird thing.
Yeah, no, for sure, and I think everybody sort of told us that you couldn't do it because you can't you can't charge it, and there are no fast chargers. Well, now if anybody tells me, well, you can't do it, electric driving is very prohibitive. Well, I can happily say, well, actually that's crap, because you and I rode from the bottom of Argentina to Los Angeles on electric motorcycles. But what was quite fun doing it is you would stop and people would go, oh, they're nice motorbikes. And you go, yeah, no, they're electric. And people go, what, electric? And you go, yeah. And you go, and they're Harley Davidsons. And people would go, what? Harley Davidson? They just couldn't believe it, because there was no noise, and they looked like sports bikes, and they just didn't look like Harley Davidsons. So it's quite a thing.
Do you miss the noise, though? Isn't the noise part of it? Because I wonder whether they could actually, like in a car, this thing of This, I always thought that's part of it for me in a car. And couldn't you put an artificial on, have the electric?
Yeah.
You know, I just thought, can't they do it that way? Can't you just have a noise that goes?
I'm sure they can. I don't know. Have you? I'm guessing you've been in a Tesla.
I haven't. I haven't been in. I don't even think I've been in a hybrid.
Yeah.
That's,
well, you must rent next time when you're allowed to travel or whatever. Rent a Tesla. And one of the things that we're talking about noises. One of the things they've got is that it's got a whoopee cushion in it.
Right.
So you can choose whichever seat you want, and so when your friend gets into the car, when he sits on the seat, the whoopee cushion goes on, and you can choose whatever fart you want. So you could do a Joe Wicks fart, or you could do a little short sharp one, or a long wet one, or whichever one
Hang on. So Joe Wicks has personally recorded one.
No, but I mean, I think he farted live on TV a couple of days ago.
Oh, did he? Oh, there you go.
But when he, when he does Joe Wicks in the morning, PE with Joe, I think there was quite a funny bit where he farted off screen. He didn't realise that he was on.
There you go. So,
but I think what's interesting about the sound is at first you realise that a big part of realising how fast you go is by the pitch of the engine. So it goes like when you're driving a car or a motorbike. It goes up to a high pitch and you change gear and you go again. And obviously an electric bike doesn't have that, but after a while, you very quickly you don't notice it. And what's really interesting is that when we're riding along, especially in Argentina, there's all these llamas all over the place. I remember you and I pulling over beside the road, beside this whole flock of, would you call them a flock of llama? I don't know, a herd.
Let's go herd, yeah.
And because we weren't making any noise, they didn't feel threatened, and they just sort of hung out with us. And they just sort of stood there staring at us. And they got very pretty eyes, llamas. Have you ever looked into the eyes of llamas?
No.
They're beautiful with these very long eyelashes. They're very mesmerizing.
Teslas and llamas are on my list, you see. And
Yes.
of all the things that I haven't done of looking in the face of a Tesla or a llama. I have been in thank you. So I'm just waving to friends, people come along, members of the public, come out to our window. I don't know if we can show.
Oh, wow.
Dave, can you swap the camera? Oh, they're gone. They're gone. Anyway, yeah, see, you can see the windows of Riverside Studios.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Oh, you're at Riverside. Oh, you're just around the corner from me. Yeah. Oh, I'm going to come and
yeah. You have to bang the window. Sarah Johnson, my Sarah, just show yourself so that, come here, Sarah. Come here. Because so this is Sarah, who we're in the same work bubble and home bubble. So tour manager, and Yvonne, you know Sarah, don't you, Yvonne?
I know Sarah. I spent a lot of time with the lovely Sarah. Hey, Sarah.
A long time.
So if you come to the window, she's inside and to the left as you're looking at us. You have to try and get her attention or something.
Okay,
but,
well, I'll bang on the window like
yeah,
that.
Well, it is. Go, Elaine.
Like the zoo. I suppose it's a bit like being in the zoo, isn't it?
It is. We are a zoo. But if you bang on the window and go, Elaine, then you could do Dustin Hoffman in The Graduate.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, which I quite like doing that, going up to windows and just going, Elaine. And then it shows that you're very savvy with your films.
Yes, exactly.
Yes.
Yeah.
I broke into Pinewood Studios, you see, when I was 15. It's one of my scout badges. I worked out where it was. I so wanted to get into films that I broke into Pinewood. And Steven Spielberg broke into Universal, and his career took off like that, and mine took off a lot later. So,
but it took off, though. I mean,
it did.
You're making up for it now.
Yeah,
for sure.
I tried to stay 4 steps ahead of where I should be. So that's my thing. Not 1 step, not 2, but 4 steps, and I've gone wide as well.
Yeah. But look, but talking about careers and stuff like that, I know that am I right in saying that you're a little bit dyslexic?
Yeah, I'm severely atypically dyslexic. Yeah.
Yeah, no, because I'm the same. I'm terribly dyslexic as well. But what I've always been so impressed by. I mean, I love watching you live. You make me laugh. I remember going with I remember going up to see one of your outdoor shows a number of years ago.
Right.
And just loving it. And then finding out that you do comedy shows in French.
Yes.
In packed with whole French audiences, and you know, as a dyslexic person, I mean, I gave up acting because I just couldn't learn lines, and it just used to stress me out so much. It just became an unpleasant thing to do. But tell me how do you do it as because I mean, I know what it's like to be dyslexic.
Well, how do I do the languages bit?
Yeah.
Well, it started this way. I'm very positive, a proud British person, proud European, proud world citizen, and I look for connections rather than separations. So I thought, let's put my money where my mouth is. I'll start performing in French, and then I did German, then I did Spanish. And I started with a fairly good French, what would it be? I got an A at O level, an A at GCSE.
Yeah.
So when I was 16, I got the, but that was pretty good writing, but speaking, not so strong. And so I pushed it. From then on, I started trying to push it, and I took some lessons, one-on-one lessons in Paris. That was very tiring, very difficult one-on-one. And then I booked myself in for 3 months of shows in 2011. And from spring, so what was it, January, February, March, April the 1st, and through the spring, imagine spring in Paris, doing 6 shows a week in the Théâtre de Izzard, the 10 o'clock theatre, up in Pigalle. And I was doing, if you're doing a show every day, 6 days a week, for 3 months, you just have to get better. That was my thing. And then I kept doing that. And then I started improvising in French. The last show, I was going there and improvising. So my writing, I don't write the stand-up. I just go on and talk about chickens. I used to say, hey, chickens, what's going on with chickens? Where do they come? Are they dinosaurs? Apparently so. Donald Trump, a chicken, is there a difference? I don't think so. Wouldn't you vote for the chicken? And then, so in French, it was just, un poulet, Donald Trump, un poulet, un différent, je pense que non. And you don't have to write the thing. So I side-slip, I body swerve dyslexia because I'm just dealing with the words and I'm not writing them out. So that, because you can talk your own language fine. And if you were pushed into a situation and people say, well, I have difficulty learning language, I would say, imagine anyone was mistakenly arrested for drug dealing. We found something, 10 years in a prison in Spain, France, the one of your choosing, whichever language you want to learn. Within a month, you're going to have basic sentences because your motivation is there. It's kind of your life depends upon it. Within 2 months, within 6 months, you'll be fluent. A year, you'll be having huge discourses. You may not be able to write them much, but it doesn't really matter. So I did that approach. Communication first, grammar second. And if I made a mistake, I assume the audience is smart enough to work out what I meant. So that was my approach.
No, and I suppose you're using your English set, I suppose you would say.
Yeah.
And just changing like your Donald and the chicken example.
Exactly, because what I did was I analysed the problem. People say there's British humour, French humour, Chinese humour, Venezuelan humour. That's all rubbish. I'm sure it's rubbish because I've been there and done it. What there is there are mainstream comedians in every country and there are more alternative comedians in every country. So a mainstream comedian will talk about sports stars, what's on telly, Coronation Street, Curly Whirlies, John Major, Edwina Curry, really? And you take that to France and they go, who's the nominee? What's a Curly Whirly? Yeah. What's Coronation Street? You know? So the references don't travel quite often. But if you do universal, if you go human sacrifice, what was going on there? Chickens, Donald Trump, haircuts, why big haircuts, small haircuts. My mum, I'll tell you about my mum. She was great, my dad was much more this, but my brother, there's so many things. There's about 95% of things you can talk about. It's only references, shop products, things on telly, political people, sports stars, they change from country to country.
Yeah, that becomes more narrow.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get it. That makes sense.
So universal
that makes
humour.
sense.
You just make it universal, and you can flip your entire set. And I actually block out. I sometimes think of jokes. I said, imagine that Hitler had an Austrian accent, a countrified, it was kind of a rural accent he must have had. So, say that's the equivalent of a Yorkshire accent. The good people of Yorkshire, I do love the Yorkshire accent. I was in Sheffield, but I'm just using it as an example here.
Yeah, example.
It's, all right, love. Hey, I'm Hitler, and I think we should just murder everyone. I think that'd be a really good idea. You put it into Yorkshire, it just sounds bonkers. You just take a Reed or a Brummie accent. All right, then. So, I hate everyone, really, I think we should murder them in death camps. And you're going, what? So this was, but that won't work if you go to France, you see. So even though it's a curious idea and an intriguing idea, I can't use it. But I can use dung beetles, which I've recently been talking about, because I just got fixed. I looked them up for accident in one of my shows, because I'm doing a show after each run. 7 p.m. every night, I do a live show. I know, it's insane. And
it's insane.
I know, it's insane.
And you thought a marathon would be enough,
I know, but I have to raise the bar every time. You know this, and every time you do it, you have to do it in electric. You couldn't just do it. We're going sideways, up, down. You've got to add something to it.
It has to be different. Yeah.
And so it's tricky, but I love doing it in French. Improvising in French, it makes your self-confidence grow. And then I was improvising in German, and I did a very interesting. In German, I did an interesting. I just tell you this one thing. They have a masculine, feminine, and neuter in German. They have a nominative, accusative, dative, and genitive. All these endings. I decided, screw that. I'll pretend like I'm a 4-year-old kid who's speaking German, which is kind of my ability. 5-year-old kid. If I get the endings wrong, they'll work out what I mean. So I'll estimate the endings. So that's what I did as a shortcut.
It's brilliant. It's brilliant because how did you find learning German? Because my mother was German, and I used to speak a bit of German, but I always found it easier to learn German than French. And I mean, I don't know if you felt the same way, because I used to speak a lot of French as well, but when you don't speak it, you just forget it as well.
You'll find
keep at it.
You'll find it is actually behind your eyes. You need to get drunk in Paris or get drunk in Berlin, and it will all come back, because you got the fear of humiliation, but it is there. And German I found very logical. I did 2 years.
Yeah, it is very logical. Yeah.
2 years at school. Buchhandler, that's a bookshop.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes sense. I like all that stuff. The endings I bloody hate, because there's so many endings. And and the past tense of the verb at the end of the sentence. And there's this one, I have to learn certain key phrases in German. Like, I talk about this dog that was woofing at me when I was running. And in English I say, I was running past a big house in the country. And in German I say, ich bin an einem großem Haus vorbei gelaufen. And it's such a big phrase. And it doesn't quite track to, I was running by a big house, in the country. So,
but they can fill in the gaps, as you say. They're very clever. It's brilliant, and only a dyslexic person can think of that as well, because I meet lots of kids who and parents come up to me and say, my kid's dyslexic, and especially in Australia, there's a real lack of support in Australia, especially outside of the big cities.
Right.
And I remember meeting this. I remember meeting this mother. She was waiting for me outside a hotel. She knew I was doing a tour there, and she met up with her kid. And she wanted her son to meet another dyslexic person who had done stuff in their life.
Yeah.
And I remember sitting with him. And I remember asking him all these questions, and he was going, no, I do feel like that. And I said, you're very forgetful, or you concentrating, all the usual things that you go through as a dyslexic. And he was sort of looking at me going, but other people have those problems as well?
Yeah.
And I'm going, yes, they do. And then I said, what you've got to remember is, I said, that being dyslexic it's really a gift, really, because you don't think like everybody else. You know, because when you go to school, you come out of the sausage factory at the end of school, and you all kind of sort of think the same way. Whereas a dyslexic person spends his whole time in school bouncing around the edges of what is normal, trying to work it out and trying to fit in. But in actual fact, so by the time they left school, you've got such a different perspective. So I always think I feel very lucky to be dyslexic, I have to say.
Yes, I think you've got to turn things into a gift. Being trans, I came out so many years ago, but in the end, it's actually a gift. It's actually you have to go through a different life. You have to fight your space. Whatever we get dealt these genetic cards at the beginning of our lives, and some of them are good cards, and some of them are really tough cards. But we have to play them all.
Yeah, you do, and you can be fine. You can get stuck and not be able to move on sometimes as well, because you can't own it. You know, I mean, I had in 2016 I had a huge motorcycle crash and smashed my legs to pieces, and it took me a long time to walk again properly, and I'm still struggling now. But I remember waking up after surgery, you know, the next morning having smashed my two legs and my right hand. And I woke up in the morning and I looked down at myself lying in this hospital bed, and all three limbs were out of action except for my left hand. And I started to feel really sorry for myself. And I get that whole thing of, God, if I just left the hotel 2 minutes earlier, 2 minutes later, or a minute later, this would never have happened, and poor me, and all this kind of stuff. And then I noticed that there was someone else in the room, you know, and I looked over and there was another person in the bed beside me. And he'd had a motorcycle accident as well, but he was in a terrible state. I don't think he was going to walk again. And I remember looking over at him, thinking, Christ, and I remember looking at myself and I started to laugh. And I'm thinking, well, actually, you know, this doesn't look too bad after all. Yeah. And from that point on, I was fine, you know. But some people can't, you know, can't move past that, you know, or past gone through what you've gone through or what other people go through. Because we all have, you know, our problems, and they're all terribly important to us, you know, and it can be sometimes difficult to get through, you know. But if you can leave that trauma where it was and move on, then you'll have a much better time, much better place.
And did you pause about the idea of going forward on a motorbike after 2016? Did your wife and family say, Dad, what the hell? Or what happened on that?
Yeah, there was lots of what hell's going on and panic and all that kind of stuff. But for me, the physiotherapy and the mental therapy and you know the wellness of it all was always about getting back on a motorcycle, and you know, it's been part of my life as long as I can remember, and I don't think I could ever get over that. I think I managed to sort of be able to start riding motorbike again, and then in 2018 I managed to really fuck myself up in South Africa, and had another massive crash and smashed myself to pieces there as well. I think it was at that point that my wife flew out again to another country to come and pick me up. She wasn't so impressed that time. So there was no sort of you poor thing, it was you, lots of really bad words, stupid, and then more bad words, and then eventually she kind of forgave the fact that I fell off the bike again.
We're not on TV, so you can, this channel me, so you can actually say what she said if you want, you don't have to. But
she said, well, it was terrible words, and you know, but I couldn't do anything about it because my whole left side was completely purple, and I snapped my forearm and bent it backwards, had a massive head injury, broke my pelvis.
I assume it was
collarbone,
you stupid fucking bastard and this kind of language.
Yeah, you fucking prick, you know, all that kind of stuff.
And yeah, all this kind of stuff. So
there was no sex for ages, you know, not that I could anyway, because I'd smashed all the ribs on one side, so that was quite complicated. You do have an amazing family. But then you know, it's like anything. If you whatever happens to you in life, if you have a passion about, you know, about what you do, I mean, you know, you're never going to stop doing it. I mean, I know that you and I are both involved in UNICEF and you know, it's a big passion for for you and myself and for you, and you know, and we I think the last time we met was in St. Paul's in I think it was I think you told a lovely story, a famous story, and it was a carol service.
Wasn't it Christmas? Wasn't I reading from Dickens's Christmas Carol or something like that?
Yes,
yeah.
Something like that, which was beautiful, and you know, and to be able to be you know, and all the TV shows that you and I have done, and the TV shows that I do independently, all have, you know, UNICEF projects that we've, you know, gone and visited all around the world, and that's another kind of interesting, lovely thing to be able to be part of as well, and you know, it's great.
It's an interesting thing because Ewan does have this look, and this sort of, you know, we both come from acting background, and there's a place one would like to be, and then Ewan has this look and this thing, and these films he's been in. But you are, when it comes to motorbikes, you are the guy, and Ewan loves them, but you can take them apart, put them together, and you do the wheelies. He doesn't do so many wheelies. I like that balance there. That, you know, if shit happens, you're going to take the thing apart. All these pictures of you upside down, you know, pulling them apart and putting them back together again. You do love those things.
Yeah, no, but no, it's lovely, and it's lovely. You know, doing the trips with Ewan is fantastic. You know, we're such old friends, and it's very rare that you can get the time, you know, to go and do big journeys like this with a great friend, and to be able to do it. You know, some of the I mean, I remember when we first did it, when we were doing Long Way Round, you know, someone came in to have a chat with us, and he said, look, you know, sometimes when you can go off, two best friends can go off and do a journey together, and then very shortly afterwards they realize that they can't get on, and so there's no guarantee that you'll be able to do it together, you know, or finish it together. And for sure there were plenty of times, you know, when you're with a partner or a friend, because it's a bit like having a marriage for a short period of time. You live for 3 months, you know, you're living in each other's pockets all the time, you depend on each other, you know, I mean, sometimes I would watch you and ride in front of me, and just the way he was riding would annoy me, you know, and so, you know, so you go through all these sort of ups and downs, but thankfully for some reason, you know, we managed to be able to, you know, oh, now that's what I remembered. It was, I went to see you up in St. Albans, in North London.
St. Albans?
St. Albans with Ross Noble.
Oh, yeah.
I went with him, and I remember he's a massive fan of yours, and
I'm a big fan of his.
And you know, and I've done lots of stuff with him since then.
I think if you remember, if you saw that on that night, I think that night, because I'm not sure if it was, we played multiple nights, but I was doing impressions of Ross and he was doing impressions of me. I don't know if that was that night, but that was very weird. Me doing his kind of stuff and him doing me. But yeah, my dad was evacuated to St. Albans, so I chose St. Albans for that reason. And it was, and Dad came up. It was actually, we had 3 days, and it was, the last one was really quite chilly, but it was in September. September's Dad's month. Well, he passed away now, but it was his birthday was the 22nd. So I always did things around Dad's birthday.
Yeah, it's a good idea. Yeah, it's lovely. It's a nice way to celebrate somebody's life, isn't it? You know, to do something positive.
Well, Charlie, I'm going to let you go.
Nice.
I'm going to let you go.
Okay.
And thank you, Yvonne. I'm sorry.
Sorry.
And Tim.
Eddie, just before I've been sitting here just enjoying your banter between the two of you, which has been fascinating, and we could probably sit there for hours. But Charlie, one of the things that happened in South Africa, which was just purely by chance, is that we found out that Yvonne had the most perfect voice for reading out the announcements related to all of the things that Eddie was doing in South Africa. So we've given her the job of reading out the script for the donations, which she will now do in her perfect BBC accent.
Oh, perfect.
Take it away.
Thank you for that lovely introduction, Tim. Well, so if anyone would like to donate to Eddie's amazing cause, you can do it very easily. If you're in the UK, you can do it by text. All you need to do is text the word 10 or 20 to 70810. That's 70810, and you can donate either 10 or 20 pounds. Text will cost your donation plus one standard rate message, and you have to be over 16 years of age. And then if you're anywhere else in the world, of course, you can also donate. You go online to eddieizzard.com. You can make a donation on the crowdfunder site in any currency you like, I think dollars, euros, pounds. And then I've also been given some amazing figures, Eddie, to put out for you today. For the hours run so far, 103 hours run so far today.
Okay.
Well, up to today.
Wow.
Yeah.
Distance of about 674.88 kilometers, which is 419.2 miles. That's an incredible 917,840 steps. Anyone's counting. 34,529 calories. And the distance run so far is the equivalent of running from your house in London, Eddie, to Koblenz in Germany. I hope I'm saying Koblenz properly. And Koblenz was originally a Roman military post in 8 BC.
There you go. That's why I'd go there, to ask the Romans for something. But thank you, Yvonne. Charlie, thank you.
Oh, brilliant. No, thank you. And listen, we all of us are just so impressed with what you're doing. And, you know, and if everybody's out there, just dig deep into the pockets, get all that change, and especially the folding notes, and chuck it to Eddie. It's really worth doing.
Thank you very much, Charlie. And I will be doing a show at 7 p.m. London time tonight in English today. The next German one will be later. But I need to say English because the German one's on the 23rd and the French one's on the 28th. But yeah, it's an interesting show. I'm not encouraging you to watch it, but for other people around the world, it's got quite good now. I think it's funny because it was kind of experimental and out there. But thank you, Charlie. Thank you, Yvonne. Thank you, Tim. Sorry we've been talking money to Charlie, but I'll now say goodbye to you and take care. Be COVID safe. Safe from the COVID.
Bye-bye.
Cheers.
Love you, Yvonne. Bye.
Bye. Thanks, everyone. Okay. So we're going to be talking to John Bishop now. John Bishop. I'm going to talk to him about his getting into comedy because it's an unusual story. I think he's told me before, but I'll do it again. Is John ready, or do I need to? Should I run the final video?
We need to do a changeover on Zoom, so.
Should I run the final video from?
Yeah, we can, yeah.
Yeah, let's do that. Well, actually, no, hold the video, actually. Just go, yeah, hold the video for the moment. Thank you, Dave. Oh. So, got about an hour and 8 minutes left. Trying to get a flow going, but take it down a bit for a second. God, it's been difficult today. Why is it so difficult today? I get the half bit and then everything slows down. I'm not sure. I think my loo breaks are too long or something, or too relaxed. But I like to be relaxed. My right foot is hurting. Don't know why. I have tenosynovitis in my right shin. And I have middle toe liftiapus disease in my left foot. The middle toe, for some reason, decided to lift up, which is not good. But we're trying to hold on to it. I've been told it will go. I will lose it. I will lose my toenail. But hi, John.
Eddie, how are you?
I'm hanging in there. Oh my God, you're on a bike. Now, were you told to get on that bike? Or?
No, I'm recovering from COVID. So my first exercise was yesterday.
All right.
With simple half an hour on the bike, because prior to that I haven't exercised since the 22nd of December.
Oh, crikey.
And as you know, I like to exercise, nothing like what you do. So I did it yesterday and I thought, I need to feel a little less guilty if I'm talking to you. I've been watching you through the day, talking to people, doing this, and then we just heard the figures that you've done so far, which are astronomical, over 40 miles covered. It's just like ridiculous.
It is a bit bonkers.
So I would feel embarrassed if I wasn't doing something.
No, well, let me say this. I've been trying to tell to the guys to say I would prefer it if you weren't cycling. I kind of like it if you're not, because then I can look at you resting and I feel like I'm resting. If I see you making effort, then I feel I'm making effort. It's really psychological. So if you do...
Well, take it from me, this is minimal effort.
Okay. You do minimal effort.
Minimal.
So now tell us this. I haven't talked to anyone who's had COVID. How did it go? Was it really rough?
Well, I've been filming since November.
Right.
So since November, I've been getting tested 3 times a week.
Right.
It's been, been completely clear. And then what happened is I had none of the symptoms you're supposed to have.
Yeah.
None of them. Nothing on my chest. No cough. I had a stiff back, which I put down to overtraining. So I had that on the 22nd. On the 24th, like all men, I went to buy my wife a Christmas present on Christmas Eve. And I was looking for perfume and I couldn't smell the perfume.
Yeah.
And I thought, that's not right. So then Melanie convinced me to go and get a test. And it was almost psychological. I got the positive results on Christmas Day. And then on Boxing Day, my body decided it was sick.
Oh, wow.
And so it just shut down.
Wow.
And what I would say about the experience, it's the worst virus I've ever had. Complete fatigue, absolutely unable to do anything, unable to get out of bed for 4 to 5 days, horrendous headaches. That was the thing that got me, horrendous headaches. As I say, no cough, nothing on the chest, and then it's like anything, you get into this psychological bit where it didn't feel like eating, so I didn't eat, which made me more fatigued, felt nauseous, but also went into a dip of depression because you just, it's the end of it. It hit me at the time of the year where most people start having a little dip anyway.
Yeah.
You get a little bit depressed. Was this year a good year? Was I a good person? Did I do all the things I wanted to do? What's next year going to be? And so for a few days, it was a whole mixture of feeling sorry for myself, sorry for the world, and just not feeling that I could do anything about it. It was horrible.
And
then what happened is I passed it on to my wife. That ended up being a Christmas present.
Gee. And you've come out of it, or you're coming out of it now?
I'm coming out of it. As I say, I feel I went back to work last week, so I'm fine. And Melanie's 3 or 4 days behind me, so she's out of it as well.
Woof.
So, I mean, my message, I was like a lot of people, I was quite flippant about it. I was doing some Instagram posts where I was taking a piss of, if you can smell wine, carry on drinking it, that's how you test yourself. I did all these things that were quite, I suppose, really poking fun at it. But obviously the situation that we're in now is graver than it was in terms of the infection rate. But having experienced it, you kind of go, I know some people who this would not have touched. Like my sons are fit and they'd be fine. But I also know people, if they'd have got this, they would have been in hospital at least.
Yeah.
And I think that's the pressure point, isn't it? It's just too many people arriving at hospital at the same time who all need treatment.
And do you feel that your fitness levels that you normally keep helped you get through this?
Yeah, because both me and Melanie train a lot, and neither of us suffered with it on our chest. So I think that, you don't know, but I definitely think, I mean, like, with the level of training that you do, constantly with all these challenges that you do, the person that you've become to the one you were, say, 5 years ago, do you feel you'd be stronger now facing any illness?
I do, and I also keep training between them as well. So I met these people at the 2012 Olympics. I was ambassador for the games makers, the volunteers at the London Olympics, and I was lucky enough to go along and meet. I asked if I could meet games makers, anyone volunteering to praise them and say thank you so much, and so I did that through the Olympics. And at the marathons, I was there, and at one of the feeding stations, you know, the food and drink, the marathon runners, they get food and drink. And so I looked at these people. They were senior men and women, and I said, how come you were chosen? How do you get to be the people working on the food and drink stations? And they said, we're members of the 100 Club, and they're all done over 100 marathons, all of them, all the men and women. And they said, you know, it's like 300, 200, 400 and something. And I said, and how do you train? How do you normally train? They said, we just do 1 marathon a week. That's all we do. No training, just 1 marathon a week. And I looked at them, and they looked good as specimens of human beings in their probably 50s, 60s, maybe 70s. They just looked good, and I thought, I want to do that. So I tried between February, my last one, and this one. I did a marathon every other week. I did a half marathon every other week. So that's what I've been trying to do. Sometimes I couldn't do it, but that was my trying to keep match fit for life. That's the thing.
But it's an interesting thing in terms of fitness. And when you come into fitness, everyone assumes that if you've not been fit through your 20s, that it's too late to start exercise. And one of the good things that's come out of COVID is I started a podcast with a friend of mine, an actor, Tony Pitts, and it's called 3 Little Words. And what we do is we get people on, and they bring 3 words that mean something to them, and that's like the backbone for the interview. It's like the songs in Death Island Disc. And one of the guys that we interviewed was a guy called Professor Mike Barnes, who's a neurologist, but he's also the lead campaigner for the medicinal use of cannabis. A really interesting man. And then one of his words was run. And he's Mike wouldn't mind me saying, he's a stocky guy. You wouldn't think of him as a big runner. He started running in his mid-50s, and at 65, he ran the Arctic Marathon.
Wow.
At 65.
Yeah.
And he said it's just that thing about running releases, even though he was a neurologist and he knew the science behind it, he'd never committed to it. And he said it just releases the right level of endorphins. It gives you the option to take your mind somewhere else. Yeah. But it also gives you that commitment to yourself to stay healthy and to keep going. And with you, what you've put your body through these various challenges. And I know when I did my Sport Relief Challenge, the worst thing you can do afterwards is rest.
Yeah.
Because your body has now become adjusted to the machine you've turned it into.
Yeah.
And if you turn it off, it will suffer.
Yeah, I think these bodies are made to be worked. Like a car.
Yeah.
If you drive a car often enough, it stays healthy, and if you don't, it starts to seize up. If you live in a house often enough, it's okay, but otherwise you get wet, rot, and dry rot. So I think we're supposed to use these things, and I think I'm healthier the more I push it, rather than less healthy. You know, the more I push it, the better my health, general health will be, I think.
But also for you, what you do requires a mental commitment as well as a physical commitment. You're not just ticking over.
Yeah, that's true. It's I have to have this mental thing say, you know, that, well, I tell enough people I'm going to do it, you know, and so it'll be hellishly embarrassing if I stop. I did stop once in South Africa in 2012 but I got rhabdomyolysis, and the doctor said, you have to stop, you're going to kill yourself.
Yeah.
So I'll only stop under doctor's orders. But the determination to keep going, that is essential. And I bizarrely, luckily got that because I came out when I was 23 back in '85, and coming out as trans back then, not a good positive thing. You know, people saw it as very toxic. So I thought I have to be really strong to do this. But I think it was good for my own mental health and good to get the conversations going. So once you've been through something like that, even running 31 marathons isn't that hard, it seems, you know, in your head.
Yeah. Well, that bit about coming out into a world that didn't understand that, one of the things that I think is so brilliant about you, and you know, I'll have to get you on the podcast because I'd love to have these conversations when you can.
Very happy.
But one of the things that because I came to comedy late, I wasn't a massive comedy fan, and so when I thought I'm going to do this, I'm going to have a look around and I'll have a look at who's everyone talks about, and obviously you were one of the ones that people talked about and that. And so I've got a couple of your DVDs, and what I loved about it is it was just you. You never made a big deal about the way you dressed. It didn't even feature in the majority of your comedy.
Yeah.
You just went, this is me, now I've got stuff to talk about.
Exactly.
And that has broke down so many barriers for so many people.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I did analyse that don't talk about this, just talk about haircuts and squirrels and banjos and Donald Trump and helicopters and going to Mars, anything. And sometimes mention this, oh yeah, I got this lipstick and I ate it and it was not good, so forget that. You know, just be stupid about it. Muck about with it. Yeah.
But that is the important thing, and it's like I've got a gay son, and we're bringing him up, and it's something we've spoke about more and more in recent times. But we're bringing him up. We never mentioned it because we never thought we needed to mention it.
Right.
But then there was an element in him who's saying, I wish you'd have talked to me about it. And then we didn't have to mention it again. So you can fall into that little bit where, and again, I think the landscape has changed in the last 10 years. Driven by people like yourself and talking to my son. He said if he was 13 now, instead of being 13 10 years ago, or 14, 10 years ago, it was easier now than then because there's much more known acceptance. The problem is with teenage kids is they don't know what to say because they don't know if they're going to be accepted. And that's where the path that you've ploughed, and I really appreciate it from having a son who's been through so much. The path that you've ploughed allowed us to say, we didn't make a big deal of it because people I know who are trans or who are gay just get on with life. It's part of who you are. It's not in the top 10 things, it's the most important things. As a parent, why I love you and what I think about you. It doesn't, it's just part of who you are.
Yeah, it's just like if you're straight. If you're straight, you wouldn't go, hi, I'm straight. And I do this, but I'm straight, you know? And I work in a bookshop, but I do, you know, you just wouldn't do that. So I thought...
I just need everyone in the room to know I happen to be straight. Is that okay?
Yeah, and I work with the books in a very straight way. You know, you wouldn't do it, so I thought, don't do that. Who cares if you're straight or gay? Are you good with the books? Do you buy good books? Have you got a good bookshop? That's the important thing. Who cares about sexuality? So I wanted to get boring. I've always said, when LGBT plus hits boring, then we've made it. So
you have to. That's absolutely the point. I can't remember who it was who said, when you don't mention it, you've succeeded.
Yeah.
But it doesn't need to be mentioned, and that's so true.
Now,
so true.
I'm going to ask this thing because you're talking to people around the world. We have You know, I'm doing a comedy show after each gig as well, which is very bonkers. But people are watching, and I encourage people to buy tickets because the profits go to charity. But your story of coming into comedy, and for people outside the UK who might not know you, you know, you got your own shows. You do multiple shows in the UK now, haven't you?
Yeah.
Tell us.
Well, I'm just interestingly, you know, I was on tour when COVID happened, so my tour is, and again, comes right back to you. My tour is starting again in September, but from the conversations that I've had with you about going elsewhere, I'm including other destinations, Scandinavia. Going to stick a few European dates in. All things that you were the first person to go over and come back like a proper colonialist.
No.
Go and get it.
Not a colonialist. I was an adventurer.
Adventurer.
Yeah.
Yeah, going out and saying, go and see these people, go and meet them. They're actually, they like British comedy, so I'm doing a lot of Scandinavian dates, Australia, New Zealand, America, etc. But the main thing is, I'm doing that in September. What's happened in between is I've got a gig as a Doctor Who's assistant.
Oh wow!
So I'm filming Doctor Who for the next 9 months, which is brilliant.
There you go.
But and it's even more brilliant because, as you say, I came to this late. I was doing a talk last night with performing arts and drama students on Zoom from the University of Liverpool, the LMA, and you know, you get asked the question of how did you start comedy? And the truth is, I didn't walk on stage till I was 35.
35?
Never been on stage before. Never even considered it. It was never an option. Didn't know anyone who did it. And then what happened is I was married. The way I tell the story is true. I got married. We had 3 kids. And we reached that stage that you reach where you've been married for 6 or 7 years, where you both wake up one morning, both look at each other and think, wouldn't it be better if you just fuck off and live somewhere else? So we split up. And
hang on a second. Was that both of you mutually telling it to each other?
Yeah, it was. I didn't really want to split up, but I was a young man, Eddie, who was driven to get on.
Right.
You know, because of the life that I lived, I wanted some financial security. I wanted to get on. I was working for a pharmaceutical company. I was responsible for all the UK and Ireland for a product that stopped people rejecting their organs after a transplant.
Right.
So I was helping set up clinical trials, doing marketing. It was a great job, very, very interesting. But I spent a lot of time away from home. And I suppose I've lost the reason why I was working, because I wasn't there being the husband and father, I guess. And in fact, the way the whole story goes is I wanted my kids 50% of the time, and because I was working away a lot, I couldn't guarantee where I would be in a week. So I said I'll have them every weekend. So we used to pick them up from school and nursery on a Friday, and then I'd drop them off on a Monday.
Yep.
And then on a Monday, I'd be depressed like anyone is who's ever been through that process. And I'd be on a downer. I started doing this thing called working from home, which everyone does now, but wasn't happening in those days. It basically meant I didn't see anyone. I was just depressed, so I thought, I need to go out on a Monday night. And the only thing I could think of doing that I could go to on my own was go to a comedy club. So I went to this comedy club called the Frog and Bucket in Manchester, which you'll know. And at that point, I'd only ever been to 2 comedy clubs in my whole life. Right. Once for a mate's birthday 3 years before, to the Frog and Bucket in Manchester, and once to the Comedy Store in London on a works day. So that would be my experience of seeing comedy clubs full. I turn up at this club, the bouncer on the door says it's £4 to get in, but it's an open mic night. And I didn't even know what open mic meant. I said, what does that mean? He said, it means if you put your name down and go on stage, you don't have to pay. Well, because I was getting the course, I thought, that's £4, she's not having. Put my name down, went in, and I thought, there'll be 200 or 300 people in there, and I'll never get called out, and I can watch at the back and I can slip away. And I walked in. I knew we'll know what open mic nights are like. There was 7 people there. 7.
Right.
And my life got changed in the space of 10 minutes, because the first act got called on stage. It was a guy doing chicken impressions. Right. And I remember sitting there thinking, oh my God, I think I've come to some kid in the community thing. This is not, because he was just literally going, has anyone ever seen a chicken play football? Has anyone seen a chicken drive a van? And I'm sat there going, oh my God. And then my name got called out second.
Right.
And so if it had been called out third, I might have already left. It got called out second. And I walked on stage. I thought, what have I got to lose? If I go home, I'm going back to an empty house. And there's only 7 people here. And, what have I got to lose? Because there's only 7 people, and one of them thinks he's a chicken. So I might as well just get up.
Yeah.
So I just got up. And I had no material. So I just started talking about getting divorced. I just said, I'm only here because I'm getting divorced. Then I started talking about their relationship. And then, as you know, the red light flashes when you're timed up.
Yeah.
I didn't know. So I remember just saying, oh, your light's broke there, keep flashing. And then I just carried on. And I was meant to do like 10 minutes or 7 minutes or so, and I did about 25.
Were you getting laughs? Were you getting laughs?
I was getting laughs and titters, and then when it came off, the compere, a great comic called Mick Ferry, and the guy who ran the club, Dave Perkins, both came up to me at the end and said, where have you been doing this? I said, I've never done it before in my life. And he said, well, listen, we're here every Monday, why don't you come back? He said, you've got something. He said, try and think of something for you. The bit where you were talking about your divorce and you started crying, don't do that next week. but come back. So it was basically a home for me to go and take therapy, I suppose, being on stage, talking about my life. That was the October 2000. I did my first paid headline spot in January 2001. And I didn't know that was relatively unusual. Yeah. And I didn't craft material like I'm more of a storyteller like yourself. And so it just evolved and evolved. But the best twist in the story is I didn't tell anyone I was doing it. Right. Didn't tell any of my mates. It was my little secret thing. And then I started getting, the mid spots and the opening spots. And I was at home and I got a phone call. And somebody had dropped out the Frog and Bucket. And it was a Thursday night. So I said, look, I can come, I can do the mid spot. So I turned up. And at this point, me and Melanie, my wife, we ain't really seeing each other. I just picked the kids up on Friday, dropped them off on Monday. We were at the decree night side stage of the divorce. Yeah. So it was only like 6 weeks to go to get the full divorce. And we were talking to lawyers. And then I walked on stage. Melanie, at this point, had got a new job. And one of the people that she was working with, it was her birthday. And they'd gone to the Frog and Bucket on a night out for her birthday. Oh my God. So she sat in the audience. I walk on stage. Nobody who she sat with knows who I am because they've never met me before. She sat there. And then I started doing this material, which was central material. But I just said, look, I'm a bit sad at the moment because I've split up with my wife. We're not divorced or anything, but I've killed her, so. But I knew I was going to miss her, so I kept her head in the fridge, which is terrible material now. But as I said it, I saw the head that was meant to be in the fridge off the stage, and then I thought, oh God! I thought that you know, because we're going through a divorce, the first thing I thought is that's going to cost me another 10 grand. And then at the end, I walked over to the bar, she walked over to the bar, and I was expecting a row. And then she said, that was brilliant. She said, you're like the man I met at university. She said, you've got that glint in your eye and the spring in your step. She said, you know, what happened to you? I said, well, I married you for a start. I said, you know, and then I grew up and I became too serious. And then she said, well, you know, I know we're supposed to be divorced in 6 weeks, but do you think we should maybe try and see someone? So we made an appointment to go to Relate, the Marriage Guidance Council. We put the divorce on hold and we ended up getting back together. And none of that would have happened, I don't think, if I hadn't been doing stand-up. So whatever comedy gives me in life, it'll give me nothing better than giving me my family back.
And have you written that story? Is that a film? Is that a thing? Because that is a bloody film. I tell you, that is a really good film. And I know stories.
As it happens, we had a film deal in place, and and it fell through in March. And so we've got a script. We've got it's all set up to be repackaged and sold again.
Right.
It fell through in March because the people who were going to buy it wanted to buy it because it's written in my autobiography.
Yeah.
And they wanted to buy it. They wanted to buy the rights to my autobiography. But they also said, well, we want your whole life rights. So everything that's happened in your life up to now and everything that might happen into your life afterwards, we have the rights to. I said, well, that's just...
Yeah, that's not right.
You know, my lawyers just said, that's the worst deal I've ever heard in my life. Yeah. Not that over. But it'll come round because it's such a lovely story.
It's a beautiful story, and I didn't realise that it would happen. I just thought, and I was thinking, oh, this must be your second wife. No, it's your first wife, and it's all gone through to that.
It's my first wife, yeah. But, so we've been married now 28 years on and off.
I love the thing that you said. I didn't know any stand-up, so I was buying tapes to see what the fuck people did.
Yeah.
That is hysterical. I was there as a student of comedy going this, and then there's this, I could be more like this, and there's Robin Williams, Richard Pryor, Billy Connolly, and you're going, what the fuck is this stuff? That's hysterical.
Well, the mad thing is, like, you said Billy Connolly there, in every interview, you know, as a stand-up, people say, who's your favourite stand-up? I used to say Billy Connolly, because I'd seen him on the Mike Parkinson show, and he stood out, I liked him, and all. And I said it for about 7 years in every interview, and I thought, I've never been to see him. And so, I've got to do, you know, so I you know, at that time, Billy wasn't touring as much, but I went to see him in Glasgow, and it was one of those moments, one of those brilliant moments. I went all the way up to Glasgow. My promoter was supposed to have organised a ticket. I get there, I go to the box office, and he said, we've got no ticket for you. But I'd done the venue a couple of months before, so the venue manager came out and said, listen, I'll find a seat for you.
Okay.
So I found myself sat in the middle of these guys who were all a similar age to Billy. And I got talking to them, they were all mates from his band when he was in a folk band.
Yeah.
And some guys used to play for Celtic when he first broke through. So in the interval, well, there's no interval, before it kicks off, people were coming over asking these guys for photographs and so on. Then at the end of the gig, the security came over and said to everyone in our row, you stay here. I thought, I don't know what's happening, the whole place empty. And then we got led into the back. So all of Billy's friends were brought into the back to meet Billy Connolly. And obviously they just included me.
Yeah.
But I wasn't meant to be there. So I thought, this is going to be embarrassing. But I'm going to have to say, look, Billy, really nice to meet you, I'm a comedian, I got pulled in. And as I walked into the room, he went, "Hello, I'm lovely to meet you." And he was just brilliant. Knew who I was, we've been seeing females since. And you know when you meet your heroes,
yeah,
like that, and they so much exceed your expectations, it's brilliant.
Yeah, Billy is a wonderful person. I've even done a comedy show with him. Eric Idle wrote a script, and I was on stage with Billy Connolly, so that was wonderful. Even doing press interviews with Billy Connolly, which is just bonkers. So
Some people being in the presence just makes you feel so much better.
yeah, he has a
Now
fantastic...
listen, whilst you're running away, I know that it's time to remind everybody that this is for charity, it's to make humanity great again, so you can text in, and I've done it myself. It's dead easy. You get a message back straight away saying thank you for your donation. You just need to text. The number's going to come up in a minute. You'll see it on your screen. When it comes up, I'll say it, so I've got it right. But it's 70810. You text 10 to 70810 to donate £10 in the UK, or you text 20 to 70810 to donate £20.
Or people around the world, they can go to my website.
You go to your website and then you can donate in dollars and euros.
Yeah, that's at eddieizzard.com. So.
Which is a very good thing to do, because now it's very clever that you're setting up to be in dollars or euros, because let's be honest, no one knows if the pound will be worth anything next week.
Yeah, well, we shall see. We shall see. And what I'm going to do? Can you stay with us for a moment? Because can you see on your screen? There's an orange number, 42.2, with a white number counting down beneath it. Can you see that?
Oh yes.
Now that's the amount of time I got left. I got 34 minutes, so we can carry on chatting. If you have to go, you have to go. But I'm going to show a little video, which is the end of my Warsaw, because I'm running a virtual marathon for Warsaw. So I'm just going to play this. It's about 2 minutes, and then I'll come back to you. Is that okay?
Absolutely, I'm here for you.
Okay, Dave, if you can run the final video from Warsaw, that would be fantastical.
Yeah.
And you have it like, so this was in Warsaw. This is the final one when I was just finishing.
This one you did it last year?
Yeah, I did this 11 months ago to the day. So 16th of February, I was actually in Warsaw, and it was -2 when I started. And tough. Run, Dave, when you've got it. Slightly blowing, big blowing. But this is marathon 16. I had to look up the date, 16th of February, whatever the date is. I think it's the 16th of February in Warsaw, Warszawa, is how the Polish people call it. And marathon 16 is done. Now when I get to marathon 20, then I'll feel it's easier and a downhill slope. But this is marathon 16, all done. And now to Lithuania, to Vilnius in Lithuania tomorrow. So if you're ever doing this, if you're doing multiple marathons, the good bit starts now, and when I have to eat now, and the next few hours is the rest time. And then you just got to get to bed. When you get into the next hotel, you just got to get to bed, sleep, and count the hours. I wake up in the middle of the night and look at my watch and go, another 2 hours to go. Count it down. Anyway, and the hats are selling like hotcakes, like hot hats. So you can order these for good friends in America, all around the world. Make humanity great again. It's just an idea. All the profits go to charity. It's just a nice idea, I think. Thank you. Bye-bye. There we go. Oh. Still there, John?
Yeah.
I've lost your image from you for some reason.
Okay, hang on. All right, hang on. Let me get you back.
There we go.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Very good. Now I'm going to ask you a question. You're born and bred in Liverpool, yeah?
Well, I'm born in Liverpool, but I was actually bred outside. We moved out basically. We live right in the centre of Liverpool. I was born in a hospital called Mill Road, and we lived next to the hospital, and then that area was designated a slum area for clearance. And so we were given options of where to go.
Right.
And for various reasons, my mum and dad picked to go to a place called Winsford, which was interesting when I look at your childhood going to Belfast and so on. We moved like Winsford. In fact, I'll tell you how much this was a spill town of Liverpool. We shared the removal van with other people in our street in Liverpool.
Wow.
Who were moving to our street in Winsford. It was a brand new council estate. You got a toilet indoors and you got a job in a factory. So that's why we went there.
Right.
And a great place to have a childhood. But I was surrounded by people whose only sense of identity is that they were from Liverpool.
Right.
So they all exaggerated their accents, which meant I grew up with this very, very thick Liverpool accent.
Well, this is my point. I love accents. I can't quite do the Liverpool. I think I could learn it, but I went to college in Sheffield. Loved doing the Sheffield accent, London accents. But interestingly, with stand-up, you would assume in the olden days, I would have assumed that people might not have understood your accent, being quite a strong Liverpool one. But you've got shows going out across the whole of the UK. You're going to play in Scandinavia, and times have changed. Or it could be your articulation is very clear within your Liverpool accent. It's like Billy Connolly's used to be very strong Glaswegian, and it came down a bit. But you're doing great with your full Liverpool accent.
Well, what's very interesting is when I first left home, I went to college in Newcastle.
Yep.
To study English and history, and in the end I decided I didn't like it. I didn't like it. I tell you why. You'll appreciate this, because the English side, we spent 2 months on the Ancient Mariner, the Coleridge play, of the Ancient Mariner, who's talking to an albatross, and the albatross is guiding him. And I remember the tutor saying, "Can anyone talk to me about why Coleridge would possibly think of a bird as the guide? Why would he talk? Why is the sailor talking to the bird?" And I thought, am I the only one who knows that Coleridge was a smackhead? Am I the only one who knows that smackheads think that they talk to birds? Surely, I'm not doing so. So I just thought, I can't deal with this. So I did leave, but before I left, I qualified as a football coach, a soccer coach.
All right.
Which meant every summer from there on in, because I ended up then going to Manchester College to study politics, but every summer I went to America to teach soccer.
Wow.
And what we did, it wasn't a residential camp. We would do a camp in one town in the morning, do their local kids team, do somewhere else in the afternoon, and stay in a motel in the middle. And what I found, I did it for 3 years, all over America, all over. And what I found is during that time, that's when I learned to articulate. And that's when I learned to emphasise on different words.
Right.
Because I was talking to children.
Yeah, that is interesting. You have you actually saw there was a point where the Americans couldn't follow you, and you adjusted, and then they could follow you. Yeah.
And what the good thing was as well is I was trying to teach children, and if children don't understand you, they will say, "I don't know what you're saying."
Yeah.
Adults might be a bit too polite, and so because of that, I did learn to enunciate a little bit more. And then when I did the stand-up, part of the reason that my delivery is quite slow in the stand-up is again to allow a punch when the punchline comes, I guess, for the best punch.
Yeah.
I speak slowly because I know if I speak too quickly, I could lose some people.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. Well, I mean, I didn't like my accent. My mum died when I was 6, you may know this, but we were just going to ordinary state schools. I was in Wales at the time, so I would have had a Welsh accent. And or I could have had a non-Irish. When I was 3, 4, 5, I sounded like this. You know, like I was a kid in Bangor, County Down. My dad worked in Belfast, so I would have been happy with those accents. But in the end, you go to a boarding school, and they get you into this kind of flat English accent, which is probably helpful for me as I do my stand-up anywhere in the world. I don't have to adjust really because it sounds kind of flat and grabbable, I suppose. But
also with your accents, it is accessible, and because of that, you can be what you want to be, or what the audience want you to be.
Yeah.
Whereas the problem sometimes when you've got a regional accent, things are projected onto you.
Yeah.
Positive and negatively.
Yeah.
That you've then got to work against.
I do feel Liverpool's such a great city, and I have a great relationship with Liverpool, and hopefully Liverpool people do with me when I play there. But as you say, if you have a strong regional accent, Sarah, can I get the hydrate? Yes. If you have a strong regional accent, certain people, probably posh people in the London area, they will think, they'll put you, say, you don't know anything. The fact that you're a university, the fact that you're a pharmaceutical company running the whole thing, these are great things for your story, which kids in Liverpool need to hear, kids around the world need to hear. And your story is so beautiful with your wife and your kids and the whole thing, even the bit of material you did that was so kind of harsh. But, the fridge and the thing, and I think it's a wonderful story, so no wonder you've already got it ready for it. It has to come out because it's too good. It's too bloody good.
It's too good, yeah.
Yeah.
It is. It's a lovely story, and but you know what that process is like, film and so on. It's all a long process. It takes time, and the thing that always strikes me about you is your commitment to the projects that you do. Like, I think, I'll do a little bit of that, and then I'll get round to it, and I'll do a little bit of that. With you, everything from the politics that you're committed to these challenges, to the stand-up, and then deciding to do stand-up in various languages. You don't seem to ever take the easy route.
That is a technique, because I like to think, I wanted to perform, like, the way you fell into it is so beautiful. And I'm almost exactly the opposite. I tried so hard. I knew from the age of 7, I broke into Pinewood Studios at 15. So I was so keen. I did 3 mediums of comedy. I did sketch comedy, street performing, then stand-up. I did 12 Edinburgh festivals over 13 years. And then I took off after about the 11th Edinburgh Festival in 91. And so it took me so long to get there that I want to make sure that I don't go back. So I stay 4 steps ahead of where I should be. If here is just treading water, I try and stay 4 steps ahead. So if you're doing gigs in French and improvising, and improvising gigs in German, your English gigs are going to be a doddle. The ninja training for the English gigs. Hopefully, that's the idea. Stay ahead of where I should be, so that no one thinks, oh yeah, they were good before, but now it's all gone down.
Yeah. And it's true. As I say, I was on the road in March, developing a show. It's coming together. I'll go out again in September, but everything I did in March is gone now. I've got to write new stuff. I've got to find a place to perform it. You can't. What I keep always say to people, and I was saying to these students last night, the thing with comedy as opposed to music or anything like that, it can't be created in isolation.
Yeah.
You can't go into a studio and write an album. You can't go into a studio and write a show, just come out and tour it. It has to organically evolve by you gigging and gigging and gigging and gigging.
Yeah, it's the workshops. That's what I did. And it's a beautiful thing. I think it's the hardest creative medium to develop. If you're a painter, you can paint a lot of paintings and then show your best ones at the end of that. An actor can act with a group, they can rehearse, bands can rehearse in the garage. Everyone can, not us. We have to go out there on the bloody stage, and every gig for me is a paid rehearsal. Every gig is a paid rehearsal, basically.
It is. I remember talking to someone, you saying, well, what's it like? I said, some respects, it's like being almost the old-time stripper, because you want to go, ba-ba, ba-ba, and you want a reaction, and if you don't, and you stood there with your boobs out, you go, oh, there's nowhere to hide. If you think something's funny, and you've presented it as funny, and nobody laughs, you can't go, oh, I don't think it's funny either.
Well,
it's very, very exposing.
I have a technique for you, which if you're not using it, you can use it. But for any stand-up out there, I have a technique that when I go, talking about chickens, Donald Trump a chicken, is there a difference? I don't know if there's a difference. If I voted for a chicken, would that be better, don't you think? And if I do that and I get no reaction, then that's trying to get laughs on the way in, I say.
Yeah.
And then I'll get laughs on the way out by saying, so do you hate all chickens? Are you all chicken farmers? Yeah. Is that the problem?
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah. I didn't like chickens anyway. That was a test. I was just testing you to see how you worked on the so if you didn't laugh, I planned that. So I got into doing that when I was improvising so that I would get laughs on the way out if I couldn't get them on the way in. And then you never lose your place because...
yeah, no, that's good. That's good. It is. But that, again, that's confidence, that's time, that's being on stage and knowing who you are. And also having the intelligence on the spot to respond, because that is one thing that you've got to say with stand-up comedy and every good stand-up comedy. You've got to be in the moment.
Yeah.
You can't be on autopilot because anything can happen.
Yeah, yeah.
And you must have had it. I've had it where I've been doing gigs and one night something hits, it really kills. And then the next night, it's just a bit lukewarm.
Yeah.
And it's very hard. And sometimes it's because you were just a little bit slower, but just a little bit quicker, or the back reference wasn't right. So
yeah.
There's just a little nuance that it's almost hard to find. That is the difference between a belly laugh and just a titter.
Do you have this rule that if you've got an idea and you think it's good, you try it, and it doesn't work, you try it again? Sometimes it's like the 5 times trying it rule. And there's that, which I sometimes do, but also because I've done so many hours on stage, so many thousands of hours, some ideas I just love, and I don't care if the audience doesn't like it. And I'm going to tell you a story. It's a little, it takes a few minutes to tell it, but it's kind of beautiful. I think Robert Roundtree did the Shaft movies about John Shaft, the detective, okay? And then Samuel L. Jackson did a reprise and didn't really take off. Anyway, so that's back in the 70s, so people need to know that. So I was in Germany, right? So I'm doing the gig in German, in Berlin. And I was talking about Henry VIII, and I did my English material, and I flipped it into German. And I said, Henry VIII, he got so big and so wide. He ate everything. He ate all. So he ate everything. He had alles gegessen. Alles gegessen. He had all the cows. Cow is a Kuh in German. It's very close. He had all die Kuh gegessen. And all die Schwein gegessen. Schwein is a pig. So I had mime putting pigs in blenders. And then I said, und er hat all die Schaf gegessen. Ein Schaf is a sheep. He had all die Schaf gegessen. Außer, except ein Schaf. Ein Schaf was a bit different, a bisschen anders. He was very cool, sehr cool. He trägt Sonnenbrille, he wear dark glasses. He had 2 Jahre in Detective School gemacht. He did 2 years in detective school. And this Schaf, and Isaac Hayes wrote a song about this sheep. Isaac Hayes hat ein Lied von ihm geschrieben. Who's the cool detective? Schaf. John Shaft, you better believe it. So I'm doing Shaft jokes about a sheep from the 1500s in Germany, and about a third of the audience would get it. And I fucking love this. I love it. It's just, if you can get the reference of Shaft, but it's so out there. And I'm doing it in German, for God's sake. And it only works in German. And it's, so sometimes I will have a joke that I will inflict upon the audience again and again because I love it too much. Do you ever do that?
I've done it when I'm doing the warm-up gigs and developing the show. And you just think, and I've had my tour manager saying, just give it up, That joke, let it go. I'm going, yeah, but it works, it's great. He goes, no, it doesn't, you've done it 12 times. And it never works. And you sometimes, it's like having an ugly baby that you don't know is an ugly baby because it's your baby.
Yeah.
And you can't let it go. To you, it's a beautiful joke, it's a beautiful baby. And that's the thing. There's a bit where you go, I'm going to reprise it, it'll come back. It will be a good joke at some point. Someone will see the world as I see it. And if one person sees it as I see it, if one person gets a 15th century reference to a sheep and links it to a 1970s black detective in America called Shaft,
yeah,
that person is worth your while knowing.
Exactly. So if just a few people in Germany get it, I'm keeping it because it's too good. And even if they don't get it, it's bloody weird. The idea that there was a very cool sheep who was the Schwarze Schaf from the Familie, the black sheep of the family. But he had 2 Jahre in Detectiveschule gemacht. You just know what that means, even in English. He did 2 years in detective school. And you think, what, a sheep has done? What are you talking about? That's what I love about, as a comedian, you can go off on your own track. And sometimes the audience will go, what? Or sometimes they'll leave. You say, I didn't want you to be here because you couldn't keep up with the references. My references are, this is advanced comedy, kid. You got to keep up with it.
But the thing is, with you've always had that bit for going off on tangents and stuff. And like people, like my comedy is more what you call mainstream, or it's been packaged more as that. And so when I do go off on a tangent, even if it's half as weird as yours, there is a sense with my audience going, he's trying to be an Izzard now.
Well, the point is, I'd say, John, that you can craft your own audience. Your audience doesn't have to be that mainstream. You're in a good position, but you can say, guys, you're going to have to get with it.
Oh, listen, the last tour I did was the truest tour I've ever done.
Right.
It felt so honest, and there was a lot of things about it that I wouldn't have done when I was first starting out. And I brought it all round to one story, which is why when you go out again, you feel that's now my benchmark.
Yep.
It's exactly what you said. It's not as challenging as doing it in another accent or anything like that, but it's that bit of going, that's now my starting point. The next tour has got to be as good as that.
Yep.
And I love that challenge.
In your early days, did you ever do a thing where you have a gig where you went out and you did what you thought, this is working, and it just fell flat, and you get kind of worried, so you start speeding up, and you can also start doing things where you get into the next joke, and you're going along, you're thinking, God, they're not going with this, and you dump the punchline, you don't even try it and get on to the next joke, and then in the end you're just saying, you're not saying any punchlines, you're just talking to them. You ever done that before?
Oh, the worst death I had was in the Hyena in Newcastle, and I walked on from my first gigs outside of the clubs I was doing. I was still working. I spent in the daytime. I saw, the sales rep up in Newcastle, and the night I went to the Hyena, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. And I remember Ross Noble, the brilliant Ross Noble.
Yep.
I'd done a charity gig or something with him. I was still relatively new. And he said, you seem very confident. He said, have you died yet? I said, no, not really. He said, well, you will. He said, the worst thing is when you die on the first night of a weekend run.
Yeah.
Because you've got to go back to the same club, and no one wants to look you in the face. And you've got to stand on the same place and try and make it better. And that's exactly what happened on the Thursday night. I got on stage. I just didn't get them. First, you know what it's like, particularly if you're unknown. You've got 3 minutes, and if you don't believe in you in 3 minutes, then you start losing the room. And I started losing the room, and I couldn't get. And he did the worst thing ever. the worst thing, nobody heckled, nobody shouted out. The audience just started having a chat amongst themselves.
God.
And you know that thing you go. So I'm stood on the stage and I'm going, right, I'll tell you what, forget what I was doing. One of yous, tell me something about Newcastle, I'll make up something funny about it. Nothing, got nothing. I walked off and said something. And then I spent the next day walking around Newcastle, knowing I had to go back that night. And I walked past the shoe shop, and there was a pair of fake crocodile skin shoes in the window. I thought, I'm buying them. I bought them, and it was exactly like Ross Noble said. I walked up to the door of the comedy club, and the bouncers saw me walk up, and they looked me in the face, and they didn't want to look at me, so they just looked down at my feet, saw these crocodile skin shoes down. Geez, he's got confidence up there. Looked back at my face. And I went on, and that night was fine, and I got them that night, I got them the next night. And I've kept those shoes. I kept them, I take them on tour with me as a reminder that, you know, you can't ever take it for granted.
No,
there might be a night I have to put them back on.
I'll tell you there's a huge death I did, but it's a curious death. But before that, I'm going to tell you a night at the King's Head Crouch End. Do you play the King's Head Crouch End?
Yeah, once, yeah.
So it's a very nice club, and I was, you know, having gone through sketch comedy for 3 years, 4 years of street, doing stand-up, and suddenly my stand-up was working, and I knew I was on track. So I'm up and bubbling, and I kind of introduced at the King's Head Crouch End. It's up just in North London. It's in Crouch End, and so I go on stage, and I lose them. So I start with a, you know, sort of neutral, like at zero, say, and people, I think a little bit of expectation, but something went wrong, and I went backwards. So after about half the gig's gone, about 10 minutes, I'm at about -2 or -3. So I'm down, and at that point, as you see, they start talking, they start heckling. They were a polite club, but it could have been bad. But I stayed in there, just like, you know, in the Premier League. I grounded out. I slowed down because I knew I was speeding up. Slowed down, and I hit the punchline. And with this thing of, come on, that one's funny. And I got it back to zero. I did get laughs, and I got it back to zero. They didn't think I was great. They thought I was okay by the end. But I do remember that just as a testament to not panicking and speeding up. And then there came this gig. Then this was this big one. So I was touring the world at this point. I played 20 countries. I knew the material worked. I just played Reykjavik in Iceland. You've got to play Reykjavik if you haven't played it.
Yeah, I've got that on the list.
Yeah, it's beautiful. So I played there. It killed in Reykjavik. I come to London. It's a TV gig. It's a mainstream TV gig. But, you know, I'm playing the bloody world, and what the hell. And to the audience, it's kind of mainstream. I didn't really reflect on that, but they've been laughing for about 2.5 hours. I'm on towards the end. Ladies and gentlemen, Eddie Izzard. And I think they all went, oh, we know, we've heard about this person. Heard they're good. Haven't seen them before, really. Because, you know, I'm just got it live in DVD. I come on, and I realized my stuff had moved away from mainstream. And there was a piece about Julius Caesar, and I was saying, Caesar, did he ever think you'd end up as a salad? Because of the Caesar salad. And then I go into this stuff about, but you know, the chicken Caesar salad? Yeah, that's even more famous than the Caesar salad. Why is this? I hear you ask. Well, it's because he was often advised by chickens in his military battles. And then I go into the Battle of Alesia. Now, this is a true battle in history against Vercingetorix. So I'm saying, Caesar is saying, Mark Antony, I have Vercingetorix in the hilltop fortress. I have him surrounded. This is all true. And what should I do now? And Mark Antony is going, I should build a fortified wall around the fortress. Yeah! Okay, but then if other Gaulish warriors come to attack, we will be on the wrong side of the fortified wall. He goes, oh, okay, build a stack. And they were just not laughing. And I don't know what they were going with. Who's Caesar? Who's Mark Antony? Is it the singer Mark Antony? Why is he a chicken? Somewhere in there, somewhere in the everything of me, I lost them. But what I did was I knew this stuff worked. So I left the pause for the laugh. That sort of was a little laugh. They were politely laughing, but it was a little tiny thing. And I left it big enough for a real one. It was horrible. I did 10, 15 minutes of good stuff that worked, and it went down horribly. And I walked off, and I just said to my manager, just tell them to get some laughter from somewhere else and put it on it. Because I knew it was good stuff, and they did, and they just picked up someone else's laughs, dropped them on, and I know people saw it and said, yeah, look good, because it is good, but they were laughing at something else. That was someone else's laugh.
That's a very interesting point, though, because there's something like what you're doing after this, when you do the stand-up. I'm not sure I haven't done any during this lockdown, because I feel I almost need the energy and the laughter.
Yep.
And there's one thing that I've learned, is that laughter's a little bit like politics. If enough people do it, the rest of them will follow.
Yeah.
If you get enough of the room laughing, people go, oh, it must be funny, and then you get carried up with everyone else.
Yeah, that's interesting, but I have to go into a mantra when I do this. There's no one there. Sometimes I'm making Sarah, who's the event manager here with me, my tour manager, and sometimes I can hear her laughing to the left. But that's the only guide I have. Otherwise, I just trust my instincts. And I am doing old material. So I'm doing a best of. And otherwise, I'm improvising. But also, if they hate it, it's for charity. Give me a break. I've just run a marathon. So I feel I have an excuse to be completely rotten if I am completely rotten. Now, can you see that clock? It's counting down to 4 minutes 23. Can you see that? The white. Can you see it?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Well, it's 4 minutes 20, but I've only got 4 minutes left. We have been doing
4
good.
4 minutes left?
Yeah. And then I've done my 16th marathon. It's
Right. And you're doing how many? 31?
31 days in January. It's gonna.
And then what have you got planned after you've done this?
Well, February the 1st.
What's the rest of the year?
February the 1st is sleeping. February the 2nd is sleeping, and Thursday, so mainly sleeping. But actually, I've got I'm acting in a drama from mid-February, so 2 weeks on a break, and then I'm into an acting role up in Manchester, if that's allowed under COVID conditions, which I believe at the moment we're still doing things like that. But
yeah, well, as I say, I've been doing Dr. Who. We've been getting COVID tests 3 times a week. The on-screen actors are in a bubble.
Yeah.
The main crew are in a bubble. So it is possible. People are making it work.
Yep. And do you enjoy? Would you call that dramatic work? Are they allowing you to be funny, wry, humour?
Yeah, I mean, the role of the assistant to the doctor is to be the assistant to the doctor. Jodie Whittaker, Carrie, your job is to go, so why does that happen, doctor? And she gives you some, and they go, oh, but the character is great, what I've done so far. My character's like a lonely person, man from Liverpool, things haven't worked out. And then he's got this opportunity to leave and go into this intergalactic, time-shifting experience that he keeps on pinching himself, going, what am I doing here? So I'm really enjoying it. And I feel, because I've done other acting before, but not like this, turnover acting, where you're part of the series. And so I'm feeling like I'm learning a lot.
Yeah, I love dramatic acting. I love it. Comedic acting, you tend to get 2 shots and 3 shots, and they're not too worried about the lighting. Yeah. But I love the
drama, yeah. I play more straight acting, because also, I feel when I'm stand-up, I'm funnier as a stand-up than as a funny actor.
Yeah.
So I'd rather not try, do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I pushed very hard to get into good dramatic roles, and I've got a film called 6 Minutes to Midnight coming out in March, which we finished in 2018, so it's coming out 3 years late, but anyway, we shall see. Judi Dench in that, and Jim Broadbent, so...
Oh, you've got some fantastic roles, some fantastic acting. As I say, when you're through all this, I'd love to get you on the podcast so that I can talk to you about all of these aspects of your life.
That is not a problem. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
Just put the message
No,
through.
and I know, because you've only got a few minutes left, it's down to me to ask everybody watching who hasn't yet done it. Please text the word 20 to 70810 or the word 10 to 70810 to donate 10 or £20. You can do it in different currencies, in dollars or euros when you're watching from around the world by going to Eddie's website. And this money, Eddie, how would you explain to everyone how it will be used?
We are championing, just like in Sport Relief, they got the money and then they gave it out to various charities. We are championing 5 different charities. Care International, care packages all around the world. And then we've got Covenant House helping young people having a very difficult time in their lives in America and 5 other countries. Then we have Fair Share, food company, stopping food wastage, working with Marcus Rashford, getting meals out for kids in low-income families situations. Then there's also Walking with the Wounded for ex-service people who are having trouble knitting into society, and Unite to Combat Against Neglected Tropical Diseases like leprosy, like elephantitis, still out there, some horrible things.
Yeah.
But I would say thank you, John, because I think I've finished. I think I have made, yeah, this is the end of my 16th marathon.
Eddie,
John.
I admire you more than I can say. This was absolutely brilliant. I know you've got 15 more. I'm here for you whenever you want me.
Thank you, John. Thank you. You take care. Your story's a beautiful story. Get that film made for fuck's sake. And yeah, because people need to see it. Because you're a good example to people, you know, especially from Liverpool or anywhere, you know, that you can change your life at any point. You can do things that you want to do. Just be determined. So well done, mate.
God bless.
Stay
Love
safe.
you. Have a good gig.
Cheers.
Thanks, Eddie.
Good night. Hi, thank you, everyone. Thank you. I'm off now. Show in 35 minutes. You can buy tickets at eddieizzard.com. It's in English tonight. Thank you, everyone that's donated. eddieizzard.com for all donations and ticket buying and all that stuff. Cheers. I'm out of here.